hard as you do, because the only thing more satisfying than a job well done is a job well done, well under budget. Whatever you do, do it for less than Harbor Freight.
Congratulations.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, Sacramento sports leader. Always live on the Odyssey app. It's time now to go beyond the headlines, and for the next 2 hours, go where every sports fan wants to go. Behind the scenes and into the practice facilities, locker rooms, coaches' offices, and press boxes to get the info before anyone else. This is the ESPN 1320 Insiders.
Yeah, it sure is, and we're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Salute to everybody listening on ESPN 1320, everybody listening on the free Odyssey app, and everybody, of course, on youtube.com/ESPN1320 and twitch.tv/ESPN1320. If we sound a little wonky, I will fix that ASAP. I promise.
All right.
I will fix that as soon as possible. I know exactly what the issue is. I just need to go do something about it. And we're in the middle of a radio show, and we don't have anybody here who can do something about it. Ergo, if anything sounds bad, you got to deal with it for a segment, but then it'll be fixed at the next break.
Okay.
You're all welcome. Good morning. We had some news this morning. I want to talk about a great sports night last night.
Yeah.
A lot of fun. The MLB postseason has been awesome. We had a decent Monday night game.
Mm-hmm.
It was all right. Weird game. We'll talk about that.
You watch paint dry.
Boy, did we. But then we got some news this morning that the New York Jets fired head coach Robert Saleh following a 2-3 start, following a loss in London to the Minnesota Vikings. And that was apparently the final straw. That was it. A loss to the undefeated Vikings overseas. And Eric Mangini, Awful Announcing, posted this today. Eric Mangini last week, I believe on FS1, predicted that if the Jets lose, Robert Saleh would get fired because if you remember, Woody Johnson, during the Donald Trump presidential administration, was the ambassador, the United States ambassador to the UK.
Okay.
So he's got a bunch of homies over there who were at the game.
Mm.
And Eric Mangini, on FS1, former NFL coach, basically said he doesn't want to get embarrassed in front of his friends. So if they lose this game, Robert Saleh might get fired. And Robert Saleh didn't have an inkling. This is according to the reporting from Adam Schefter at ESPN, who broke the news. There was an inkling that there wasn't. He showed up to work today like normal, was in his office like normal. And then Woody Johnson comes strolling in and goes, "Hey, you're done."
That's wild.
And the defensive coordinator, Jeff Ulbrich, is going to take over because apparently that's going to fix everything.
49ers legend, Jeff Ulbrich.
Yeah, absolutely. Underrated.
Yeah, what a mess, man. I hate when just ownership isn't rational. And I've seen it too many times during my career covering Sacramento Kings. Just like, can we all just calm down and like live in a little bit in the moment and let somebody like develop, like figure out what's going on? I mean, you have a 40-year-old quarterback who isn't moving well at all, who is like, he's like up against a blitzing defense, was just like a Statue of Liberty, like waiting to get run over. Like, I don't know what is happening at all with that. And that's after a year where he was just, he got hurt 3 plays into a game and missed the entire season. And so what are you supposed to, like, I don't know. Robert Saleh is a good coach, a good head coach.
I have no, right.
I think he's a very, very good coach. I don't know if he's a good head coach.
Sure.
But he sure does look the part. And it just feels like circumstance. And that's why if you're a coach in the NFL, think long and hard before you take a head coaching job.
Yeah.
Because most of these jobs are really bad.
Well, and remember when Robert Saleh took over that job with the Jets, they had the number 2 pick that year. Like they were in a good spot to like, okay, hey, we can get a good quarterback, we can start rebuilding. And my problem with this, and of course, this all circles back to the 49ers. Just by the way, real quick, the show is not going to be all Robert Saleh being fired, which is all the show. 2 shows before ours on this station, the Mike Greenberg program. And then Carlin versus Joe was all about, it's wall-to-wall coverage of Robert Saleh. That's not what this show is going to be, I promise. But it matters for the 49ers because as they struggle on defense and their defensive coordinator is getting called out by, or the coaching staff is getting called out by Nick Bosa for lack of adjustments, it just kind of makes you think. So anyways.
The what if of it all.
Sure.
With your former defensive coordinator getting fired from his job.
At a time where your defense is struggling. Like that's why this all matters. But still, it's fascinating that the Jets would decide to do this. The problem to me is all we heard with the Jets all offseason was, hey, Robert Saleh's got that defense playing lights out. The Jets, man, Aaron Rodgers comes back, Super Bowl. The Jets are going to go to the Super Bowl. They're going to win the Super Bowl. All they need is, if Aaron Rodgers can just be mediocre, that's all they need. Zach Wilson was so bad. If he's just mediocre, they'll be fine. But he's an MVP 2 years ago and this and that. Like, okay. We didn't hear once like, yeah, hey, this might get a little sideways because we're not sure Robert Saleh is a good head coach. And you've now determined after 5 weeks and a 2-3 start that all of a sudden this is the problem? This is a bad organization. You said it, dude. Like, how many times did we watch the Kings do this over the years?
Yeah.
Where they have there is a laundry list of problems, and they think solving it is, hey, fire the head coach and just bring in somebody new.
Yep.
Scrap continuity.
Yeah.
Like this doesn't, and I get they've got to kind of go all in a little bit because they may not have Aaron Rodgers after this year. And they've got to like, okay, this has got to push the chips in. But hey, changing your head coach after 5 weeks, I don't think is the move.
Well, especially 5 weeks where you're 2-3 and you're a game out of first place in your division. I mean, it just doesn't make a lot of sense. Like, again,
and you're going to keep Nathaniel Hackett?
This is what bad organizations do. They cycle through coaches like this all the time. They want to put blame on somebody. There's always somebody that you can point a finger at. And like, look, Robert Saleh is 20-36 as a head coach. I'm not saying he's a great head coach.
No doubt.
But like to hear everybody else out there like, oh, Robert Saleh is a fact. He is a bad head coach. I don't know that that's a fact. A lot of these things are situational.
Yeah.
And the fact is you brought in a young quarterback who is just absolutely atrocious.
Zach Wilson stinks.
And I don't think Robert Saleh chose Zach Wilson. At least I don't think.
I would be shocked if he had any say over who was selected number 2 in the 2021 draft.
Exactly. And then you get to the Aaron Rodgers situation and just like, look, he's not the same player.
Which, dude, we could have told you that.
Yes.
Did you and I on this program, The Insiders, 10 a.m. to noon, every day on ESPN 1320. Did we not tell you? Hey, and a lot of other people tell you, hey, not buying the Jets.
No.
Like, are we sure Aaron Rodgers is good? Like, he's just going to come back at 40 and off an Achilles tear and just be awesome?
Yeah, the Achilles tear. That's the thing. It's like, look, he wasn't.
What?
I mean, he could move a little bit out of the pocket, but he wasn't super mobile anymore anyways.
Here's my thing with this. If you were that low on Robert Saleh, if his leash was so short that a 2-3 start where your third loss was an overseas loss to an undefeated Vikings team, if his leash was that short in this particular circumstance, why are we not firing him in the offseason?
Yeah.
Why not just go, hey, this isn't going to work.
No.
Like we need whoever he wants Nathaniel Hackett as a head coach. Okay, that's what it's going to like. This is so odd. Roger Sherman, formerly of The Ringer, I believe he just does like a Substack now, something independent. He's a sports writer. Said knowledge of weird things that piss specific billionaires off is probably more useful for explaining the NFL than a lifetime of studying the intricacies of the game of football. And that feels like the same for every sport.
Yeah.
Because that's ultimately what this is.
Yeah, if you can't connect with a head coach with an owner, and
you're toast.
Yeah, like you have to find a way.
Yeah.
And to me, that's like, again, it's not just like during my time covering the game, it's not just Vivek. It's the Maloofs were the same way.
Yeah.
Like it was always a blame game with the Maloofs, and like whose fault is it? Well, I'll tell you whose fault it is. It's the owner that had the lowest payroll in the NBA for 3 seasons.
Right.
It's it's
not that difficult to figure out.
It's not that this doesn't take like a Sherlock Holmes to track this down, what happened here.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, I hope that you learn and you grow and you get better at what you're doing. And again, I think Vivek has. And so like, do you make mistakes? Yeah.
Yeah.
The key is to not keep making the same mistake.
And it's not exclusive to Sacramento.
No.
There are bad owners all over the world.
I totally agree.
It's just a kind of foundational aspect of a sports league is, hey, there's going to be 10 owners that just stink and their teams are going to perpetually stink because of it.
That's right.
That's kind of how it goes. So
it's weird how having my chair like 1 inch too low, like upset my entire feng shui this morning.
You good now?
I'm good. That's what just happened. I like something is wrong here. I moved the chair. It's like I couldn't put my feet on the rail below.
Oh yeah,
It was too compact.
My foot's on the rail.
I blame Jesse. Jesse sat here yesterday.
You know what? I love that. Blame Jesse.
Blame Jesse.
Yeah, hell yeah. Shout out to Jesse. So Robert Saleh. Here's the other aspect of this. Bringing this back to Northern California. Obviously, given the 49ers defensive struggles, given Nick Bosa saying after another loss to the Arizona Cardinals, where they blew a 10-point lead in the fourth quarter, hearing Nick Bosa say, well, the game planning's great. We have a great plan. We don't do a good job of adjusting. Kyle Shanahan pushed back against that in his conference call yesterday, but of course he is. He's not going to throw his defensive coordinator under the bus. At least not this year. He did it last year. Not going to throw his defensive coordinator under the bus yet. But I get the vision with, Robert Saleh. They got to bring him back. I see the vision. First of all, Robert Saleh is probably not taking a job the rest of this year. He's getting paid. He's taking his time off. I would almost guarantee it.
I'd love if he just showed up tomorrow.
I think he's got like 6 kids, 7 kids, maybe more.
Oh, wow.
Like he's chilling with his fam, I bet. Like he's vibing. He might vibe next year too. But he's not the automatic fix for the 49ers defense. Just to be very, very abundantly clear. If they signed Robert Saleh today, if Robert Saleh was in the building, they said, hey, Nick Sorensen, you got to work from home day. Go ahead. Robert Saleh is going to come in. You can work in Nick's office. Like if that's it, let's say that happens. It's not going to, but let's just say it does. The Niners aren't going to go out on Thursday against the Seahawks and all of a sudden be the 2019 49ers on defense again. They just don't like this is the 49ers issue this year on that side of the ball is that they just don't have the dudes to do what they want to do.
Yes.
That's it. Like there is nothing it's not that much deeper than that. Could coaching adjustments have helped a little against Cardinals? Yeah, maybe. But even still, let's say they win that game against Cardinals. Let's say their kicker misses that kick at the end and the Niners run out the clock. They'd have the same problems. All of the issues are still there.
Yep.
Right? Even if Jake Moody makes that field goal against the Rams, all these problems are still lingering. This is a personnel issue. Their defensive line is not good enough, and it's banged up. Yetur Gross-Matos, who is supposed to be a huge part of what they were doing because he can rush from the inside, he can rush from the outside. He's a versatile piece, young player. They can develop him. Javon Hargrave's supposed to be a force in the middle for them. Not a 3-down player. B, one of their best pass rushers now out for the year. Their linebacker play, we talked about this yesterday. Linebacker play, not good enough outside of Fred Warner.
Yeah, Campbell is just one of the worst players I've seen.
It is baffling that he continues to be on the field.
Yes, I don't understand that at all.
I say this about players a lot. Like I say this, like I made this up. People say this about defensive players a lot. Like, man, that guy's around the ball a ton. So in the draft, that's one of the things I look for when I'm watching players is like, how often does the play end and this guy is around the football?
Yeah, the ball hawk guys.
Yeah, and that's where you go, man, you know what? I don't know if this guy didn't test great, but man, he finds his way to the football. Like, I don't maybe his on-field speed is faster, he's got great instincts, whatever it is. Devondre Campbell's around the football a lot, but in a bad way, where it's always at the end of the play. He's always trailing the football.
It's like I used to say this about Ben McLemore's defense. I called it windshield wiper defense. Like
Explain.
he would run and jump by you. And then he would jump by you the other way, and then jump by you the other way. And that's what it feels like. Like he's always like he's chasing the rain the whole time. You know, it's like, oh, there's more rain on the windshield, flying the other way.
Yeah.
Oh no, there's more rain, flying the other way. That's what like Campbell looks like. He's just out of control. He's watched Fred Warner fly to the ball and crush everyone, and then he flies there and it's like, wait, where am I?
Plays over.
Wait, what just happened?
You shot the wrong gap. Pause, and then you weren't fast enough to get to the edge, and then he got beat in coverage. Like, this is what.
Yes,
he's playing windshield wiper defense. The windshield wipers aren't working. He needs to visit Jiffy Lube.
That's right.
Find the location nearest him at jiffylube.com.
I totally agree. 24 years in the Sacramento area.
So 24, 34. Over 30 years.
Oh. Yeah, since 1984.
Since
My bad.
1984.
Since
Yeah,
1984.
That's a long time.
This is a long time.
That's 40 years?
40 years.
Oh my God. 1984 was 40 years ago.
Yeah, because this is 40 years of Sacramento Kings basketball.
Dog.
The 85-86 season. So, yeah.
Dang. That's
wild.
Crazy. That's crazy. Anyways. Their linebacker play outside of Fred Warner hasn't been good enough. Their safeties are not good. Like, I'm sorry. Like, Talanoa Hufanga, splash play guy, all pro a couple years ago. He bites on fakes and overruns more plays and gets out of position more than any safety I can remember with the 49ers. Jair Brown is probably a year away. Malik Mustafa is a year away from being a year away. Like they just that's fine. They're young. They've got guys who might be playing a little bit out of position or playing quicker than they wanted them to. But all of this is to say Robert Saleh is not fixing all that.
Nope.
You can bring him into the building and say, yeah, Bob, do it. We want to do the stuff, the 4-3 Pete Carroll stuff. That's just not going to fly anymore. Like that. It's at least not with this group. They have massive, and that's why I can't judge Nick Sorensen yet. That's why I can't get on track or get on the train of, hey, you know what? They probably need to fire Nick Sorensen. For what? He's not. This personnel isn't his fault.
And 5 games into a season, that's not enough time anyways.
Yeah.
I mean, we haven't even gone through the go to the booth, come down to the field, go back up to the booth.
Yeah.
We haven't even gone through that yet.
Right. So, and so he's adjusting on the fly. So that's where I understand if it continues like this through the year, throughout the entire season, and they continue to have players talking about, adjustments. If you start having effort problems, that was the other thing with Steve Wilkes, was you got into a game in week 8 against the Bengals where effort was clearly a problem on defense. The NFC title game, they were talking about how effort was a problem. Like, that to me is on coaching. So if they're late in the season and it's like, man, you know what? Effort's not there. They haven't made the right adjustments. Blitz calls are bad. Like, then, yeah, then okay, maybe you go get Robert Saleh and you try and tweak the personnel. But this year, there's no, that's not the simple fix.
Yeah, you're kind of pot committed.
Yeah, that's a great way to put it. Yes.
Yeah, you've got you're all in on what's happening here, and at a certain point, you got to let a guy sink or swim, and you don't want it to sink your whole team. But at the same time, like, look, this isn't a one guy issue.
Exactly.
It's Benjamin in the chat brings up, they miss Greenlaw. They miss Greenlaw so bad,
bro. It's I have pounded the table about this over the last couple of years. While the focus has been on like Nick Bosa and this pass rush, look how good the defensive line is. Their ability to control the middle of the field in the passing game and take away those easy throws for quarterbacks because of Dre Greenlaw's athleticism, because of Fred Warner's athleticism, the tone Dre Greenlaw sets, and the speed and the violence that he plays with is just missing. it's just gone. And you see Fred Warner try and bring all that, but then it's like he's driving a Lamborghini and then he's got a used Mazda Miata next to him.
Yeah.
No shade to a used Mazda Miata, perfectly fine car, but not in this instance, not for what the 49ers are trying to do. And so they this huge advantage that they used to have is now gone. Plus Greenlaw's ability to get to the edge and his ability to read screens and get through blocks. Like just an outstanding player.
Yep.
He and Warner were two of the top 10 linebackers in the league.
Yep.
So you miss that in the second level, and it just changes what you can do defensively. And then, like I said, you replace him with a bad player in Devondre Campbell.
And I feel, someone asked like how much of this falls. Kyron asked how much of this falls on sorry about that.
No, that's fine. I was
on Lynch for not finding quality backups. Like, I mean, you're looking at not. I don't even want to call. I don't even want to call him a backup. He's a placeholder for a guy who will return eventually.
Yeah,
and that's what you're waiting for. And I don't know when Greenlaw will return. I don't know, probably not until December or January, if that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we're looking at an Achilles, and he tore it in February.
Mm-hmm.
It's usually a year, so he might not play the entire season.
Yeah,
but he's what you got here is a placeholder for Greenlaw until he's back, and it's just not working out. You need to find a new placeholder, and you also need to find some defensive line upgrades.
Yeah, man.
And this is a mess. Like they realistically have to be aggressive right now in reinventing their roster on the fly.
Totally agree.
And go spend some draft capital and figure it out, because right now it's not good.
So just getting back to the front office question that Kyron asked, I think it's a little bit on the front office.
Yeah,
for sure. But they went out and they got Leonard Floyd. They thought, man, you know what? This has been a really impactful pass rusher for the last 4 years. We'll go get this guy. Gross Matos wasn't in a great situation in Carolina, but was a decently effective player. We think we can develop him and bring him in. They know they had Diamador Lenore and Trevarius Ward. They used a second-round pick on a cornerback, earliest they've ever selected a cornerback in the Kyle Shanahan era. And then they sign Isaac Yiadom, who's coming off the best year of his career defensively with the Saints. They have a little competition there for the third cornerback spot. The baffling part to me was they spent 2 draft picks last year on Jalen Graham and D. Winters, linebackers.
Mm-hmm.
And then Curtis Robinson's been with the team forever. He's now out with a torn ACL, but and then they draft Tatum Bethune in the 7th round this year, and they've had really good success with drafting these linebackers and finding really good quality players at that spot. Even a guy like Azeez Al-Shire, undrafted, is now off. Had a year with the Titans, 1 year with the Titans, got signed with the Texans, having a really nice year for the Texans. And they've identified talent at that position, but they signed Devondre Campbell, who was an All-Pro 2 years ago, clearly past his prime, and never any competition. The training camp practice I went to, Nick Sorensen got asked, like, hey, are D. Winters or Jalen Graham or anybody going to work in at the will linebacker spot? And he was like, whoa, no. Like, Devondre Campbell is the starter. It's like, wait, what? Why? That's the guy you're just I get bringing him in. All-Pro 2 years ago, you think, hey, putting him next to Fred Warner, he's got good size, he can rush the passer a little bit. Okay, yeah. We like this idea. I get the idea, but I also think he projects as the third linebacker right now, like a rundown type of guy, where it's 3 linebackers on the field, and his athleticism or his lack of athleticism is less of a problem.
Yeah.
They've started to work D. Winters in a little bit. He's been banged up, and so he hasn't gotten to work in probably as much as they want to, but I would be shocked if after the bye week, Devondre Campbell is a starter. And that's just a quick fix that they can make. But I do think when you start to kind of look at this, that's why we talked so much about Kyle Shanahan yesterday. He has final say on this roster.
Oh yeah.
Like this is he's not the guy. It is a brain trust. There's a lot of people working. They lost Adam Peters, who had been their head personnel guy, because John Lynch is ostensibly a figurehead. He's ostensibly the King of England now, I guess. He's there. He's to be out in front and be a good player relationship guy and to do the media stuff. But they have a very large front office doing the actual personnel stuff. And I'm sure John Lynch does some of it, but I think that might factor in a little bit. But Leonard Floyd is not the player they thought he was going to be. Gross Matos has been dealing with a knee injury. He's on IR now. Javon Hargrave's on IR now.
Yeah.
they you can only have so many really good players on the defensive line. So I some of it definitely goes on the front office, but Robert Saleh not the fix after being fired by the Jets.
No, so not unless it's for next season or the season after. He's not going to be able to fix everything.
No,
there's not a Band-Aid solution here for you.
No, although it'd be awful fun if there was. Transitions. Padres, Dodgers tonight.
Yeah, you got your hat on.
Yeah, I do. Big Padres guy.
Yep.
This is the Randy Jones era Padres. Shout out to Dave Winfield too. Padres, Dodgers, 5:30 p.m. coverage begins tonight right here on ESPN 1320. Dude, the MLB postseason has been sensational. It has been so freaking good. Like yesterday. So first of all, if you're not keeping track, all of the division series are tied 1-1 for the first time ever.
That's wild. It's a wild stat, man.
Ever. Like that. If you had asked me how many times that happened, I'd have been like 3 times that's happened.
I wonder, like, how many years is that though? That's not like in 140 years.
No. Since they've gone to the division.
Yeah.
Since when the wild card 95?
Okay. Something like that.
Is that right?
I don't know.
I think it's 95.
Okay.
I don't know. Anyways, but yeah, so since the division series began, it is tied at 1, or all the division series are tied at 1 for the first time ever. The Kerry Carpenter home run off Emmanuel Clase yesterday. Clase, the Guardians closer, had allowed 5 earned runs all season. And this wasn't like he pitched in September only.
Yeah.
Like, no, he's just a dominant closer who gets like Cy Young votes, right? A .61 ERA. He had given up 2 homers all year. The Guardians up 1-0 in that series. The game's tied at 0. It's the top of the 9th. He puts 2 runners on, 2 outs, 2 strikes. Kerry Carpenter smacks a 3-run homer to right field. Tigers go on to win at 3-0.
Absolutely crazy.
Just so good. It's like, that's my favorite thing about baseball is you've got this dominant closer. Kerry Carpenter, good player. 18 homers in 87 games this year. Has some pop for sure. Mm-hmm. But 2 outs, 2 strikes with this guy on the mound. You're sitting there thinking, like, all right, this inning's over. Who do the Guardians have coming up? And is this going to extras? And then with one pitch, the entire complexion of the game, the entire complexion of the series changes.
Oh, yeah.
And that wasn't the only thing that happened last night. The Royals beat the Yankees 4-2 to tie up that series. We'll get to what Jazz Chisholm had to say after the game, because I think he made a pretty significant mistake that we'll get into. We'll talk about Dodgers Padres some. The Dodgers narking on Manny Machado because he used the ball as a weapon.
Get stitches, man.
We'll get to that. We'll get to the Monday Night Football game last night with the Chiefs beating the Saints. Domantas Sabonis talked to practice yesterday about shooting more threes. Would love to get into that as well. Jam-packed show coming up on the Insiders on a Tuesday. He's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube here on ESPN 1320 at Sacramento Sports Center.
You're listening to The Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen. Sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320 and 98.5 HD2. Sacramento Sports Leader.
Need to go change something.
Hey, Mike Valenti here, host of Cash the Ticket alongside my partner, Jim Costa. It's really simple. Are you tired of podcasts claiming they're a bunch of pro bettors when they live in their mommy's basement? Are you tired of podcasts that claim they hit 80% of the games when really they just lose like most of us? Then Cash the Ticket's the spot for you. We're real, we're transparent, we're having a hell of a good time with it, and we sit there and we're there for the sweat with you guys. We're just trying to figure it out just like you. Follow and listen to Cash the Ticket on the free.
Yeah, 1990, Dennis Eckersley had a .61 ERA. In 73 innings, 48 saves, absolutely amazing. Gave up 5 earned runs the entire season and 2 homers. And the crazy thing, he walked 4 total. Yeah, Kyle had to go fix it.
It should be fixed. If it's not, let me know.
Oh, no, they said it's good now. Boy, Sakira Bagley or RJ Barrett sustained a sprain to the right acromyoclavicular Joint, the AC joint, right? Yeah. Shoulder. That's not good. Opens a door for Davion Mitchell, who started for the Raptors. Secure, yeah. That's a sprained AC joint in the shoulder.
Oh, sorry. Clicked the wrong thing. Here we go.
Yeah.
Norm, you have no idea. I can't wait to talk to Damian today.
Is he coming in?
Yeah.
He's going to come in for the handoff?
Mm-hmm.
Is Katie coming with him? No, that would be too much.
Not today. Actually, you know what? They were talking about on the radio, so I don't care. This doesn't have to be a private thing. Their trip started with Katie not feeling well. And basically, from what I understand, she just kind of powered through it. So she's not in today, but there are plans to do a full Disney debrief featuring Katie.
Uh-oh.
I think I'm going to carve out a whole segment for it. I don't want to try and truncate it to
I think
5 minutes.
Abe is there now in Disneyland.
Yes.
And why we're not going to Disneyland, Kyle.
Well, that's part of why Damian went.
Yeah.
To try and schmooze.
Oh, try to get us.
Yes.
He's the gateway drug.
A 1320 Disneyland trip would be gold. Dude.
Oh, yeah.
You'd see a different, Disney Kyle's a little different.
All right.
It's not that serious. I have a good time.
I'd have to bring my family. They're not going to not go.
I don't know if I saw it, Lizzie. Dude, they were so funny. Absolutely not, bro. Although I guess you Dodger people are used to throwing things away.
Oh, that's the Gary Templeton look he's got going on over there.
Nice, dude.
Oh, that's not good.
I don't even dislike the Dodgers like that. I just like leaning into the bit. I'm a huge Padres guy.
Oh, I hate the Dodgers. Yeah.
If I would not do this, I would not subject anybody to that. If somebody wants to dive into the K-pop thing, I'm down to go with them, but I'm not going to force anybody to do that. Except Complex. Okay, here we go.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Yeah, big Padres guy. Always have been.
Always have been.
You're going to tell me that I lived in the Randy Jones, Dave Winfield, Steve Garvey as a Padre era. You're going to try and tell me that I'm not a big Padres guy? I cried the day Ken Caminiti died.
It's Kyle.
I have a Jake Peavy poster in my room still.
Trevor Hoffman. You bleed.
Trevor
Hoffman.
I'll never forgive James Shields for giving up that homer to Bartolo Colon. We're a laughing stock. Shout out to Jesse Agler for real. He's the Padres radio guy. I love Jesse very much.
There we go.
He's a great dude. No, I think the Padres have a great. I'm one of the few from in my life anyway that really digs the Padres colorway. The
brown and gold.
Yeah. It just really, I'm a big fan. Big fan of the look. I'm a big fan of the throwback look. I'm a big fan of the new version that they have of it. I didn't like the blue and orange is fun. It's nostalgic, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the blue ones they had through the blue uniforms they had up until pretty recently were not a fan. Didn't love those.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is the throwback. This is the old school hat. I have the new Padres hat from when I went to a Padres game for my buddy's bachelor party. They've got a bunch. Here's where I'm at with them, and I'm at this place with a lot of teams. They have a lot of good players that I like very much. Their games look like an incredible vibe. And I think they're fun to root for.
Yeah, we'd kind of made the decision, like, if we're going to continue to follow baseball, that if and when the A's relocate to Las Vegas, that we would become Padres fans. But then I made an executive decision that I didn't need to be a Padres fan, because that would mean that I would have to buy an MLB package and support Major League Baseball. So I was like, no, I'm good.
Just while we're here, while we're on this, I'll never be a fan of another team.
Yeah, no.
Like I'll never give a rip about a team the way I did about the Oakland A's. It's just not gonna. I can't do it.
Yeah.
So will I lean into the Padres fan bit as an excuse to go to San Diego a couple times a year to watch baseball? Like 100%. But bet I'm gonna plan those trips around, like, hey, who's also the visiting team?
Yeah.
I'm not gonna go watch Padres White Sox. I'm gonna go make sure I'm watching a good baseball game. So that's where that's at. But
yeah,
hey, peep tomorrow when I wear my Royals hat, and I'm gonna be a big Royals guy. Can't tell me nothing about Mike Sweeney, bro.
Oh no, you're gonna get Dan Quisenberry on us.
Hey, maybe if depending on how things go, maybe I'll rock the Dodger hat one day. I'll be my big Dodgers guy.
Oh no,
I don't hate the Dodgers. I wasn't alive in 1988.
Okay.
So I don't have the I'll turn the Kirk Gibson home run off if it comes on TV. I don't want to see it, but I don't have that lingering like disdain or that hatred.
Oh no, I do.
Yeah, no, and that's fine. That's totally fair. And obviously, like, I'm not a Giants fan. So, and any Giants fan that's like, I hate everything about the dot, like, yes, please, that rivalry is so much fun. I support it. But I don't have that hate in my heart for the Dodgers the way is it funny watching a team spend $1 bajillion and fall short every year? Like, yeah, 100%. That's super funny.
Yeah.
But I love Shohei Ohtani. Have since he was with the Angels. I can't stand the Angels, but man, Shohei's that dude. Super fun personality. Just love watching him play. Like, I'm not gonna hate Shohei now because he plays for the Dodgers.
Okay.
I don't.
No, you can't.
The only team I'm actively rooting against in the playoffs right now is the Yankees.
Oh, of course. You have to. I mean, they're the evil empire.
Yeah, I just don't want to see the Yankees win.
Yeah, between them and the Dodgers, I mean, it's like, look, how many these two teams are literally trying to buy championships.
Yeah, I think. Yeah,
and they just load up and they buy everybody, and you're like, okay, like, look, the A's payroll is like 1/6 of their payroll.
Sure,
and that's not even including the ridiculous fraud that is the Ohtani contract.
So I can't get there because the Padres have paid a lot for players. The Dodgers obviously have as well. The Mets have done the same. So I can't. The Phillies. So I can't do that. But the Yankees just been around. They have 27 titles.
Something
like that's
that.
outrageous. I'm annoyed. I'm bored. Go away. I don't want. Like they're like you said, it's the evil empire. That's who they are, and they've been incredible for most of my life. Salute to them. Amazing organization. Let people do facial hair. First of all, it's insane that it's 2024 and guys can't grow beards. But I think if I'm ranking the teams I would like to see win, Yankees at the very bottom.
Okay.
Dodgers probably next. And then from there, just
kind of ambivalent with a lot of the other teams.
Yeah, I probably lean NL more than I lean AL, just because the Royals beat the A's in 2014 and the Tigers beat the A's in 12 and 13.
Okay.
So like there's a little residual there, but it's not like
I want to see you
10 years ago, 12 years ago.
You need to come rolling in with a Chet Lemon Detroit Tigers hat.
Sure. Do I have I don't think I have a Tigers hat.
Oh. You don't even have it as part of like I could see you having a Magnum PI Halloween costume hiding somewhere.
No, I don't think maybe I have to change that. I might have to remedy that. I have to get myself a Tigers hat.
Fresh Tigers hat for the playoffs.
I have Yankees. So I have the Yankees Field of Dreams one from when they played. Who'd they play? The White Sox a couple years ago.
Yeah.
At the Field of Dreams. I have the 1920s style hat, super sick. So I had to snag that. I do have a Royals hat, a Padres hat, Dodgers. I don't have a Mets hat.
Really?
I'm missing the Mets.
Okay. See, I could go for a George Brett Royals hat. So I don't know.
What do you mean a George Brett Royals hat? Please explain.
Yeah, like Kansas City Royals, like that.
So
era.
just a Royals hat.
Yeah, that era. That era.
I don't think it's changed that much.
No,
I think their standard Royals hat is the same as it was.
They just kind of stick with what they did.
They've had some alternates. They have a city edition one. They did the black in what was that, like 04-ish, the early 2000s. They went with like a black hat that was kind of sweet. But I think the Phillies and the Mets and the Tigers are the only two remaining MLB playoff team hats I don't have.
Wow, you have a lot of hats.
Dude, it's insane.
I have a lot of hats, but they look very similar to this hat.
I'll take a photo and show you my
I don't
setup.
wear team hats.
Yeah, no, that's fine. The Guardians, the Guardians, I have a Cleveland hat, but it is the Block C with the World Series patch on it from 2016.
All right.
That's just a petty little shot I decided to take. But yeah, anyways, hats. Am I right? We're the Insiders. That's James. I'm Kyle. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. We're talking baseball playoffs. I would like Bob Costas to not call baseball games anymore.
Yeah, it's getting a little rough.
I know it's hard to let go of these legendary broadcasters, right? Al Michaels, same boat. Al Michaels should not be calling football games anymore. I'm sorry. I get he's a legend. He is an absolute all-timer. Iconic calls. Do you believe in miracles? Is maybe the greatest sports call of all time. Absolute legend. Bob Costas, absolute legend. No doubt. There are very few people on the planet who have seen more in baseball than Bob Costas. But that game yesterday was so hard to watch. It sounded to me like a video game. When a baseball video game comes out, they load in, I don't know how many phrases, 50,000 phrases, whatever the number is.
Yep.
That are just inserted in there. And so when you play the game enough, you start to hear the patterns and the rhythms, and you can predict what they're going to say on a diving play or whatever. That's what it sounded like yesterday while Bob Costas was calling the game. They punched into an AI system, have Bob Costas call this baseball game. And that's kind of what came out.
Yeah, it's really too bad because when you get to postseason baseball, there's a pageantry to it. There's, you can even let the game tell the story itself, but to sit there and almost feel disengaged and just kind of phone it in, it is really kind of a bummer to see, one of the legends of the game. And for me, with Al Michaels, it's the same. It's there should have come a point where, number one, they stopped switching partners. They just kept giving him someone new to work with.
Yeah.
That doesn't seem to have helped. And then, whether he's devalued with whatever he's doing, I don't know. It just doesn't feel like he's in it.
Yeah.
And it
talking about Al Michaels?
Yeah, Al Michaels. Yeah. And it feels like Bob Costas is kind of the same thing. You're just not really in it. And you're just kind of going through the motions with the catalog in your head of what every play should sound like.
That is exactly it. Yes.
Yeah. It's almost like, you know what it is? It feels like paint by numbers.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? It's like when someone is an artist at their job and you can be an artist at calling a game, it's just so vivid, and you're telling a story through whatever
it's
medium
a narration.
It is. Yeah. But it feels like with Bob Costas, he's just filling in the little bubbles and then switching to a different color and filling in a little bubble.
Oh, now time for the color analyst to talk. Now the color analyst is going to say something.
Yeah, it's just super unoriginal and
I'm sure it happened because I was flipping back and forth between that and the Chiefs game.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm sure it happened, but it felt like Bob Costas would say something, and it would be in a video game when you hit a fly ball and the whatever the code is says like fly ball to right, but then your guy makes a diving catch and then it goes to, and a diving catch. Like that's how it felt.
Yeah.
And there was no additional story. The color analyst would say something and then Bob Costas would go on to the next thing. There wasn't a conversation. There wasn't a discussion. Like you said, there wasn't a narrative. There wasn't a story being told. It was just nuts and bolts. Here's what's happening in this baseball game. Like if you ask me right now, I've been to a couple River Cats games, but I'm not like locked into the River Cats, right?
Uh-huh.
If you told me, hey, or Zach Bayruti, the River Cats outstanding broadcaster, called and said, hey, I need you to fill in tonight. I need you to come call the game for me. Okay. I can get through a game. It's not going to sound good. It's not going to sound nearly as good as when Zach does it.
Yeah.
Because I don't know who's been up and down. I don't know who's been really good lately. Hey, who's been hitting the ball hard, but just hasn't come up with anything to show for it. Who's really improved defensively? Like all those things that you just kind of fill in the blank spots in a broadcast.
It's that because you're there every day. That's what those things are.
Right.
They're like the knowledge, the saturation level.
Yeah.
Where you can talk about anything freewheeling.
Yes.
Within what it is that you're covering, because the subject matter so well that you can add something to it. And it's something that I appreciate so much with Mark Jones, because Mark Jones can't be there every day.
Yeah.
But the tidbits of information that Mark Jones goes around and collects they're the top of the top line. Like, I can't believe you just found that story that no one else has told before about that player, and you have that information. It's like, when did you find the time to come up with that? And that's because he does the work. So yeah, it just feels like, again, Gary Gerald will never call a game that isn't 100% authentic and in the moment.
Yep.
Ever.
You know what I rock with G-Man is his ability. He's on the Kings broadcast. So if he was a just total Kings homer, like I don't think anybody would blame him. Like that's what you're talking to Kings fans. But you can tell he's the Kings broadcaster, but it's not homerish.
Yep.
And B, like when another player a player on the other team makes a spectacular play, like G-Man's a fan too. He gets just as excited as any neutral observer would.
Oh, totally.
And dude, it is so much easier on the ears when just LeBron James makes a spectacular move and G-Man tells you, whoa, a spectacular move by LeBron James. Whatever he says. I appreciate the hell out of that when G-Man calls a game.
Yeah,
it's a little sidebar.
It's just fully authentic, and it always has been. And he's one of the best that's ever done it. And then you get to a point with some of these other guys where it's almost like a chore for them. And they're not doing, like, man, Gary Gerald does 82 games a year at like 84 years old.
Yeah,
just gangster. Just keeps going. Doesn't care, and he's willing to call the team out.
Yeah.
He's willing to say when they're playing horrible.
Yeah.
Like hold somebody accountable. Make sure that people know that the team that he is employed by is not playing up to snuff. And that to me is one of those, it like you can't compliment him enough, because again, like, he is one of the best it's ever done.
He's a legend, dude.
Yeah.
1,000%.
Yeah. So to hear bad commentating like this, it does kind of get under your skin. Like,
yeah, man. Here's there's a little bit of a difference, right, between local and national.
Yep.
I'm not expecting Bob Costas or Al Michaels or any Joe Buck, Adam Amin, Kevin Burkhart, Joe Davis, whoever, like when they're calling an NFL game, I'm not expecting those guys to be dialed into the team the way I am. I would not expect Kevin Burkhart and Tom Brady to know the ins and outs of every little thing with the 49ers the way I do. They get in production meetings. They get to talk to guys. They're going to know like background details more than I do.
Yep.
But if they get something wrong about Sam Okuwanu, that's like, okay. Like, I'm not right. But that's not necessarily their job. Their job is to narrate the game, be excited, try and, supplement the broadcast. Here's a good example. This was perfect last night. This was from the Monday Night Football game. Here's Kevin Harlan narrating or calling an interception by the New Orleans Saints. Listen to as we talk about Bob Costas sounding like AI and Al Michaels sounding like in the middle of the most exciting Thursday night game that maybe has ever existed last week between the Buccaneers and Falcons, sounding like he wanted to be anywhere else in the world.
Yep.
Sounding like he bet the under.
Yes. That's what it did feel like.
Listen to Kevin Harlan call this last night on I believe it's Westwood One.
Here we go, second down and goal. Mahomes in the gun, the 2 in New Orleans. P. Ryan in motion. There's a shotgun snap, the fake handoff, the quick throw at the goal line is deflected and it's intercepted on the play by Saunders. He runs the big man, the 10, near sideline 20, on the near sideline 30. Got a blocking from behind. The former Chief is taken down. The Saints big man got it on the ricochet at the goal line on a pass intended for Smith-Schuster. That was a thick pick. That was a thick pick.
It was a thick pick. It bounced off of Schuster's head. And
like, that's a guy having fun calling a football game.
I mean, he
That's
literally
awesome.
a thick pick. Like,
Which, pause? But, man. No, they go when a like offensive lineman or defensive lineman scores a touchdown, they call it a thick six. So that's a thick, like, that's funny. That's a guy just like Kevin Harlan is having a good ass time calling that game.
oh yeah. Like, there is no one way or the other. He's not picking a side. He's just living in the moment and enjoying a game to its fullest.
Yes. And
Like-
contrast that with what we're talking about with Al Michaels and Bob Costas, who they're legends. They've been doing this for so long. If they're a little bored or they're a little out of touch with whatever the game has become, I don't blame them, dude.
Yeah.
I don't like this. It's not a they're bad now. It's, hey, they're just kind of like they got to move on. Like, I just don't.
Yeah.
I don't.
I feel like there's
It's
a
not what I
certain
wanna
amount
hear
of
anymore.
engagement. Like, who called the Monday night game last night?
On television.
Yeah, on
It's
television.
Joe Buck and Troy Aikman.
Okay, yeah. So in that game, they have a moment where Xavier Worthy scores a touchdown.
Mm-hmm.
He runs up to the stands. His mom comes down. He hands her the ball, and they start going off on how this is his best friend in the world. It's his mom. It's his best friend.
Awesome.
Like, this whole entire story, they have her name. They go, like, they weren't going through the motions. And I don't particularly love Troy Aikman. I think Troy Aikman almost like looks for inappropriate things to say on the air. And like, hey, I'm gonna fit this this crazy statement in tonight and see what people say. But like, they've done the work, and their producers have done the work to help them, and they're in it. And like, if you're gonna make the big money and you're gonna do those jobs, like, do it well. Like,
Yeah, man.
a million people would love to have your job.
Yeah, man. I'm right there with you. Shout out to Kevin Harlan. One of the very best we have. LeBron James with no regard for human life. Like, come on, man. It's so dramatic, but he's
Yeah,
love
there's
Kevin Harlan,
there's
dude.
no one better. He just again captures the essence of what is happening as well or better than anyone. And his excitement for what is happening it just feels genuine the whole time. Like, him calling like the cat on the field. Like, yeah.
It just the best.
Yeah, like,
Or the game at Levi Stadium, this is several years back,
Mhm.
where there was a streaker on the field,
Mm.
and he did and the guy is drunk. That
Yes.
call, like,
Yes.
come on, man, that just that's the best. Like, it's, dude, you're calling a football game or you're calling a baseball game. Have a good time with it.
Yeah, I totally agree.
That's all. Speaking of baseball games, I want to get to this real quick, and then we'll get Domantas Sabonis said some really interesting stuff at practice yesterday, and you had the video on Twitter. I want to get to that because it's about Domas and shooting more threes, and I not his hesitation to do so, but just kind of how that's an adjustment for him.
Yeah.
I want to dive into that, but before we do, I want to put a bow on this baseball postseason stuff, because I'm telling you, maybe you're not a baseball fan, but this postseason has A, super high quality baseball.
Mhm.
B, the road to the title is wide open. And C, you have some legitimate, like, the Mets and Phillies hate each other. Those two teams cannot stand. The Dodgers and Padres hate each other.
Yep.
Cannot stand each other. And then you get the Royals and the Yankees. And oh nope, there we go. Here we go. I can't wait to have a producer who can do this for us. Here's Jazz Chisholm Jr. of the Yankees after they lost 4-2 to the Royals yesterday, as he stirs up some drama in that ALDS.
How different does the series feel now after game 2 compared to after game 1?
Still feels the same that we're going to win it. I don't feel like anybody feels any different. We're going to go out there and do our thing still. We still don't feel like any team is better than us. Like you said, we had a lot of missed opportunities tonight, so they just got lucky.
Hey, don't say that. 1,000% don't say that.
Bad idea.
Definitely don't say the team that just beat you in the playoffs at home got lucky.
Yeah, that's a bad idea.
Not that the Royals are all of a sudden going to be like, hey, now we're motivated. But like, dude, you're going to Kansas City now. You think the fans aren't going to let you hear it about that?
Oh, yeah.
You think that pressure isn't going to get ratcheted up just a little bit more because of that? You can think that all you want. And if he had said, we feel like we're the better team, totally.
Mm-hmm.
Every team in every series should feel like they're the better team. But when he goes, we missed opportunities tonight, they got lucky. Or you just didn't do enough. Like, you just didn't play well enough.
Or they were better than you.
Or they were better tonight.
Yeah.
In a 5-game series, dude. The Royals need to win 2 more. They win 2 of the next 3 games.
Yeah, it's wild.
And then the series is over. Your season's over. The guaranteeing wins, the calling the other team lucky, like all of that. If I was a Yankee fan, my skin would be crawling, dude.
Yeah.
I'm
here for confidence. I'm not here for
thank you. That's it.
Yeah. Because those things usually don't age well.
Right. If De'Aaron Fox in practice tomorrow, whenever he speaks again at practice, if he wanted to say, we feel like we should be the best team in the West, or we are the best, what is happening here?
I just took my head off.
Okay. You had it super off to the side.
I just fixed it.
If you need to adjust the lights, we can.
No, I fixed it.
Okay. But if De'Aaron Fox in practice tomorrow said, we feel like we're the best team in the West. Okay, fine. Actually, any team that fancies themselves a playoff team should think that.
Yeah.
Don't mind that at all. If he went, we feel like we're the best team in the West and every other team is trash. Like, oh, maybe don't do that. Like, hey, we felt like the Pelicans got lucky last year. Like, hey,
6 times.
Don't do that. Maybe don't do that. Like you said, confidence is one thing, but calling another team lucky or trash or like build yourself up. Don't try and tear the other team down.
Yeah.
Do that on the scoreboard. Do that if the Yankees want to go in. The Yankees go into Kauffman Stadium.
Yep.
And they win the next 2. It's a 7-1 and 6-0. And they win those games. And then Jazz Chisholm after the series wants to go, we felt like we should have swept them. We think they got lucky in game 2. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
A little disrespectful, but whatever. Like, hey, you won the other 3, so hard to argue.
Yep.
But don't do that. Don't do that. Have that confidence. Have those conversations amongst yourselves. If he wants to go out to Aaron Judge and say, hey, man, they got lucky tonight. Like, we got the next 2. Fine.
Yeah.
Don't say that with microphones in your face. Don't do that.
Yeah, probably not a great idea.
Not at all. Okay. Domantas Sabonis had microphones in his face at practice yesterday.
He did.
He did not call anybody lucky. He did not try and tear any other teams down. He did talk about shooting more 3-pointers, though. This is something we talked about a lot last year, and I think it's probably going to be something we talk about quite a bit this year. So let's hear from Domas, and let's discuss what the Kings offense might look like if he does start doing that. The benefits, the pros, the cons, all of that coming up. He's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insiders. Second hour coming up here on ESPN 1320, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. Yeah, there's no need to be scared of auto maintenance this October because your local Jiffy Lube has just the treats you need without the tricks, like fast oil changes or wiper blades for the upcoming raining season. I'm Kyle Madsen. He's James Ham. Devondre Campbell, Niners linebacker. Maybe hit Jiffy Lube. Gets a new windshield wipers for the windshield wiper defense.
Yeah, maybe he needs some new windshield wipers. Jiffy Lube's been serving the greater Sacramento area since 1984. convenient locations to choose from. Jiffy Lube is one of the highest rated auto maintenance providers in the area. Check out their Google ratings. They're absolutely amazing. Definitely where I go for all my oil changes.
Yeah, I've gone electric. I don't need oil changes, but still, tires, brakes, windshield wipers, air filters. There's still so many things that you need to get done at Jiffy Lube. And I can do that before the show, after the show, because they open at 7:30 a.m. They're open past 6 p.m. at most locations. I can do it before the show. I got all day to get my car into Jiffy Lube.
That's right. So visit jiffylube.com to find locations near you and valuable coupons to save you money as well.
jiffylube.com. We did it, everybody.
Yes. Uh-oh. What's happening, Chatty House?
I have 2 messages starred because I really need to talk about this, and I didn't want to continue the discussion on there.
Oh?
What? People talking about hats.
Oh, messages starred. Oh.
Yeah, in the chat.
Oh, that's a good question. You don't want to talk about them on air?
Yeah, I don't know with other stuff going on that
Yeah, that's fine.
That hat talk is super compelling. Okay, so Sal said, Kyle, you have an Astros hat. Gross. I don't know where you got that idea. I never said that. I said the team's remaining in the playoffs. The Astros no longer in the playoffs. I have a no AL West rule. The Angels old like the
A
early
with a halo?
No.
Okay.
That's a good one too. But the like early Troy Gloss era.
Okay.
The dark blue with the yellow with the winged A. Love that.
Garrett
All-time
Anderson.
great hat. Cannot wear it.
Okay.
Will not wear it. Will not own it. Texas, to me, has a dynamite hat. That block T, that font they have, outstanding hat. Won't do it. The Mariners, almost every Mariners lid is extremely fire. The early Griffey era, the early 90s, the royal blue and yellow, so sick. Won't do it. Won't touch it. And then the Astros, same deal. I think the Astros have some strong fitteds, especially the throwbacks. I do have a Colt 45s hat.
Okay.
And they became the Astros, but that doesn't count for me.
Yeah, I don't think that counts.
No. So yeah, no Astros hat for your boy. And then generally speaking, this is a fascinating question from Johnny G. And I've often wondered the same thing. He wants to know why I'm saying this like people aren't looking at the screen. Maybe they're not. But why is it that repping different baseball teams is more accepted than repping different football teams? This is a super interesting question.
Yeah.
And I feel it too. Like I would wear when I was at Sac State. I worked really closely with the athletics department there. If anybody from the Sac State athletics department is listening, shout out. But I would wear A's hat. I forget what all I had, or a Royals hat, or a Padres hat, or whatever I would wear in. And no one would say anything. I had a Jets hat because I dated a girl at the time who was a Jets fan. So I just had a Jets hat just for new. I figured like, hey, I have a bunch of A's. I got so much shit when I wore a Jets hat that was like, all right, you got it. Won't wear it anymore. My bad. Yeah. And I think it's because
you should have worn that today.
I no longer own that. I definitely don't own that anymore. I think it's because the football fandom is so like tribal, like, and there's such a visceral like to football that just doesn't exist in baseball. Baseball is so much more like leisurely and casual.
Yeah,
it's more localized too. So I just don't.
I agree. I even think like if you're looking at like jerseys, it's way more acceptable to wear a basketball jersey from somewhere else, than from your home team, than only from your home team.
Yeah, no, I'm right there.
Yeah,
like I have an Evan Mobley Cavs jersey. I wouldn't own a Justin Herbert Chargers jersey.
No.
Right? It's weird.
No, I mean,
Love Evan Mobley.
I do have a Mahomes jersey, but that's only because
that's different.
Because he's been our quarterback forever, right. Even though now we're regretting that.
Okay, here we go. Hour number 2. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We are sponsored by Jiffy Lube. We're hanging out with you until noon. Then we'll hand it off to D-Lo and Casey. D-Lo back in the building today. Shout out to Jesse Tapia. He was very good yesterday with Kenny Caraway. Super fun show. So make sure to lock in. Can't wait to talk about Disneyland with Damien. It's going to be the best.
Yeah, I'm excited.
Also, we were talking at the break. I said we were going to talk about it at the break because I didn't want to talk about it on air, but we're going to do it on air now.
Okay.
We were talking about the whole idea of you can wear like a baseball hat of a different team than your favorite team and nobody bats an eye. But if you wear a football hat of a different team, it's weird. Or if you wore a football jersey of a different team than your favorite team, it's weird. But if you wore a basketball jersey, nobody bats an eye.
Yeah.
And I do think that is so interesting. It is such a fascinating like look into sports fandom. I would love to dissect it. I don't know exactly. I would love to try and find out the psychology behind that.
Yeah.
But football just feels so much more like tribal and like visceral, like the sport is just so violent that I think that bleeds over into the fandom. Whereas like basketball, it's like, yeah, it's a contact sport, but like, man, people are more fans of players than teams. And you can be a Kings fan, but you can also be like, man, you know what? I really love watching like
Scotty Barnes.
Yeah.
Scotty Barnes?
Yeah, maybe you're just you're like, man, you know what? Love Scotty Barnes. Huge Kings fan. Diehard Kings fan. Season ticket holder. But man, Scotty Barnes is that dude. Or pick a player.
Yeah, I think it also plays
more
into
socially accepted.
Like this really weird notion that that the face of the league idea, right? Because I think the NFL, we can talk about that, Mahomes being the face of the league or whoever you want to be the face of the league. Baseball, they tried to make Mike Trout the face of the league and that hasn't worked at all. But the NBA, there is always a face of the league, at least for the last 40 years.
Mm-hmm.
Like you had your Jordan era, then, whether it's you have your AI, you have your T-Mac, your Kobe, like LeBron, like there's always like a face of the league and there's always like a hierarchy of the league. And I think it is acceptable for people from other teams to have, a Kevin Durant jersey or a, LeBron jersey.
That's a good point.
Yeah. It's just really, I think it's the way the NBA has been marketed, which has been so much better than the other leagues.
Mm-hmm.
But when it comes to the hats, it's very interesting, especially with baseball, where you do see, I mean, how many hats does Kenny have? He has a hat for every team. It feels like, yeah. So yeah, I don't know. I don't wear sports hats at all.
Right.
Yeah.
I have no idea the psychology behind it, but it is interesting. And I have always wondered about that and I don't have an answer.
Mm-hmm.
It's just kind of how it is. Like it is it's just, I hate the phrase that is what it is, but that's 100% what it is. So anyways.
All right.
If you want to know more about what we talk about at the breaks, you can visit youtube.com/ESPN1320.
There it is.
We don't go to break there. We just talk about whatever the heck the chatty house is talking about. All right. Domantas Sabonis. I didn't get this video ready because I was busy talking about hats. So I'm going to have to get the video ready as we talk here. But Domantas Sabonis talked at practice yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
And we've discussed before the idea that Mike Brown had talked about him shooting more threes this year. And so Kenny. Yeah, your headphones are right there. There you go. All right. Kenny Caraway, everybody, coming up at noon. D-Lo and KC. Tap in. I need to be better about not being distracted when people walk in.
We're just having a weird day. That's the fourth person to walk into the studio today.
Yeah, nobody ever talks to us
You never come in here.
And yet today we've had a bunch of people just pull up into the studio. It's fine.
Yeah, just like walk in.
But Mike Brown talked about one of the adjustments the Kings make, or one of the adjustments the Kings can make offensively this year is Domas shooting more threes. He wants Domas to shoot 3 to 5 a game. And Domas talked about it at practice yesterday. He posted the video at James_HamNBA on Twitter. Subscribe to the Kings Beat and listen to the Kings Beat podcast wherever you get your podcasts. Here's Domas talking about shooting more 3-pointers.
Talked a little bit about 3-point shooting, and he's okay with you maybe even encouraging you to maybe get up to like 3, 4, 5 attempts a game. Is that what are your thoughts on that?
That's definitely true. But trying to find moments in the game where I can do that, without also trying to find a balance with my playmaking. So as the preseason games go on, that's where I can start to try and test those waters.
You've been pretty efficient, like out there when you do shoot them. Does that give you confidence to maybe increase that number a little bit?
Yeah, of course. In the past, when I have shoot them, it's a decent clip. So I just gotta shoot them more with confidence.
How do you find the balance? Because you're a naturally unselfish player, and it just seems to be counter to who you are.
It's tough because sometimes when I do pass up a shot, it will lead to another play for someone else or an easy bucket. You know what I mean? So it's I just have to find the rhythm.
So here's and this is going to be the push-pull all year, pause on this, because he says when you asked him, your natural inclination as a player is to pass. That's your unselfish tendency. And he says there, like, because sometimes when I pass up a shot, it's getting passing up a good shot for a great shot, or I get somebody else a good look. And I fully understand that. I that is cut and dry. Domas believes, hey, I can be up here at the top of the key shooting this 3 at 35%. Or if I wait for a second, I can hit Keegan on a backdoor cut and he's got a layup, right? Like I understand that is fundamentally how that works to him and how that has worked to him and how he's been so successful. On the other hand, I think that there's an opportunity if he does start shooting, let's call it, I'm just going to say 3. I'm going to call it 4. Because I don't want to say 3 threes. Let's say he starts taking 4 3-pointers a game. That's just, let's land on that number for now. I understand that maybe that means there's not an easy basket for Keegan or whoever. But at the same time, it changes if he can stay efficient and shoot, what do you think? 35%?
Yeah.
Is that
35, 36?
35.
Yeah.
A good enough percentage that teams don't go, okay, great. Yeah, you blaze away, big guy. Like, go ahead. Making teams come out and defend you differently, I think will open up the offense more, open up the floor more. And I think by virtue of doing that, he can, I'm saying he can do both. He can thread the needle of, shooting more threes and hitting them at an efficient clip may change how teams are defending you, thus getting even more open shots for your teammates than you would get if you didn't shoot those threes. Did I articulate that correctly?
Yeah, I totally understand what you're saying. And like, I went through and I looked at the stats and Domantas Sabonis in the first half of the season was like shot like 42% from 3. And this in the second, the post All-Star break, like stretch, he only took 26 threes in 28 games. That's not enough. And he only hit 7 of them. So his percentage was all the way down to like 26%. If he would have shot 3 more threes, if he would have hit 3 more threes, he would have shot like 38 point something percent.
Yeah.
So the small sample size of only taking 26 threes, it hurt him. And I don't think it helped the Kings, especially as they got to a point where they needed more scoring and they needed more perimeter shooting once you lost Monk, once you lost Kevin Huerter. But I think that this is going to be the problem with Domas. It's not that he's going to be bad at shooting threes, because Sabonis is a player who, whatever his weaknesses are, he tries to work on them in the offseason. He's with Doug Christie the entire summer working out and trying to get better at the game of basketball. And sometimes, like, we've seen that, like, again, he's better at shooting the 3. The 3 is going in more than it's not. But that doesn't change who he is as a player. And I really do think he's going to be fighting this the whole time because he doesn't want to be selfish. And because this is a player that averaged, 8 assists per game last season.
Yeah.
And this is, his role with this team is to be a quarterback, to make sure that everybody is getting to eat. And I think he's going to struggle with the idea that he has to shoot it. There are at least 3 or 4 times a game where he has an opportunity to take a 3 and he does not pull the trigger. That's where you need him to automatically lock in and do it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because you can still, I still think he can very easily average 8 assists a game, because not every 3 that he passes up leads to an assist.
Yeah.
Like not every 3. There are so many times, and this is another aspect of this. We talked about this at games together. Domas misses his first 3.
Over.
Chances are he's not taking another one.
Yes.
And defenses know that. So now not only do you have defenses sagging off because, hey, we're going to make you prove you can hit it. But now they know, hey, he missed the first one. God forbid he misses 2. Hey, when he's out there, don't bother.
Yep.
We're going to play 4-on-5 and he can stand out there and look. And that's, and again, he's been successful with it. I totally get it. And I get why he's 27, 28 years old now. He's been playing this style for so long and he's had so much success with it that it's not going to be super easy in one off season to be like, yeah, I'm just going to start shooting 3s now. But at the same time, I think there's so much value in it for the Kings offense. If he can shoot 4 a game, hit 35%, I think it just opens up. You start to talk all this talk already about like, oh, what's their spacing going to look like? Hey, all right, well, there it is. There's your big man shooting 36% and he's shooting 3 to 4 a game.
Yep.
I'm really, really interested to see how that plays out over the course of the year, because it's not like Mike Brown gives a guy a green light and the guy suddenly goes, great, I'm going to start shooting it. Keegan's had a green light. Keegan's had the greenest light.
Yeah.
And it's still been a little hesitation here, a little hesitation there. So I'm interested to see how that evolves, because they've got to learn. And we've heard Domas say this when you were out at his camp. And he said, we got to learn to play around DeMar DeRozan. So there's going to be a little bit of an adjustment there. And then B, how off of that is one of those adjustments just off the dribble handoff. Domas just takes a step back behind the 3, and that's a kick out option for DeMar. Or
yes,
is it right? Like, is that what it is? Or is it, man, hey, you know what? Sometimes we're going to get out on the break and you're going to have a trailer. Just launch it.
That's what the trailing 3 is what I would love to see.
Yeah.
Because there are so many opportunities. But I also feel like in the half court, there's potential for him shooting more 3s to gum up the DHO game. Because we talk about this. Well, if he starts shooting and hitting 3s, then his man is going to have to come out. Well, now, as opposed to what's been happening in the last 2 years in Sacramento, where you're able to run all of these dribble handoffs off the top of him because his man is sagging all the way. So now all he has to do is pick one guy. He doesn't have to worry about the other guy because the other guy's already sagging 5 feet off. So now what you've done is there's a potential for this to crowd the DHO game if he does hit the 3. And I don't know. I want to see how it works in functionality.
But now you're opening, and that's fair. But now you're opening space under the basket.
Maybe.
Like, great. Isn't that the goal, is to pull the center away? Like, now I don't.
Well, when the goal is to shoot 35 3s a game, I don't know.
Oh,
you know what I mean? So like, it's going to be complex. Like, I don't think there is a butterfly effect to anything that you do as a player.
No doubt.
And for me, like, I really like the player that Sabonis is. I like the fact that he averaged, 19.4 points, 8.2 assists, and 13.7 rebounds last year. I think the Kings they've put an emphasis on offensive rebounding this year. So you're going to see the guys in the corners crashing a lot more, right? Going for rebounds, offensive rebounds.
Yeah, it can't be Domas by himself down there.
No. And so I think if you have those crashers, it will give you more opportunity to have Sabonis as a trailer or as a 3-point shooter, catch and shoot, whatever it is. He doesn't need to create. He doesn't have to get fancy. This is going to be very, very specific situation where he has an open look and he needs to stop tapping his foot and stop pump faking and just actually take the shot.
Yeah, man, that would because you get out on the run, you get it to Domas as a trailer, and then he stops and he's looking at it. It's like, no, just put it up.
Yeah.
Shoot it. I'm trying to keep pace here, man.
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah. So hopefully, and maybe he doesn't. Maybe DeMar DeRozan brings enough offensive creation, and enough shot making with De'Aaron Fox, with Malik Monk that, hey, you know what? Domas is a factor. Scoring doesn't matter what he does. He's going to get his points, barreling through centers and getting his rebounds and putbacks, and he's going to get to 18 to 20 points that way. And the 3-pointers just don't matter. But man, I think the maximized version of this Kings offense is just that. Again, not trying to design 3-pointers for him. And some games he's not going to shoot any. Some games he might shoot 6.
Yeah.
But just trying to, within the flow of the offense, because they're there for him within the offense. And that's maybe that's what I've been misconveying in this. I'm not saying they need to design threes for Domas. But when they are there, and we've done it, we've sat at games together and been like, you got to shoot that. You got to shoot that.
Yep.
Nope. All right. Ball's back on the floor. They're into the offense. There's 8 seconds left on the shot clock. Hopefully De'Aaron Fox can get to the mid-range. Like that. That's just, I think the offense will be more efficient if they start utilizing that more often. And maybe they do, maybe they don't. But that's how DeMar fits is obviously the top thing everyone's watching. But B, whether Domas does that or not is going to be the other thing that I'm keeping a very, very close eye on.
Yeah, I agree. And like, look, last year, Harrison Barnes averaged 4.7 3-point attempts per game. You need to find a way to make up for those because you're looking at DeRozan, who's around 2.8 threes per game. In order to keep that spacing, DeRozan needs to shoot 3.5 threes a game, but his percentages are way lower career-wise or like over the last couple of years than what we've seen from Sabonis. So you kind of have to pick your poison there and say, okay, can I get 1.5 more out of Domas and can I get 0.7 more out of
Sure.
DeRozan and somehow come up with a formula that gets closer to what your offense looked like last year? And maybe you do, maybe you don't, but I definitely think that there's room for improvement from Sabonis, not just in the percentage, but in the just the raw number of threes that he takes.
I can't wait for basketball, man.
Yeah.
I'm so fascinated by what this is going to look like. There's just, there's 2 reasons for excitement. One, it's so new. It's so different. This isn't Chris Duarte. Right? This is not, oh yeah, Jalen McDaniels. Like throw him in there and see what it looks like. Now, this is just a player who's going to fundamentally change what the Kings are doing offensively. Now you've got the coach talking about fundamentally changing what their center does, their offensive focal point. A, that's exciting just because it's going to be different.
Yeah.
And B, it's like, dude, they might just be good as hell. Like the more we talk about this and the more, here's what this sounds so counterintuitive and this sounds so dumb. This sounds so sports radio. It's illogical. This is not, there's no empirical data to back this up. It's just a vibe. And that's what I go off a lot of the time. I listen to a couple different NBA podcasts. I read various NBA writers, and the amount of people that just are like, yeah, the Kings are what they're 46, 48 when I think the Ringer NBA show their power rankings, they had the Kings at 17, something like that. 17, I think 17, 18, Ooh. somewhere below 15, like below the middle mark.
Okay.
And it's just like, man, does being in Sacramento just give me purple colored glasses? Like maybe that's it. Maybe just talking to people around the team, and there's the vibes are great with the team, and there's optimism there. Maybe that's coloring my view of what the Kings are. Maybe their defense in their second unit is just abysmal, and they just get run off the floor with their second unit, even with Malik out there. Sure, maybe, but like I can't get there. And maybe I'm just Kings pilled doing radio here and doing media here for so long, but I think they're going to be really good. And all the people at hoops, True Hoop.
Yeah. You said David Thorpe.
Yeah, David Thorpe had him at like 46 wins. You got the Ringer NBA show guys who, this is not Kevin O'Con, man. This is Wosny Lambre and Justin Verrier and Rob Mahoney. Like I think they're not perfect basketball analysts, but I think they're generally pretty objective. And like, man, am I missing something here? Like I just, and all the people going like, yeah, 46 wins. Yeah, they're 18th best, 17th best team in the league, whatever. I just, all of that helps my vibe with the Kings. And it's just like, man, they're going to win like 52 games. They might just be they might just be like 3 or 4 seed. And everyone's going to be like, whoa, the Kings. It's like, yeah, man, we've been here. We're letting you know.
I'm with
maybe
you.
I don't know. I might be crazy.
I don't think you're off base, man. Like, we'll do like a prediction show like right before the start of the season. Like, we'll go through and look at, how many wins we think they'll get. We'll look at who their MVP might be and all that stuff. Their breakout player of the year. But for me, like, this team is really, really strong at the top.
Mm-hmm.
I'm concerned about the injuries, and I'm concerned about the depth right now.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm concerned about I'm concerned that they aren't getting the same challenge in training camp that they have historically. Like, you have so many players, rotational players that are sitting right now that aren't there every day. Yeah. That it's really like, we always, there's all these sports cliches and stuff, like the iron sharpens iron thing. It's a little rough. Like, when you're playing against, third and fourth team guys every day in training camp because your second team guys are just all gone.
Mm-hmm.
That's not a good situation to be in.
Good point.
And so I think the preseason is going to be extremely important for this team.
Starts tomorrow.
Yeah, it starts tomorrow against Golden State Warriors, 7:30 start, ESPN.
Watch out for Lindy Waters.
Yeah, there you go. But I think it's one of those things where we won't know what they look like until they get on the floor against somebody else and start playing actual basketball. And that's because, first of all, you don't get to see a lot of training camp. But secondly, the guys they're going up against aren't historically NBA players. They're not seasoned, experienced NBA players. And that's a difficult thing to overcome. So I'm hoping that they start getting guys back. I'm hoping that Kevin Huerter and Jordan McLaughlin and, again, Trey Lyles, like, these guys get back on the court. But there's a big difference. Like, just think of it that way. Like,
yeah,
what if they're not playing on day one of the regular season and you're going in with some guys who don't have experience? You would instantly think, oh, that's not a good thing, right?
Yeah.
Well, what would make it a good thing that that's who your starters are practicing against every single day? And it's a little rough. So, and that's not to call these guys out. I mean, there's nothing you can do to get more experience except for play the game.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's a good thing that some of these guys are getting a ton more reps than they would normally. It's good for them, but it might not be good for the whole. Yeah. And that's a problem.
Yeah, no doubt. I can't wait to overreact to the game tomorrow.
Oh, yeah?
Dude, Thursday I'm coming in hot. Whatever happens in that game, I'm making sweeping declarations.
Well, keep in mind, though, that the Warriors have already played games.
I think they played one.
Okay. But one game against other opponents.
Dude.
Yeah.
I don't care about preseason at all.
Oh, no.
I'm excited to see the starters and what that looks like. Excited to see, Colby Jones, obviously. Colby Jones fan club. We're in the house. Mason Jones, obviously. Some of the guys, Isaac Jones, Isaiah Crawford. Seeing those guys move around.
Just say Jones and Ellis. I'm just excited to see Jones and Ellis. That encompasses like 7 players right there.
Right. Just to kind of see, but that's more. What does this look like? And potential? Is there potential long-term contributions here?
Yeah.
Not like, hey, any of those guys are going to have a major impact on this year. I'm just not. Who is the guy for the Kings that had the huge preseason summer league game and that like opener? Law? No, he had a Arms.
Oh yeah, Adonis Arms.
Adonis Arms, yes.
Oh man, what happened to Adonis Arms?
I don't know, but he was like that's kind of what.
Yeah,
that exact type of performance is why I'm 100% not going to overreact, but I'm going to do it for the radio.
Okay.
Yeah, we're going to have fun with that.
I'm here for your overreactions Thursday. Overreactions.
We're going to have fun with it for sure. All right. He's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insiders. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. Damian Barling went to Disneyland.
Mm-hmm.
And if you know Damian, that sounds like oil and water mixing. Damian had a great time, and he's going to tell us about it. Coming up next here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. Voice guy, say the same thing, please. Oh my goodness. What happened? Good? Why not?
It starts at 4:15, and the days these days, or the days they run early.
Do you want to just go now?
No, it's okay. I've been there every day.
Okay.
I missed one day last week, and that's because they bumped it to 11:30. All right.
Yeah. That's fine. I'm trying to figure out what I want to do here. That's so funny. The reel of him and Katie doing their fit checks was so funny. Do you guys, we're going to do some NFL stuff. I have a gimmicky real or fake segment that I want to give a creative name, but I haven't thought about it yet. Do we want to do NFL playoff teams, real or fake? Or do we want to do, if you had to pick a Super Bowl matchup right now, what would it be? My dog. Dude, this was all of the content. Did you see the one they did if they were doing like dueling videos, where it was D'Lo doing the video with Katie in the background and Katie doing the video with D'Lo in the background, and then they like stacked them on top of each other? Really good. All right, real or fake? What are we gonna call? I want to do I want to give it a funny gimmicky name, but I don't want it to be like real or fake or buy or sell, like gods or frauds or something. Like the top button, like this, or this top button? Oh no, I gotta go top button. Cash or ass? We're trying to name our buy or sell segment because we want it to be more creative than buy or sell or real or fake.
Oh.
Let's go. This looks ridiculous. Bop or not? Ooh. Ooh, all in or cash out is fun.
In or out. Yeah.
All in or I'm cashing out. Mid or loud? Universal. Acquire or short. Whoa, relax. That's crazy. The Indigo or Sativa, I think they're more of a hybrid, actually. Keep or yeet, that's funny. I think the bit is going to be, we're going to call this something different every week. We're going to do this every Tuesday, and then we'll just call it something different every week. Pass or dash? Kellogg General guys or wieners. Hey, don't sleep on wiener schnitzel, bro. Don or Juan, magic spoon or ram. Spam or ham is good.
The Jets will give interim coach Jeff Ulbrich a chance to earn the permanent job with 12 games remaining.
Of course they are.
That sounds legit.
And then they'll hire Clint Kubiak in the offseason, and they'll sign Aaron Rodgers to a 1-year, $50 million deal.
There it is.
So we're gonna do NFL real or fake. Except we're gonna call it something different every single week.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
John, the sales guy yesterday. We love John. He's sitting in one of the offices, one of the vacated offices, and he looks at me with this kind of like not like a smirk, I guess, kind of like I guess in if I was writing a book, I would describe it as like a wry grin, right? Kind of
okay.
And I'm walking up and I was like, "What's up?" And he goes, "When's karaoke night?"
Oh no.
And I was like, "What?" And he goes, "You should have seen what you started the other night, man." Because before I left our party, I had told Complex. Well, long story short, Complex basically challenged me to do Blow the Whistle by Too Short.
Okay.
And I was like, no, I'm not going to do it. It's a work function. It's a work function. Then I was getting ready to leave and he played it as I was getting ready to leave. I was like, all right, now I feel called out. Like now I for sure feel called out. So I had to do it to him. I had to let him know.
You started something for sure.
Yeah. Burnt the place down. It was great. And then I get videos. I'm not even out of the parking lot yet. And I get a text from James and I'm like, oh, did I leave something? And I open it and it's Jonathan, our engineer, doing the, I forget what it's called, the Up in Here song by DMX.
Just ridiculous.
Y'all gonna make me lose my mind?
Yeah.
That song. And then I get another video of Damien doing a song. And then when I get home, I go on Instagram and there's you doing karaoke. I've got one of Katie. There's one of did Justine and Stacy do one? Who are all these people in the office, all these salespeople?
It went for hours, just so you know. Hours.
Right.
I was
like
here
people,
for hours.
People stopped posting because it was like, hey, we've posted too many videos of people singing. And no, John, and I was like, oh yeah, I was like, that was cool. And he's like, no, when are we going? So I'm trying to line up an Odyssey karaoke night.
I think he was really wanting to have karaoke, but I don't think the playlist wasn't.
Yeah, that's exactly what he said. He was like, none of the songs really hit my vibe. So I told him, I was like, bro, we'll duet Rocket Man by Elton John.
Yeah.
He's like, love that song. I'm like, perfect.
Okay.
So I'm trying to line that up.
Okay. I'm in.
Great. I know you are. I know you're down for some karaoke. Okay, so we're having a really great time at the break at youtube.com/ESPN1320. Salute to the chatty house. Terrific show as always, guys. I want to do a real or fake segment, like buy or sell.
Okay.
It's just a gimmicky radio segment, right? But I didn't want to call it buy or sell or real or fake. And so I crowdsourced some name ideas from the chatty house and tons of good suggestions.
Okay.
And so what we're going to do is we're just going to call this something different every week.
Okay. Just random.
Yeah. So there's, there's, couple suggestions I can't use.
Yeah, there's some inappropriate ones.
We're going to go with Boom or Doom today. Boom or Doom is going to be the name of the segment today.
Okay.
So Boom or Doom. So what we're going to do is we're going to go through the NFL playoff teams and you tell me, feel good about that team keeping their playoff spot, or do you think that team is going to fall out of the playoff picture?
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yep.
And then we'll go into some teams that are not in the postseason. Boom or Doom. Is this team going to boom or are they doomed?
Okay.
Okay. Let's start with the Kansas City Chiefs. That's a boom for me.
Yeah, it's a boom.
Chiefs are making the playoffs. Right?
Oh no, for sure.
Okay.
They're making the playoffs. They're probably number one seed.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go outside of the division leaders because it's Houston, Baltimore, Buffalo. We're good with all them.
Yeah, for sure on Buffalo, Baltimore. Yeah. All three.
Yep. What about Pittsburgh? They're the 5 seed right now out of the AFC North.
I'm gonna say Doom.
Okay.
Well, you know what? They might be boom just because there really isn't anyone else.
So that's why I wanted to do this exercise.
Yeah.
Because my knee-jerk reaction with the Steelers is they're a doom team. Like they don't, I mean, they look bad against against the Cowboys, and Justin Fields is talented enough to probably keep them in some games, but is he so good that he's going to drag them to the playoffs? Like, I don't know. But then you go, here are the teams chasing Pittsburgh. Denver?
Never.
Denver sitting at 3-2?
Nope.
I do not believe Denver is going to make the playoffs. The Chargers? I think the Chargers are going to make the postseason.
Maybe if Herbert gets back full strength and they start looking good.
Yeah.
They're coming off a bye, right?
Yes. Herbert needs to get healthy for sure. But I'm gonna rock with the Chargers for now. But then here are the teams. So when you start talking about Denver falling out, okay, so that means one of these teams is going to climb up. And to get Pittsburgh out of there, you need a second team to climb up. The New York Jets?
No.
Vibes are bad. I'm down on the Jets.
Yep, me too.
The Raiders?
No.
Don't trust them.
No.
Miami?
No.
I could see it with Miami. Tua comes back. If Tua comes back and stays healthy, I could see, because we're talking about Denver and Pittsburgh. So you need 2 teams to drop out and 2 teams to fill those spots. I could see Miami being one of those teams, as long as Tua comes back and is healthy.
Okay.
Indy?
Maybe, but I'm not sold.
No. Tennessee?
No, not at all.
Cleveland?
No.
Cleveland stinks.
No, they're horrible.
There's going to be a full-blown mutiny against Deshaun Watson. Do you know how bad you have to be that your fan base is like actively rooting that there's a lawsuit against you that allows him to get out of your contract?
Oh, yeah.
I don't think the players rock with him. I think he's mentally fried. That's
the biggest thing.
Stinks, bro.
They talked about it a little bit on this weekend, on some of the football shows that I was watching, where they talked about how, he used to have all this confidence and just like this vibe about him, and he's lost all of that, and they don't know how to get that back.
Mm-hmm.
And they were saying at some point, like, you have no choice but to do what's right for the team, and what's right for the team is to put anyone else in there.
Yeah, right. Like Joe Flacco was awesome for them last year.
Yeah.
And they let him walk because he was too good.
Yep.
And if you're the Browns right now, you're looking at 1-4, you're watching Deshaun Watson get off to the worst start a quarterback has ever gotten off to with the Browns. That's saying something.
Oh yeah, that's saying something.
At some point, your roster is going to start looking at the coaching staff and being like, "This guy,
yeah,
this is it."
Yeah,
this is at some point
franchise,
you're going to lose a locker room, man.
This is a franchise that had Johnny Manziel on the roster.
Yeah,
at one point.
Or Tim Couch, or
yeah.
I'm now struggling to think of all the bad Browns quarterbacks, but you get it. I think Jason Campbell was there for a minute.
I forgot about Jason.
Brandon Whedon.
Oh,
right. It's just been a mess, right? But anyways, Jacksonville.
I hate saying this, but they are bad. I don't. Maybe
I don't trust their coaching staff. I think their coaching staff stinks.
Yeah, and Trevor Lawrence is just not him.
Yeah, at least not. No, Cincinnati is the other team. I'm not selling my Cincinnati stock yet.
Not either.
Cincinnati's a boom team for me. All those other teams doom.
I hate it, but you have to at least look at them and go, okay.
But this just goes back, and as we bring this back to Pittsburgh at the 5 seed, I don't know that I'm super confident that Miami and Cincinnati or any of the other teams we just talked about are gonna climb up.
No, that's true.
So it's gonna be fascinating to watch. In the NFC, Minnesota. What are we doing on Minnesota?
Yeah, as of right now, they're the best team in football.
Yeah, they're making the playoffs. They might get the bye, man. They're 5-0.
It's them, and then the Chiefs, and then a whole bunch of I don't knows.
What about Washington?
We looked at their schedule, and there's potential for them to be a 12-win team without.
Yeah, they might get to 8-3.
Yeah, I mean, so as of right now, you know what? I'm in on them. I think.
Me too, man.
I think they're a playoff team. I think their young quarterback is absolutely amazing.
Yeah.
And I want to see what Daniels can do.
Me too.
Just really a baller.
Where are we at with Atlanta?
Yeah, they've got too much firepower. All the 3 teams in the NFC South, all 3 of them won't make it. So I'm going to say the Bucs and the Falcons are going to be the 2 teams that make it, and that the Saints are out.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not sure. I kind of want to see what happens with Carr and the injury he sustained last night. I don't think we know what it is yet.
I'm out on New Orleans.
Okay.
I was out on New Orleans to start the year, And the more we watch them, the more their first 2 weeks look super fraudulent.
Yeah.
Out.
Who's their backup quarterback that they threw in
Jake
last time?
Haener, Fresno State legend.
Jake Haener.
Julie Haener, Bay Area media legend. It's her kid.
Oh, that's right. That's
Yeah.
right. That's right.
Yeah.
His like preseason team photos are funny.
Are they?
They
You
are.
have a good time with them?
I guess. I don't
Okay.
know. You'll look at them, you'll be like, oh, huh.
Okay.
All right.
All right. I'll check that out. Yeah, Atlanta's a boom team for me. I don't know if they win the division or not, but I think they have enough defensively, and I just think Kirk Cousins is good enough to get you to the playoffs. Especially in that division. I think Tampa Bay is good, but I'm not buying the Saints, and I'm certainly not buying the Panthers. What about Seattle?
No, I mean, okay. I feel like that there are better teams. They're like a bubble playoff team for me. I mean, offensively, I think they're good. Defensively, I don't think that they're great.
The segment today is called Boom or Doom. Are you booming or dooming?
I'm going to doom.
You're going to doom the Seahawks.
Yeah.
Yeah, if they're not, to me, the NFC West, this goes for the 49ers, the Cardinals, the Rams, and Seattle. So all 4 teams, the NFC West, just like I said, you're welcome. I think they're going to get one playoff team. The division winner is going to be the 4 seed, and
I would agree.
the 3 or 4 seed or whatever.
Yeah, I agree.
That'll be their one
division winner.
Yep. Detroit.
Oh yeah, Detroit's a boom team for sure.
Yep, right there with you. What about Chicago? Chicago currently the 6th seed at 3-2. Caleb Williams looks like he's figuring it out a little bit. Or do the Panthers just stink?
Oh no, it's for sure the Panthers stink.
Maybe both.
Yeah, both things can be true. I don't know. I think they're gonna get caught up in the wash a little bit. Like, I think that there are too many teams that are kind of that I would put in the rise in the boom category. I think they're probably a year away, Chicago.
They have potentially a brutal second half of the year.
Yeah.
So their bye week is week 7. Chicago gets Washington coming out of the bye.
Okay.
Then they're at Arizona. Then home against New England. Then they get Green Bay, Minnesota, at Detroit, at San Francisco, at Minnesota, home Detroit, home Seattle, at Green Bay.
Oh, yeah, they're going to lose like their last 6.
That is a gauntlet, dude.
Yeah, that's
assuming the 49ers figure it out. And
that's
assuming
gonna be
Seattle's
tough.
still good. But that's a really, really tough schedule for I'm gonna doom I'm dooming the Bears today.
I'm gonna doom the Bears too.
But that could change. Like I said, we're going to do this every week. We'll reassess because that's what the NFL season is all about. The Chicago Bears strength of victory, which is the combined winning percentage of the teams they've beaten, is 0.214.
Oh.
Yeah. They beat the Rams and the Panthers, who are 2-8 combined.
Okay.
All right. But we can put a pin in that. We can talk NFL all week because Damian Barling is here for the handoff, fresh off a trip to Disneyland. Super impressive that you did the wake-up call on 106.5 The End this morning in Disneyland, got on the PJ, and made it here in time for your program at noon. That's incredible.
The magic of radio, baby. The magic of radio. No, that was awesome. I had so much fun this weekend. I had a blast with Katie. She was like having a VIP tour guide all throughout Disney World.
Incredible.
It got to the point where before we left, I think it might have been Sunday night where we're walking around and I'm like, how many times have you been here? Because she walks everywhere with great confidence.
Yes.
Like she never looks, she's never looking for landmarks. She was like, no, it's this way.
Yeah.
And she was never wrong.
Right.
She's been there like several dozen times.
Yeah.
So she'd point out, do you know that Walt Disney is pointing to the exact coordinates that his brother is at Disney World? And then she talked about the lamp in the office that was the changeover. It was awesome. I'm
really glad you got to experience that with somebody who is like a Disney person.
Yeah, for sure. Like I don't think I could have had a better time with anyone else.
And that was I wasn't
you and Heather excluded. Like
yeah,
I think
well, obviously, yeah, thanks.
And we do have gifts for you, by the way, for you and
you didn't have to. That's so nice.
Well, I don't want to take full credit for it. Katie was like, "Hey, we got to get Heather and Kyle something."
That's so nice. Wow, that's so sweet. I was not that I was worried really that you were going to have a bad time, because nobody goes to Disneyland and is like, this sucks. Well, some people do, but those people are weird. I was concerned that you would come back and be like, it was fine, I don't get it. Because that's sometimes sometimes like just the reaction. If you didn't grow up in it and you did, and you're not around it a lot, like maybe that's just. But the fact that you were on social, as like hyped as you were, you texted me at 10:18 on Sunday morning.
Yeah,
you're like, I'm having such a great time.
No,
I haven't
it
even
was
gone to
awesome.
Disneyland yet.
No, we haven't.
It's like, this is amazing.
No,
I'm so happy.
I'd been up since 2:30 on Sunday.
Yeah,
Like,
so you flew down Sunday morning.
Yep.
It was a disaster getting there, apparently.
Not good. It wasn't the best. My partner was throwing up, and she was concerned that we might not be able to pull this off. And to her credit, it was like, look, we didn't book these flights, so we can't change them. We'd have to go through Disney to change them. And she was like, okay, it's okay. I got it. And so we got there, and it was a bit messy once we got to the airport. I didn't navigate. I became a bit disheveled, but we got on the flight. We got there. Disney takes great care of you. So the car was there. We got to the hotel, and the room wasn't ready because it was like 7 in the morning. The rooms weren't ready. So it was just like, well, let's just go out.
We drop off our bags and go.
Grab some coffee and went. And it was awesome. One, because no one was there.
Yeah.
There were barely any people there at 8
yeah.
o'clock in the morning. And the way they stagger it is we could get into California Adventure on Sunday at 8 o'clock, but we couldn't get into Disneyland until 11.
Right.
It was the opposite on Monday.
Oh,
Right.
nice.
So we could get into Disneyland at 8 and California Adventure at 11. But yeah, we were walking around and it was like, this is great. We, like I said, we had our coffee, a little breakfast, and she's just explaining stuff to me. And then eventually you knew the place. We got an alcoholic beverage somewhere. And
yeah. The Lamplight Lounge.
No, was it called? Maybe. I don't remember, but I know it was awesome.
Great.
And it was just a blast. I had a lot of fun.
The Grand Californian's beautiful, right?
It is. It's very nice. The rooms are it's very nice. Yeah.
We're gassing it up.
No, it's dope. It's very nice.
Did you use the entrance into California Adventure from
Yes.
there? Nice, dude.
Yes.
That's the key.
Yeah. You were
That's the key.
100% right. You roll out of bed and walk right into the park.
Yeah, exactly. And no one else gets to do that. So I mean, that's what's really cool.
No, it was very dope.
Yeah.
I love that for you, man. What was your favorite attraction?
The first ride we went on, we didn't get to experience a ton of rides, not out of like desire to. It's just we were spacing things out and doing different things. But the first thing we did, I think it was called Soarin'.
Yes.
I loved it. Yeah. Oh my God, I love that. So the first 2 rides we did that day were Soarin' and then the Cars.
Radiator Springs Race.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun. we did a video, I think, with that one. But Soarin' was a blast because I thought I'd been on rides like that before, and I thought I picked up on to what was going on. The thing's not really going to move. It's just going to be the screen, and maybe it's going to do this. And then I realized, oh, no, it lifts.
Yep,
it's up. Like, okay, I kind of didn't really think that was happening. I just thought the screen was going to come closer, and it was going to do all of this stuff. So I was a bit startled when we took off over the mountains. And I grabbed Katie, which wasn't like, it was fine, like whatever. But she caught me grabbing the other rail as if we were on like some sort of scary roller coaster. And I look over and everybody's just sitting there smiling. And I'm like, all right, whatever.
Well, if you go into that ride, you've been on Soarin', correct?
Yeah.
If you've been on that, if you go on that ride thinking, I'm going to sit like, and it's going to be like a movie. And all of a sudden, so did you see the ride mechanism?
Yes.
It goes like this.
Yep. Yeah.
So if you're expecting to sit there like a movie theater,
which
and then all of a sudden you're moving,
that's
jarring. And then you look down and you're like, oh, I'm up here.
Yep.
Like, if you're not ready for it, So I was.
It was my fault though, because no one told me that.
Right.
I fooled myself into thinking that's what this was.
Yeah.
Now,
what is understandable?
When did you go to you went to Disney on the actual park on Monday?
No. We went to Disneyland
both days
later that evening. Yeah, we definitely went both days. But we wound up in Disneyland after dinner, like 5 or 6 o'clock on Sunday night.
Okay.
Did you do any attractions there?
We did a couple of Star Wars rides.
Nice.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you did Smuggler's Run.
Yes.
How'd that go?
We did that. It was fun.
Yeah.
It was interesting.
I know you're a big Star Wars hunk.
There's
so
a lot
probably
of
like
I can't say I fully understood everything that was happening, but it was there was that was fun.
Okay.
There were a couple of really good ones that we did. When we went back Monday, our time was limited because we actually, break kayfabe a little bit. We recorded everything that you heard this morning on the end.
Mhm.
We recorded it from roughly 6 to 10 a.m. yesterday.
Right.
And then we had to pack up our rooms, put our bags downstairs, and then we went to the park for a few hours before going to LAX. And so we didn't quite have as much time to get on rides. Like we checked wait times and used the app and did all of that stuff. But it didn't really allot for it. It was like, cool, let's just go hang out, grab some lunch. And
that's a vibe.
And yeah.
It's a good spot to hang out.
All right.
I'm glad you enjoyed it, man.
I did. I think two of my closest friends now are Disney people because me and Katie are thick as
you
thieves
guys
now,
are
and
homies
you.
now.
So now I got to get into the now, and now I got The Nightmare Before Christmas with James.
This is great.
Which I've committed to watching that movie this year, and if
You're
I
gonna
have
love
to
it.
buy
I think
a
you're gonna rock with
13-foot
it.
jack, then I got to buy a 13-foot jack.
Hey, this is gonna sound so weird. Oh shoot, we gotta go. Can we watch that movie together?
That does sound weird.
Can we bring our? Can we?
Yes,
bring.
we can
people?
watch it together. Yeah,
Okay.
we can watch it together.
Okay, thanks.
You didn't have to ask that on the air.
Yeah. I know where you're going. It's fine.
Fine. I just want to hang out with the homies, and it's weird now.
Yeah, let's do it.
That's right.
All right. D'Lo and Casey coming up next. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insiders, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. We're back tomorrow at 10 a.m. Until then, drink water and be nice to people. Bye. See you, chatty outs. Appreciate y'all. Good show today. Oh.
Logged in to see you guys a little bit yesterday, and then saw my guys had left the Insiders logo up for 2 hours and just decided, you know what? I'm just going to log out.
So about 45 minutes in, I noticed that, and I didn't know how to change it. And then at about 2:30, I found out how to change it. I was like, oh, but I didn't want to touch nothing. When I found out how to change it, I changed it, but I was like, I guess we're just gonna be the Insiders today because I don't know how to change this. That's crazy. Fox is starting his 8th season. Feels like he just got here. It's so crazy. He's starting his 8th season and he's not even old yet.
We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Hey, yo. What's good, baby? Let him ride one more time. Hey. We welcome you in here to the Tuesday, October 8th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we are live
from the worst slums of Sacramento.
Yes, indeed. Happy to be back here with you. Happy to be on my second show of the day. I can't lie.
I mean, that's what he do, man. That's what he do.
Can't lie. Ego is riding pretty tough right now. Man, when I tell you, imagine this.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine walking around the Golden One Center with Kenny Caraway. Multiply that by 10. And that's what walking around Disneyland with Katie from the Wake Up Call is like. It started at LAX, where the people behind us who were flying to Disneyland recognized her. They knew who I was, not me, the person.
Yeah.
They knew my name from the cat. Katie was magnificent in that she introduced me to everybody. She goes, yeah, Gavin's not feeling well. Kevin's out of town. So D-Lo's coming with me. And this girl looks with just eyes. D-Lo. And I'm like, yeah, like the cat. Yep. Like the cat.
The cat.
And then there was a girl at, I think it was California Adventure, who, and this is the reaction Kenny gets, she almost started to cry. She was like, Katie, like, oh my God, I love you. And gave her a big hug. And she looks at me and she goes, D-Lo and Katie. And like she knew all of the bits. It was like, wow. I was like, man, I am second fiddle no matter who I'm out with.
Don't do that. Maybe that's the case with Katie. I know
that's the case with Katie.
Don't do that over here. You already know what time it is. When we walking around watching the games, they be yelling at you. Don't do that.
And then the guy comes over to me and goes, hey, D-Lo. I said, yeah. Tell KC I said hi. I was like, all right.
Now that didn't happen.
He was walking around with Goofy.
You see how this happens? Don't listen to this guy, man. That didn't happen.
Great time at Disneyland.
Man, yeah. I mean, he was in the greatest place on earth, and he was having a good old time and just walking around. Sun was shining, Louis Vuitton bag, the Louis Vuitton Don, all this other stuff. We were slumming it around here. We were in the slums of Sacramento after that game on Sunday.
I don't think it was we. It was you and other 49er fans. I don't know that everybody felt like they were slumming. All I knew, because I told KC this story, as I was mentioning to Kyle and James a minute ago, we got in super early. About 1 o'clock, we got lucky that we got our rooms early, and it was like, hey, let's break, let's try to get like a little nap, and then we'll attack the night or whatever. So I'm putting the games on, and the Rams Packers are on, and I flew down with the plane was probably me, Katie, the two wake up call listeners who were going to Disneyland, and everyone else was a Packers fan. So They was out. So I was like, dude, whatever. I just put the game on. I just needed something to fall asleep to. Woke up whenever I woke up. I had kind of flipped the TV off in the middle of my sleep, turned it back on, and noticed there's this thing that said, connect to your device. And I thought, let me try this real quick. Connected my phone to it, was able to throw the quad box up, got the red zone, got the Raiders, got the 49ers, and whatever other game was on there. And saw every second of the 49ers blowing that lead.
So I got you to blame.
Probably.
Because it was all good.
That's a shoot, yeah.
Until you figured out the connect to device. George.
Probably.
All right.
And I can tell you what happened next. As I had that game on and we were getting ready to go to dinner, I thought, I'm so happy I'm not there tomorrow. I don't have to deal with this, because I had to tell Katie the story of how this man is at the game, which means he didn't catch any of the games that happened today, which means he doesn't want to watch SportsCenter. He doesn't want to watch NFL Live. No. He doesn't want to look at his phone. No. He just wants to fester and be pissed.
I don't even want to talk to nobody.
But he can't, because I'm not here. And I did a little Disney villain laugh.
Oh, my gosh. Oh, my goodness.
I knew you were at your peak levels of anger yesterday. Because of that, or not yesterday, but really Sunday.
Well, the issue. I was pissed off.
And you and Moms was there.
Yeah, me and Moms was in the building.
In the heat.
And it was hot as hell. Man, the heat was real on Sunday in Santa Clara. It was real. Hey, they don't get it like that too often. It was real. But I was able to deal with that. It was okay. It was whatever. My mom had a great time. So, that's all that really mattered. It was cool. But the thing that really got me was, because I had to prepare a certain way, I had to listen to everybody yesterday morning. People were pissing me off. I told them yesterday, you don't know what you might get. Everybody was fine. Everybody was fine yesterday. Maybe I scared them off a little bit. As I said, I'm telling you right now, I'm on edge. I'm on edge. You can call here. You can tell me whatever you want to. I don't know what's going to set me off. So I'm just letting you know now.
How many people did you block yesterday in the Matthews Mattress Chatty House?
Nobody.
Oh,
nobody. Because when his Jesse was here too, but like when I'm on that side, I don't really get a chance to be in the
It's true.
chat.
It's a little different.
It's a little different. I want to. So, I didn't curse out the Bob jackasses like I normally do. And
is that a handle?
Yeah, the Bob jackass with the weird Avi. You know what I'm saying? He's usually getting blocked.
Oh, that's a shoot. Yeah. There is a Bob jackass. Yeah, I got you.
He's usually getting blocked or cursed out. So I didn't get a chance to really see him. But yeah, I was hot yesterday. I was hot. And then just like I thought, we'll talk about it today. The day passes and people get the takes off and everything, and then you get the people who, no disrespect to anybody, but who watch the film, like the Baldies, and they there's things out there. It's not just as simple as Kyle sucks, Brock sucks, all this other stuff. There's a lot that goes into these things, man. And that's all I was trying to get across yesterday.
Does Brock suck?
No.
Kyle?
No. They got to be better. Yeah, I think everybody's got to be better, though. Everybody.
Well, apparently Bob Saleh's got to be better, because he's looking for a job. Jets fired Robert.
At least they brought him back to America.
Well, probably why it took so long.
At least they let him come back to America. People always joke
Al
about
Davis
that.
Would never be like, look, buddy, you're catching United home.
People always joke about that, but the Jets almost literally did it. Like when they have a London game and the team sucks, they might not bring them back to the country.
Yeah.
The Jets almost literally did that.
Yep.
They had him escorted out by security.
That's crazy.
Come on, that's
crazy.
That's uncalled for. That's uncalled for.
They brought that man home. What was it, London?
Mm-hmm.
Let him sleep it off for a day and then fired him.
You think he knew on the plane ride home?
Well, based on what I saw this morning, he didn't.
Sounds like he was blindsided.
Yeah, Woody Johnson, for all of his faults, I think I read he had never fired a coach in the middle of a season. Then he followed up with that jackass line that this is the most talented roster that the New York Jets have ever had.
Well, I haven't even watched Get Up so much.
Y'all can keep telling yourself that all you want to.
He may not be wrong, though.
Maybe it is.
They're not good.
Yeah, I was going to say, maybe it is the most talented they've had, but it's a bad team. It's not a good football team, and it's a bad quarterback. And I'm going to say it every week until I'm proven wrong. Aaron Rodgers isn't good anymore.
I don't have no retort. I mean, what are they, 2-4?
2-3.
2-3.
Yeah, they
and their offense sucks. Their offense was good one time, and all these dumbasses were on TV celebrating it. Who'd they beat that week?
The Patriots.
The goddamn Patriots.
Wasn't even that good. It was just kind of whatever.
Patriots are terrible.
Now, here's the thing about it. If you're the Jets, you're Woody Johnson or whatever the case may be, I know you hate them, but you look around, and if you're going to make a move, because your division is awful. Awful. And if you're trying to get to the playoff, like I said, we talk about the NFC South the AFC South every year, and that's a sorry-ass division. But somebody goes to the playoffs, right? Because you got to. And you look around in that AFC East, there's a bunch of bad teams. Bad teams.
Mm-hmm.
And if you think we got a talented roster and the hiccup is the head coach, you go ahead and do it right now and see if you can do something to get into the playoffs.
Is it, so the answer is the guy that they promoted?
I don't know, but the answer wasn't the head coach. That was clear.
The problem wasn't the head coach.
He was part of the problem. Saleh's not that good as a head coach. He's not. And I'm not saying it's all on him.
That's fine. The record indicates you're right.
I'm not saying it's all on him, but he wasn't it. He wasn't it. And then you get the situation where, right or wrong, whether the guy stinks or whether he's past his prime or not, like if he's not on the same page with the quarterback, you're just wasting time.
Well, and that's probably the gist of all of this, right?
Mm-hmm.
Him and Aaron Rodgers clearly don't get along. Probably because Bob has told people in the building what we already know is that he sucks.
He also don't get along because Aaron Rodgers is a jackass.
Well, there's that too. We're happy that you're here with us. We're just getting started. What's next for Robert Saleh? We'll talk about that. Obviously, there's ties to the 49ers, which have already been brought up. We saw the Chiefs move to 5-0. We'll talk about that. And we got real life basketball tomorrow at the Golden One Center.
Yeah, man.
James just rushed off to practice. We'll keep you updated on all that. We're thrilled that you're here with us. It's Dealing with KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino. Where we're making movement on the biggest live show in history. It's a ways away, but Lord is my shepherd. He know what I want.
I like that.
Stay tuned. It's ESPN 1320.
Sherilyn B. Moore, what up?
Juju. Did I read correctly? Shams and ESPN?
That's right. Yeah.
I thought I saw that alert pop up one day when I was gone.
Yeah, Shams is the new Woj. I finished McMahon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sucked, right?
It was just whatever. It was just really convoluted towards the end. Like it was like what story are you trying to tell? Like what are you saying? I don't know. It was crazy. It was crazy seeing it was crazy when Stone Cold said he don't believe in CTE.
Oh, that was.
I said, "Come on."
That was tough.
Come on, Steve.
That was tough.
Come on, Steve. Don't say that, big dog. Steve Austin is usually right every time he speaks. That one, I was like, "Come on."
That
Steve.
was tough. Nah, Bryce, we didn't get to Guardians. My partner out there wasn't feeling the best, so we thought we'd leave any ride that just drops you off of the list.
What was your favorite ride?
The Soarin' one. It's like a simulated flight that takes you through all of these different places in the world, like islands, and like there's one
like a big old screen.
Yeah, so it's like flying over like elephants eating grass, and you can smell the grass. Like it's pretty dope. The presentation is pretty dope. I really enjoyed that. A lot of the other stuff had stories to it, like the Star Wars rides had stories to them, right? And I don't understand them. The Haunted Mansion was fun, but again, that's another story. It probably was a lot more fun for people who know A Nightmare Before Christmas.
Rachel, settle down, please. Settle down. I'm not a Disney hater. Now, this is Queen Disney. I think she lives at Disney, to be honest with you. I think she just commutes here every now and then. Did you take any pictures? But like Mickey, did you go see Mickey Mouse? I thought that was really cool. When I saw Mickey Mouse, I thought that was really cool.
We saw Minnie when we were recording the wake up call. Minnie was in this room that was preparing for, like, the whole idea was to prepare for Disney for the holidays. And so there was this room where you go in there and you film content, and Katie films some, all of the new like attire that goes on set. They have like new food that comes out for the holidays. And Minnie was there. So we took a picture with Minnie, but Katie didn't like the pictures, so requested that they not be posted. So I have pictures of us and Minnie together. Didn't see Mickey though. Just Minnie.
They have, at least they did have. I don't know if it's still like that, but they have.
Well, Collins is right. Mickey Mouse told D'Lo to tell Casey hi.
Well, that's
Collins, pretty close.
Stop it. That's not ever what happens. You guys believe this stuff? This doesn't even really happen. But Mickey, it's a whole ordeal to see Mickey. Like it's almost like a ride, like a line for a ride to go see Mickey. And you just go through all these little steps. It takes like 40 minutes or something like that. But then when you go see Mickey, they're like the area that you stand gets shorter and shorter and smaller. And then it's like the last 3 people, and then you're next. And then the door opens and there's Mickey just sitting there. It's like Mickey and a photographer. And they're like, hey, and I'm like, oh, this is pretty dope. This is pretty dope. And this is a big deal right here, seeing Mickey Mouse. So I like that.
That's cool.
Yeah. I thought you guys might have Might have went and saw Mickey.
No, we didn't. I guess that'll be on the list for next time. We did have a moment though, because we got there so early. We checked our bags at the bellhop and we're headed out to California Adventure. We walked past this restaurant and it was the character breakfast. And I found myself like I stopped and I'm looking and there's all these Disney characters in there. And I'm like, yo, why didn't we do this? This is awesome. Yeah, we didn't sign up for this. Like, you have to sign up for it.
Damn it.
But it was like I didn't think I would have never thought anything of it until I actually saw it. Then it would have been like, I would have been cool to have some toast with, Donald Duck or whatever. It would have been great.
I've never been to California Adventures. I want to go. We didn't go when I was there last. And then I went to Disneyland when I was 2 years old.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't go back until Reese's 3rd birthday. And then Reese is 11 now. I haven't been back since. So Ryan's gonna have to.
I strongly recommend bringing Katie. Katie is a solid tour guide.
Plan.
Well, it definitely is the plan. She was like that. She was legit like that episode of Blackish, where they go to Disneyland and they got the fast pass and they got the VIP tour guide. Like Katie was my own VIP tour guide. I imagine Kyle and his wife Heather would also be really, really good at that. So going with someone who knows Disney is a blast.
Did you watch the parade?
We didn't. No,
the parade is fine.
I really wanted to until the night started to get long. And our like the show, even though the show was recorded, we were legit up at like in the room at 6 a.m. in the recording room at 6 a.m. And we've never worked together before. So there was a lot we could maybe over prepared a little bit because we wanted to make sure we had everything laid out so there were no hiccups, no problems. And so it became like, hey, let's just kind of sit down somewhere and map out what all of this looks like.
Yeah.
And then by that point, it was like, okay, we got a 5 a.m. alarm. And she, again, being she knows all of the prime spots. So as we're walking that night in Disney, she's like, you see all of this? You see all of this? 7 o'clock. She's like, these are people preparing for the fireworks. What do you mean preparing? No, they're camping out here for the next 2.5 hours for the fireworks. Like they're just sitting here? Yeah. She was like, our spot, because we had these media credentials, which is really, really dope.
Still further away from the D-Lo credential, but it's okay.
Nice. She was like, yeah, it's over there. Like it's fine, but like, let's go get this work done. And if you still want to go, like, we'll come back out and, we'll see it. I didn't. So it was like, all right, we got the work done. And I was a little antsy because I didn't want to mess up their show the next day. I wanted it, to go really well. So didn't get to see the parade and the fireworks and all of that.
Yeah, it is. I don't know about the fireworks. I don't know about that parade. We were standing out there for about an hour and 15 minutes. Just
I can't do that.
Just on the curb, just standing there, sitting. But it was worth it. The parade was really dope. You'll see it next time when you got the D-Lo pass.
I will go see it again. I will go to Disneyland again. I'm hoping we all go to Disneyland again because that was the whole point in going there in the first place was making sure we linked up with our people at Disney.
From your lips to God's ears.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Whatever Disneyland magic the Saints offense had to start the season, that appears to be gone.
Saints kind of looking finished. As far as division. Now they might make the playoffs, but I don't know if they can win that division.
Of those three teams, they're the one that you look at and you go, oh, they don't look like Atlanta. They don't look like Tampa Bay. They do not look sharp.
Yeah. And they look more so like what I expected them to look like. They were surprising those first 2 weeks of the season. I thought they'd be a solid team, but I don't think I had them in the playoffs. So they still might make the playoffs, but they're looking a little bit more like I thought they would.
They're not. They're certainly not what they were the first 2 weeks of the season. That's what this really boils down to when they scored 90 some odd points. Like they're not that. And the question now, though, is what are they? Are they the first 2 weeks of the season or the last couple of weeks of the season? Because they're dramatically different. They're two dramatically different football teams. And it feels like, well, if there's an issue with Derek Carr, I don't know that there's much of a question of what version of a team they are.
I think if you shut down Kamara, you shut down that offense because Carr's not what he was the first 2 weeks. He needs the running game to get going, I think, for him to be successful.
I think they're closer to the last few weeks. What are they, 2-3 now? Yesterday, they went up against what I think might be the best defense in football in the Kansas City defense in Kansas City. So that's tough. That's just always going to be tough. The week before they played Atlanta, and that was a game I thought they should have won. I just watching the game, I thought they played well. They moved the ball well, whatever, but they had silly mistakes
against Atlanta.
They had silly mistakes. They kind of gave that game away. The game against Philly, that was just atrocious.
Yeah, that was awful.
So they're definitely not the team offensively that we saw the first 2 weeks. Like I don't, you're not recreating that. They're not getting to that level again. But I think they're more like the team we saw against Atlanta. I don't think they're the Eagles, that game against the Eagles. I don't think they're that anemic on the offensive end. And last night, it's hard to judge them because, like I said, they were going up against one of, if not the best defense in the game on the road. I think they're closer to the team we saw against Atlanta. It's just a good team. It's a good team. And, you know, if the matchups are right, like Jesse said, if the running game is going, maybe that could open up some things. But I don't think they're a team that can win that NFC South, and they're a fringe wild card team.
220 total yards yesterday. That's more about Kansas City?
Absolutely. That defense is a true Spagnuolo. I've seen it firsthand, man. And in that Super Bowl and that run up to the Super Bowl, he had those guys locked in and they brought everybody back. They're young, they're fast, they're physical. That defense is the truth. I'm trying to think if there's a better defense in football. And not one. There's Steelers, maybe. But it's either them or Kansas City. Best defenses in the game.
386 the week prior in the Atlanta game that you referenced. 219 the week prior in the Philly game that you referenced. You sure it was Kansas City?
Well, like I said, I don't think, once again, comparing them to the first 2 weeks, they're not that. They're not that at all. Right? I don't see that.
I mean, those numbers got to be in the 400s, 500s, I'm assuming.
Yeah. I do think they're closer to that Atlanta game because they have some weapons. You know, that they have weapons, and you know, if they can get in a flow offensively with the play calling and stuff like that, they're cool. They're cool. But the Philly game, I have no answer for. That's just kind of an anomaly.
Yeah.
And then Kansas City, I credit Kansas City with that.
Okay.
I think they're just the Saints are just a okay offensive team.
Certainly interesting to be having conversations about the Kansas City Chiefs and referring to them as the best defense in football. When you have a guy like Patrick Mahomes on your team, I'll take that back. When you have an offensive player like that on your team, the offense is going to get talked about to death.
Yeah.
Patrick Mahomes is going to get talked about to death. But when you dive into this team, and it shouldn't be surprising that Kareem Hunt is making an immediate impact on this squad the way that he is. But their defense might be what separates them from years past. You know, we've talked about weapons on the offensive end. We've talked about changes that they've made on the offensive end, guys that they've tried to replace this guy with, guys that they've tried to replace that guy with, and their defense doing what they do. Like we keep looking for, you know, we talk about, the Kansas City Chiefs, and even Patrick Mahomes said this last week. You know, I think paraphrasing a little bit, I think of what Mahomes said, like it's great to be 4-0 or something like that when you're not playing your best football. Now they've moved to 5-0. You talk about playing their best football. They might just be talking about playing their best football on the offensive end, because so far this season, their defense appears to be something on the higher end.
Yeah, defense locked in. Offensively, they're trying to find some stuff. They're trying to work through injuries and all that stuff. But defensively, they're in midseason form. They're gonna meet Cincinnati. And like I said, it was a group of guys on that defense that played together last year and grew together last year. And Spagnuolo got pretty much everybody to, come back on that defense.
Mm-hmm.
And they just picked up where they left off. That's what they did. So if you're going to beat Kansas City, you're going to have to figure out a way to get that defense on their heels a little bit and make them pay for some of the aggressiveness that they tend to play with. And if you can't do that, it's going to be tough. It's going to be really tough trying to stop that play against that defense and shut down Patrick Mahomes.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be tough. That's why they're number one team in both our power rankings right now.
Yeah, and that's not going to change this week, spoiler alert, but there are 2 undefeated teams in the NFL, 5-0. Can either of these teams stake claim as the best in the NFL?
I'm trying to think of if the Vikings can or not.
So Chiefs can.
Yeah, for sure.
I feel like the Vikings can too.
Yeah,
I mean, the hallmark of both squads is their defense, right?
Right. They can.
Slightly different at the quarterback position.
Yeah.
Sam Darnold playing well.
When I was thinking about that a lot, like people say, man, they're gonna fall back with Sam Darnold and all this other stuff. It's Sam Darnold with it. Hey man, I'm not gonna judge that man on his past with 2 sorry ass franchises. He's with a good team right now with a good coach, and I'm gonna treat him as such. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna look at him as Sam Darnold, the failure, and they're gonna fall back because of that. This man's playing good. He's got a good feel of what's going on. That's how I'm gonna choose to look at him. You know what I mean? So, not saying he's Patrick Mahomes, but this year he's playing really good. He's playing at a high level, and I expect that to continue until I see something different.
Yeah, you can't say it's about winning games and discredit a guy who's done nothing but win games so far this year. And I think sometimes in conversations about him, I heard one. I'm sure it was Sunday morning with Teddy Bruschi. I felt like Teddy Bruschi was holding all of all of Darnold's past failures against him in his current situation, talking about, at some point he's going to be Sam Darnold.
Yeah, see, I hate when people.
So what does that even mean?
Yeah. I hate when people do that. I hate when, and I like Bruschi. It's not a knock on him, but I hear that.
No, rhetoric. I just don't think it's fair.
Yeah, I hear that rhetoric a lot with Sam Darnold, and you're right. It's not fair. It's not fair. And no, I'm choosing to look at him as the quarterback he's been this season with these coaches and these group of players around him. And I'm not going to be like, oh, he was in New York seeing ghosts, so that guy's going to show up again. And we're like, that's not fair.
Yeah, that's not fair at all. That's not fair at all. He's done his job. That game in London wasn't pretty, but London games are a lot like Thursday games, as we'll be very familiar with here, as it's the Seahawks and the 49ers this week. It really doesn't matter what the team looks like on Thursday. It really doesn't matter what the team looks like on in a London game. Just
the vibes.
Get a win.
JWTDG. JWTDG.
Just win the damn game. You have that written somewhere in front of you. I know you do.
JWTDG.
Ridiculous.
That's all you do when you go to London or Germany or wherever else they're going this year. They're going to they're going to 3 different countries, aren't they? Well,
the 49ers are?
No,
just the NFL.
They went to Brazil. They're going to London. I think they're going back to Germany. I think maybe one other too.
Well, where was the Jets Vikings? That was London, right?
Yeah.
Oh.
So they got 2 out the way. I think they got 2 other countries they're going to. And then I saw something yesterday where they're exploring other countries for the future. They're talking about France. They're talking about Australia.
All right. I mean, cool, I guess. But I guess that London loss has more value than I'm giving it credit for, because it was ultimately what got Robert Saleh fired. Loses to a 5-0 team, or a now 5-0 team, and say, this guy stinks. They got rid of their coach.
Kept
their quarterback who threw 54 times and threw 3 interceptions, and kept their running backs who couldn't run the ball to save their life. But hey, Do what you got to do, Woody.
Well, you got to get rid of the coach. It's easier to get rid of the coach as opposed to
it's the easiest thing in the world to do.
People.
It's the easiest thing in the world to do.
5 players. And
it's so funny. You and Jesse, y'all want to run Bob Saleh out of here. You want to run Mike McDaniels out of here. But you wanted to keep.
He wants to run Mike McDaniels out of here.
I think you do.
Whoa. I don't want to run Mike McDaniels out of here. Sometimes he stinks, and I can let him know that we don't want to fire him yet.
Have you or have you not said Mike McDaniels is suspect?
Yeah, you could say that. Not want to fire the guy.
You don't want to fire Mike McDaniels?
No, he needs to work through his issues.
I agree with Jesse.
I don't want to fire him either. I'd say he looked funny in the light.
As far as I'm concerned, Dolphins only a game out of first place in the AFC East. We're back.
We're back.
Well,
Jets just fired their coach. Everything's coming up Dolphins today.
A grueling 15-10 victory for Jesse's.
That was a tough watch.
But what was your thought? You said we want to run these guys out.
But you love Luke Walton. That's what I was getting at.
Well, I do like Luke Walton. That doesn't mean he should have kept his job. I like him. Seems like a good guy, and he was dealt the wrong deal a little bit, but that doesn't mean he should still be the Kings coach.
Could be Luke Walton. Luke Walton wasn't the best coach, but he was also working with about 7 G Leaguers on his roster.
He's working with guys who can't even make the G League.
Yeah. Who is still in the league? It was Fox. It's Fox, Buddy,
Harrison.
Harrison.
He coached Harrison.
Is that?
Well,
is
Marvin
that
is in the league. Well, he is.
He is.
Contractually.
But is it just those 3 that Luke is working with?
Well,
Am I forgetting anybody?
Tristan has a job forever in Cleveland.
Oh man, or Luke. Bogey and they didn't resign him. They didn't bring him back.
Which was the right call.
Rashawn Holmes. He played with Rashawn Holmes.
I don't even know what team Rashawn is on.
Is he on Dallas
I
still
don't think
or
so.
Washington?
No, I think he was traded. I think he's on Washington.
Yeah, Washington, I think.
Yeah, hey, some of y'all might need to apologize.
I don't know. KC is a 50-win team, if you ask me.
I think some of y'all.
I'm not apologizing. I'm not apologizing.
Half the damn roster ain't in the league no more. It's only been 3 years. It's not like it's 10 years ago. It's only been 3 years.
Luke was at
Half
practice.
the damn roster's out the league.
Luke was at practice begging for his life for these guys to play some defense.
3 seconds.
Poor Luke. He had Lil Dog. He had Hassan Whiteside. He had Daquan Jeffries. Daquan's in the league.
Are you sure?
Bro,
Yeah,
Daquan is in the league to get traded.
He's in the league. He had Daquan. Man, am I missing anybody? Was Willie still here? I don't know if Willie was still here.
Willie was still here for Luke. Yeah.
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
Poor Luke. Oh.
The Drake May era has begun. This is a wild set of tweets. No, it's the Ian Rappaport wrote, the Patriots have waited until Drake May is ready. It's now go time. The number 3 overall pick will be behind center on Sunday.
It's now go
so Drake
time.
May wasn't
like this guy's a Power Ranger.
It's now go time. Say he's starting.
So Drake May wasn't ready 4 weeks ago, but now it's go time, baby.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I feel bad also for Jacoby Brissett because Jacoby was getting beat up. He's getting beat up out
Yeah,
there.
that's the part I'm curious about.
Yeah.
So Drake May ain't gonna get his ass whooped, huh? He's
Good
not
luck,
gonna get roughed up.
Yes, I don't know what Drake May is going to do that Jacoby Brissett can't right now. And that's not even because Drake May's ability, but offensive line can't block, and Demario Douglas is your number 1 receiver.
Is starting him against Houston the wisest move?
If you're going to do it, you probably should have started him against Miami if we're keeping it real.
At home against a Miami team that's banged up. Yeah, Texans. Maybe not. I mean,
Sorry, Drake May.
So like here's the. We've talked about this all year, with young quarterback. I don't know why you're playing him at all this year. You're not any good. You don't have a good team. Why are you playing him at all? There's really no.
I don't know.
Like maybe the last, quarter of the last 4 games of the season. Maybe if you say, hey, we want to get him some reps,
live reps, sure.
But I don't know why you're playing him at all this year. Makes no sense. I don't believe in that situation he can get any better by playing.
No, not the way that Jacoby Brissett gets hit and chased around. And we talked about that split-second difference and how that might be the one thing that Jacoby Brissett has that Drake May doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
But this is tough.
Yeah,
this is tough. My man's in for a. I don't know. Maybe he's been watching. Maybe he is ready. Maybe that split-second difference has been made up. I can't imagine. But my goodness.
Well, when we saw him 2 weeks ago, it didn't look like it.
Nope.
Sure as hell. We saw him in live action like 2 weeks ago, and it's like, oh yeah, he looked like a rookie. That things are moving pretty fast. I don't know. Wish him the best, but Buddha's in the chat. He's a Patriots fan. Yeah, he's this your team, man. He says in the Matthew Matricetti house, he says Drake can run, JB can't.
Oh, good, because he's going to be running. My man going to be out there running for his life.
That's the X factor right there. That's kind of tough.
My man going to be out there running for his life.
And JK in the chat says Caleb Williams didn't look ready till recently. Not that Drake is Caleb. Caleb also has a much better team around him.
Yeah, Caleb doesn't. It's like I care less about the quarterback and quarterback mechanics and more about the offensive line. Like we saw, Jacoby was getting roughed up.
He's gonna have nothing to work with.
Yeah, that's no receivers, no running back, no offensive line. There is nothing there. The cupboard is bare in New England. I don't know. Maybe you see something in practice that we don't, though. So
maybe. Or maybe he's just tired of watching Jacoby Brissett.
Trying to save his brother.
Oh. Well, it's good you're finally trying to save one rather than fire one. Head over to trainwithmap.fit/ESPN 1320. Take advantage of all the wonderful things that Greg has put together for us here and the people who listen to the show. You can get a free nutritionist consultation. You can even use the free macro calculator to help lay out your training, help lay out better health, help lay out better fitness, whatever you're looking for. Trainwithmap.fit/ESPN 1320 has it, including a direct link to maptrition.com. That'll help you get your BCAAs, your strength enhancers, your fat burners, your cravings crushers, all of that good stuff. Again, head over to trainwithmap.fit/ESPN 1320. We're talking football. We'll stick with football, and we'll talk about the issues that the 49ers have.
Oh, boy.
We'll do that when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
What up, y'all? Let's see. Oh, yeah, that's what Yeah, man, absolutely. I got some things to do. So I got to figure that out. I got to figure out how that's going to work for me, but yeah, definitely. I don't know, Dr. David. I hadn't seen enough of Drake May. He might. Maybe know some more. Yeah, man. Ali signing with Puma. All these people leaving Nike. Well, one person didn't leave Nike, but yeah, I mean, I know the money is the issue, but they have to say, in my opinion, money, and they got to be like, we'll give you a signature shoe. That's what it would take for me to leave. Nah, man, I ain't got no shoes, and it's been a while. I think the last pair of shoes that I bought were the Dion's, I think.
About the last pair of shoes you had sent to you, maybe that's different.
I hadn't had any sent to me. Stop. I ain't had none sent to me.
Jesse knows how to ask the right questions.
I was looking for it on the socials. Couldn't really find it. How did everything go good on Saturday? Back east.
I never saw it.
I was looking for it on the IG. They didn't have that moment. No, man, I didn't. I was there though. We had to do some stuff at Sky or the venue for Khalid, so I wasn't able to play. But I stopped by there for about an hour.
Hey, shout out to everybody who pulled up to. I'll be able to get this sentence out. Shout out to everybody who pulled up to Khalid at Thunder Valley.
Yeah, good show, man. Good show.
It was a lot of fun.
I was hungry at one point. I
You
got in there a little later. I was a little hungry. I had some beignets. I was like, man, let me eat these beignets real quick.
Is that what you were eating? That's funny.
They were good too.
My man was I feel like you had brought food up pretty early. We were waiting. We had a pretty minimal roll on Saturday night where we just kind of welcomed everybody into the we welcomed everybody to the venue, no pun intended. And then went out to the 1025 banner, did some stuff out there with our guy Leezy. And then I went to watch a very little bit of the show before heading back to the house and getting ready for the Disneyland trip. So I went and watched, it's like, it might have been 2 songs or 3 songs. And excused myself and made my way out. And there's KC sitting at the high top table, just trying to get. My man just wanted to eat.
So I was hungry, man. I was like, he's not gonna perform talk for a while, so I can go in here and give me some beignets real quick. I thought I was gonna get a hot dog. They didn't have one in there, so I was like, I'll take a beignet. It's all good.
Yeah, that's funny. Yeah. I kind of chuckled as I made my way out. Said,
there go D-Lo.
My boy just trying to have a peaceful dinner, and it turned out it was a beignet.
Literally, was the only one in the area. That was just me by myself.
There was nobody else there. Absolute comedy. Absolute comedy. But I'm with it. And you were certainly in a better mood. Okay. Outside of, and if you covered this yesterday, I'm sorry. I don't mean to do the why you were sleeping gimmick, but how was outside of the blown fourth quarter lead, another blown fourth quarter lead.
The another wasn't really necessary.
It does factor into how we discuss this football team. How was the experience at how was the game with you and your mom?
Man, it was a blast, man. It was a good time.
Did you see Tom?
Who's Tom?
Wasn't Tom
Brady? Yeah. No, I didn't see Tom. Well, I pointed out where Tom Brady is.
Oh, okay.
I was like, you see,
surprised your mom didn't make her way up there. Like that's something she would do.
But no, we had a blast, man. It started on Sunday. We took the train, took the Capitol Corridor down to Levi's, which is a great way to go to these games. A lot of people. I mean, this isn't a secret. I'm sure it's common knowledge. A lot of people from Sacramento go down there. Like they filled at least 2 trains full of San Francisco 49er fans. I was talking to somebody else. They got like 3 or 4 buses that come up from Sacramento, not to mention the people that just drive up there. A lot of people from Sacramento come up to those 49er games. But man, it was a good time getting on there. I kind of got the times mixed up with when we had to be there, so we ended up rushing, and she was just flustered and paranoid and was running through the train and fast walking through the train station. I said, "We're here now. It's fine. Like, you're good." But yeah, that was good. Then we get there, and I like Levi's. I think Levi's is a cool stadium. I think it's a cool atmosphere around there with the tailgate and stuff. It was really, really hot. I when people complain about the heat at Levi's, I kind of roll my eyes a little bit. Like, yeah, it's all right. It's hot, but it's not that big of a deal. And to my defense, when I do that, they're talking about it in September, and it's like a high of 88. And they're like, "Oh my gosh, the sun side, it's so hot." Like, it's warm. I get it. It's not like you're in the shade, but gut it out. Well, Sunday was different. Sunday was really hot. It was 98, 99 degrees, I think, something like that. And being in that on the sun side on that type of day, that is a little tough. There was a lot of people who just went and watched the game in the concourse. Like, a lot.
Oh, I bet.
Like, TVs are up. They're pretty much synced up with real time, even though it's like the broadcast.
Sure.
And came around maybe 5 minutes ago in the first half. A lot of people just went to the concourse and was watching. And I get it. I understand it.
They kept pointing out the temperature on the field. I swear they said it. It's 100 degrees on the field right now.
Man, well, and then me and Jesse were trying to figure this out. When people do temperatures, they do it in the shade, right? Like the official weather center, they do like the temperature. If right now on my phone, they'll say it's 95 degrees outside. That temperature is taken in the shade.
Oh, I don't know.
I think it's taken in the shade.
I think
when you're in the sun, it's different. It's like 10, 12 degrees more.
I think the temperature that we get on broadcast is the actual field. Like, and I'm not relating that to what pops up on our phone. I think they're referring to because that field has those black,
right?
So it's hotter,
right?
And so I assume that's what they're.
Drew Down said he never heard anybody say that, but that's Drew Down. That's literally like maybe it's not true, but that's literally the difference in temperature, right? Like, because if they're telling you, "Oh, it's a 95-degree day," but on the field it's 110, that's literally the difference, right? Like, they're not just suspending the thing in the air. Like, there's
I think it's hotter on the field because of the field.
Well, because of the field for sure, and I think because of the sun. I think.
What?
So that's what I'm saying is when you take a temperature, it's in the you take it in the shade. Like, think about your car.
Okay.
Your car, if your car is sitting outside, the temperature, they're going to tell you it's 105 degrees. It's not really 105 degrees. It's 98 degrees outside. But your car's sitting in the sun, so it's giving you that temperature.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
So that's why I think when you get like official temperatures, I think they're taking it in the shade. Or it's covered in some respect. Like, they don't have to be sitting under a tree, but they're not getting the sun when they give you that temperature, I think. Either way, it was really hot on Sunday.
Yeah,
it was really, really hot on Sunday.
There are a few moments in this show that leave me speechless, but this is probably one of them. So I'm just gonna.
It was
instead
really,
of
really
argue, I'm just gonna say okay.
And on that sun side, it was super hot. So it was a good time though, man. And like you said, it was all good until the fourth quarter. It was all good until the fourth quarter. They had forced a punt, got the ball back. They were up 23-10. Brock throws the interception, and the Cardinals get a field goal, like 3-and-out field goal or something like that. And I looked, and it was probably like midway through the third quarter. I'm not for sure. And I looked, and I was like, man, it's 23-13, man. Like, feels like they've been in control of this game. It's a 10-point game. It's a 10-point game. And I told my mom, I said, Mom, they need a touchdown. Like, they need a touchdown now.
Yeah.
And they never got it. And when the Cardinals scored to cut the lead to 2 or whatever they did, I thought they could come down and get a touchdown, and Jordan Mason fumbled. I said they're going to lose this game.
Yeah.
Like this is over.
Yeah.
And because I didn't think they could get a stop, and they definitely couldn't stop the Cardinals from getting in the field goal range. Like whether they stopped them from getting a touchdown, yeah, sure, maybe. But I was like, they can't stop them from getting 50 yards that they need to get a touch or get a field goal. Sure enough, they didn't.
I think part of the 49ers have red zone issues. No?
Yeah.
That's a
for sure.
season-long problem.
Mhm.
Like, they have not punched the ball into the end zone at the rate in which they did really since Brock Purdy has become the quarterback, and they're scoring, 30 some odd points per game, 35 or whatever it is. They're scoring a lot of points per game. And there was a vibe just paying attention to that game. Like they're not punching the ball in the end zone.
Wow.
They keep walking away with 3 over and over and over and over again. They're not taking the opportunities they have to put this team away. And then there was also, you had 35 pass attempts from Brock Purdy. I don't have no problem with Brock Purdy throwing the ball ever. But like Jordan Mason had 14 run attempts. And instead of making like a grand statement, I'll ask, is play calling an issue? Try that again. Was play calling an issue in this game? Because Jordan didn't have a bad game,
right?
In my estimation,
no, I don't think he did.
I mean, outside,
a lot of people were talking about Brock Purdy had a bad game. I didn't think he had a bad game. I didn't think he was like great, like the turnovers.
I didn't think he was very good at all. He's normally not that inefficient.
Yeah, I didn't think he had a bad game. I thought he was just kind of there. The 2 interceptions were killer. He made in between the 20s, he was making good passes, moving the sticks. He made some tough passes or whatever the case may be. I thought he was just kind of whatever, but a lot of people were like, he was bad. I was like, I don't know. I don't know if I saw it that way, but the play calling. So this is the thing. My first thought is yes. Like, yeah, the play calling's got to be a little better, especially in the red zone. But this is what I was talking about yesterday when, everybody was just like, oh, Kyle, he can't get it done. And, this is what he does. He blows
TC called yesterday?
He didn't call me. I think TC knew. He called the insider. He didn't call me. And it just like, oh, yeah, they can't get it done. And, Kyle, da-da-da-da. Kyle, the red zone issues is a Kyle Shanahan issue with the play calling on the surface, right? But there was a play specifically in the first quarter where they did a tunnel screen to Debo, and like I said, when you go watch the film, and I'm not going to sit up here and say I'm watching all 22s, but I'm watching people who are watching all 22s and explaining stuff. And there was a tunnel screen to Debo, which, if you look at it, it's the perfect play call against that defense. It's a perfect play call. Blockers didn't do their job. If the blockers do their job, the offensive line specifically does their job on that tunnel screen, Debo's walking into the end zone. You look at the play, and there's multiple offensive linemen who get the block on nobody. So now you look at that and you say, okay, the Kyle's play call in the red zone is terrible because the play didn't work. Well, no, not really. That was the right call. Execution wasn't there. Then you have other times where you see things where in the red zone, nobody's getting open, right? And I look at that and I say, all right, maybe Kyle should have a different play call in that situation, because the play call that you're doing, it's not, these guys aren't able to get open from it. Run some crossers, run some, some drag routes or something like that to help these guys get off, and run them through traffic to help these guys get open if they can't get open on their own. That could be on Kyle. A couple of times I was watching the game from the seats, and I look over there and it looks like Brandon Ayuk is out wide one-on-one with the DB. Then they run the little motion thing to see if it's really a man or a zone, who follows you, who doesn't. Guy runs motion. He says, oh, it is man. There's no safety help over the top. How many times do we see a little fade route right there or a back shoulder or something like that? Run that. That's what I would say. But the whole point of it is you don't necessarily always know if it's play calling or it's execution. I think it's a combination of both. It's looked at as just play calling. Some of the things that I was able to see, execution has to be better too, because the right plays are being called sometimes and they're not executed.
So who's that on then?
That's on the players. That's not like we won't go play for play, but specifically the tunnel screen play, like that's on the offensive line.
Okay, for sure. The screenplay is one of the more. It's not a difficult play to execute, but they're like everything has to work in sync for those plays to work. No, like one guy's off, you could blow the whole play up.
Yeah, for sure, that could happen. But like that's why I say, like, so in that situation, the play call is the right call.
I got you.
Like I'm looking at it right now. One of the guys that I think it's Aaron Banks just runs past the defender. You put a hat on him, Debo maybe can take a different cut, or he's going straight in. On the backside, there's some guys over there that didn't do anything, receivers and offensive linemen, who just kind of had people out there and allowed them to be there to make that tackle. So there's that aspect. And then the other aspect is, I say this all the time, sometimes the defense has it schemed up well. And the play call that you think is a good play call or is a winning play call, they got the right defense for it. And that's something that happens as well. I think Kyle needs to be a little bit more creative in the red zone. And I think those guys need to execute a little bit more in the red zone as well.
Why do you think we didn't see Jordan Mason touch the ball 20 plus times?
One of the things that happens sometimes,
especially with a lead.
Yeah. I haven't rewatched the game yet. I gotta rewatch. That's what I like.
I know you haven't. I know how it is. It's all right.
I was ready to yesterday, and then we got caught up with stuff at the house and I didn't get a chance to, because I wanted to see what was going on. I wanted
you
to
rewatch the regular game, or do you watch the film?
The regular game.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't watch the all 22s necessarily, but I'm thinking back to that game, and I feel like the possessions. This is what I deal with Kyle when I see him. Sometimes he knows that they're going to stack the box. They're going to put 8 in the box or whatever the case may be. And he believes, I think a lot of the times, you have to get those guys off the line of scrimmage. The way you do that is you back them up with the pass. And you establish that pass first. And then once you've softened it up a little bit, then you get back to running. You basically just keep them off balance. I think that's his philosophy a lot of the times. There are times like Sunday when I'm like, hey man, just run the ball. I was watching somebody on Twitter. I think it was one of the shows. They had a backstage. They were showing a discussion they ran backstage, and I think it was like Acho or something like that. And he was like, yeah, like the team gave up 260 yards the week before on the ground. Like, test their run defense before you say, hey, we need to change it up. You know what I mean? Like, test it.
He's talking about the Cardinals.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's like, test it. See if it's just as bad as it was the week before, as opposed to coming out and saying, oh man, they're gonna stack the box. So, we gotta get them off of us a little bit. So that's one thing that I know Kyle does, and he's done traditionally, that sometimes I wish would be different. Sometimes it works perfectly. You know what I mean? So that's why you try not to be reactionary to the results, because nobody has a problem with that when it's working perfectly. When it doesn't work, that's when you second guess. But that's his philosophy a lot of the times.
Did the play calling change after the Moody injury? Or
yeah, well, in the red zone, when they got back down to the red zone, because from once again, I wasn't watching the broadcast, but I think I heard when Wisnowski said he was only good from, I think, inside the 20-yard line, maybe even closer, maybe like inside the 15-yard line. So now, typically, you get the ball to the 30, you start thinking about, all right, I'm a worst case scenario. We got the field goal in our back pocket. Now it's like, man, we got to get all the way to like the 15 before we. So we got to start. We got to call plays and run this offense as if we're on our own 40 or something like that. Like we need to spread the field or whatever you do at that point. So I think that played a factor a little bit. Wisnowski made one field goal. Another time they knew they couldn't kick it. And I think another time was the Jordan Mason fumble. So I think they only had 3 times when they were like around that area. And, I don't, Moody wouldn't have, I don't think would have put points on the boards on those times when they didn't put points on the board, except for the one time when they were on 4th and 23 or something like that.
The 49ers are converting just 40.9% of their red zone trips into touchdowns. That stat from Kyle Madsen over at NinersWire.com. It's sad that Brandon Ayuk had a game like he did that everybody was calling for. Kyle predicted it.
He said he was going to have a big game. Kyle called that.
He was 100% right. Had a huge first half, 100+ yards in the first half, 147 to wrap the game up. 8 receptions there, 12 targets for him, 12 targets for Kittle. But a lost cause, essentially, for Brandon Ayuk, a lot like what happened with Juwan Jennings versus the Rams. Of course, that was a career day for Juwan Jennings, but similar. You walk away with losses in both of those games. And that's tough because you had waited for this moment from Brandon Ayuk. Everybody had wanted it, and ultimately it's irrelevant.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, and they're just not in sync. Like I don't think it's a talent thing, obviously. I think these guys are as good as the players specifically. I think
0 second half points is tough.
Yeah, no, that's unacceptable with the level of talent that you have. But here's the other thing: like people talk about Kyle Shanahan and all this other stuff. You turn the ball over 3 times in the second half, like that's a loss. That's a loss. You turn the ball over 3 times in the second half. You turn the ball over 3 times in a game, it's probably lost. But specifically 3 times in the second half, yeah, you're probably not going to win that game. And play call and talent, all this other stuff. If you can't hold on to the football, chances go way, way down. You're probably going to lose that game. So I look at some of the stuff from Brock, and like I said, film is coming out, and he was doing a lot of scrambling and all this other stuff. And I don't know where to place the blame. I think it's a lot to do with everybody involved. Offensive line got to play a little bit better. While some of these guys on some plays are getting open, there's a number of different plays where there's no separation. Like that's a real thing. And I know people want to dismiss that and be like, oh no, that's not what it is. Brock's got to get rid of the ball. There is separation. People talk about separation rate and yards per separate. All right, that's whatever. I'm telling you what I'm watching. I'm watching these people not open. Brock is stepping back, doing a 3-step, 5-step drop, ready to let go, and they're draped all over the place by defenders.
Mm-hmm.
Like they're not open. So then he's scrambling and all this other stuff, and it's becoming a mess. I don't want to necessarily put that on the players. I don't think those receivers are like half-assing routes or something like that. Like I think they're trying to get open. Could be a situation where they're just incapable. We've seen this a couple of times with Ayuk, Samuel. Like they struggled in the Super Bowl to create separation on certain plays. So I don't want to necessarily say they got to get better, but that's something you got to look at. Maybe Kyle's got to do better. Like I said, in the red zone, he's got to do better maybe with some crossing routes, some drag routes, understanding the tendencies of the other team and dial up some picks. You know what I mean? Some pick routes or something like that. Something, if these guys aren't consistently creating separation, you've got to do something to help your quarterback out and help your receivers out. And that's where that falls on him. But I mean, and Brock's got to be better too. There are times when Brock has to read the defense, get rid of the ball earlier, whatever. Like, he's got to be better at that. So that's why I always say I hesitate saying one person. Like yesterday, the big conversation was, who was this loss on? It's on the 49ers, the team. They didn't execute as a team. Quarterback wasn't great. Play calling wasn't great. Receivers weren't great. Offensive line weren't great. And then the one nobody really talks about, which is the Sunday was the biggest problem for me. Defensively, oh man, they couldn't stop a nosebleed in that second half. They could not stop it. I read this stat to Jesse yesterday. In the fourth quarter, the Cardinals ran 27 plays on offense. 3 of those plays were third down plays.
Wow.
Only 3 were third down plays, third or fourth down. Everything else was first down, getting 7. Second down, got a first down. First down, getting 7. That's what it was. They could not stop. When Jordan Mason fumbled the ball, it wasn't like, oh, momentum, they're going to lose. I'm like, they can't stop them. They're going to lose because they can't stop them. The only hope was they could get the ball back with an opportunity to score, which they did, and they ended up turning the ball over. But that was the only hope. Like, I was like, they might run this clock out to 0. They can't stop them. And to me, that was one of the biggest concerns for this team on Sunday and moving forward.
You may not have thought he played too bad, but statistically, that was one of Brock Purdy's worst games of his career. From a QBR standpoint, from a completion rate,
QBR was awful.
Yeah, he was just rough. Again, that loss against the Cardinals, at least at this point in his very young career, will go down as one of his worst. Nick Wagner had a stat that from 2017 to 2023, the 49ers were 51-2 under Kyle Shanahan in the regular season when leading by double digits in the fourth quarter. They've already lost 2 such games this season, once against the Rams, once against the Cardinals. Of course, that's concerning for multiple reasons. Those are divisional opponents. 1, 2, neither one of them are very good. You're not losing these leads to the Chiefs or the Ravens or to a big-time offense or to a big-time. You're not losing to Baker Mayfield out there who's, running the Bucs scores up. You're out there losing to 2 teams that you're probably better than, but that is probably a different question. How good are the San Francisco 49ers? And we'll talk about that. I will get into the NBA as well. We got Kings basketball tomorrow night at the Golden One Center. Steeling with KC. Brought to TK at the top of the hour. TK called me a brand hoe. We'll talk about that. Talk about that.
And at some point, I get a couple minutes on Major League Baseball because it's
we got that.
Off.
Yeah, we got that.
Dave Roberts out here looking a little silly.
That's all on the way. Steeling with KC here on the ESPN 1320.
You see my Royals yesterday? Shout out Salvador Perez.
My Roy.
Tommy Pham, too.
Oh, that crazy. That crazy guy.
Aaron Judge, James Harden? Not yet, but he's trending.
No, Mookie Betts is James Harden.
Yeah, it might be.
Scary Terry, I didn't really eat before games. That wasn't. I wanted to feel as light as possible.
I used to feel sick if I would eat before a game.
Yeah, I didn't eat. I didn't nap. None of that. Because a couple times I napped and I felt sluggish, even though it was like I would nap at like 1 o'clock wake up at 5 or wake up at 4, have to be at the gym at 5 or whatever. Like there's plenty of time to wake up, but got a little superstitious, I guess, because I didn't have a good game in those moments. So I was like, I ain't napping no more.
You know what, Omar? That's a good point. Mickey's good with the Red Sox stuff.
Good point.
He can't help the Dodger stuff. That's just a curse.
It's a Dodger stink.
We'll stay with Aaron Judge then.
Sir, what? Why even go to sleep if it's just going to be for 30 minutes?
I feel like it's pointless unless it's at least like 45 minutes. $30 and less just feels like you're just resting your eyes, I feel like.
This don't even make no sense. Kenny's sleeping and calling it a nap. Oh, that don't even make no sense. So I'm awake during naps? No, you're asleep. That's a good question, Cheryl. That's a good question. Off the top of my head, I will keep an eye on Houston. Houston got a lot of talent. Got a lot of talent. We'll see if they can put it all together, but Houston got a lot of talent. First team that I think of outside of the Kings, obviously, would be Houston because they can go one or two ways.
What is a revolution of sleep?
The people in this chat,
you guys are overdoing it, bro. Yeah,
that's all they do in this chat. Is just argue and disagree, just to argue and disagree. They don't even believe half the things they say. They're real-time contrarians. Yeah, Spurs. We'll see what they got going on. Chris Paul over there now too. Devin Vassell, he's going to start the year on the injury list, whatever it is. D-Lo and KC, ESPN 1320, Sacramento sports leader on this Tuesday afternoon. And I think it's really hot today, right? Again, I think this might be the end.
You keep saying that. It's not.
No, I think I'm gonna make a proclamation right now. This is the last day over 90 of the year.
You checked the app today too?
Yeah, I think I checked it last night too. I think we've finally gotten there.
Bro, this is what
I'm not gonna
is.
say it's gonna be cold, but I think this is the last day over 90 of the year.
Next day we're gonna be talking about it. Oh yeah, it'll be 80 this week, and it'll be November 3rd. Is what it is, bro.
Yeah, I think we finally made it to fall. Finally made it. It's only 2 weeks late. Didn't fall start on the 22nd of September or something? It's like 2-3 weeks late. So we finally made it. We're here.
Bro, it's like 90 something right now.
I said this is the last day. It like literally
like 87 tomorrow. Okay, it cools. All right. I hope you're right. This is terrible. That plane yesterday that we got was so hot. It was miserable.
Why did they have the air on?
They did. It was awful. It was one of those planes that I think just flies back and forth between LA and Sacramento.
A private jet.
A private jet.
Yeah.
No,
it's called a private jet. Like, that's what I was trying to say. Like, what's this guy talking about?
Like,
yeah, it's called a private jet.
Commercial airlines will fly everywhere, Damien. But
what's this guy talking about? You hear this guy?
So cool, bro.
I should have stayed home like everyone suggests.
That's crazy. He was on the PJ. That's crazy.
Yeah, I was on the plane that just goes from point A to point B.
I said the plane flies back and forth. It's a Southwest flight. You guys are idiots. Collins is right. I should just get the brown truck. I was going to do the show from home today. I should have just done it.
Should have got the PJ.
You could have done the show on the PJ.
Facts. No, let me know when you two are done.
They got Wi-Fi on there. I'm sure of it.
Sure, you could put the little camera ready to stream and all that stuff.
Are you two finished?
I think.
Yeah, just We figured out what it was without you saying what it was. Like, oh, okay, it's a private jet.
No,
So you
it
had to
was
say.
not. It was a Southwest flight. Left at 4:00 and got me home at 5:30 ish.
They have a 4 a.m. flight.
No, it was PM. Sorry, it was.
Okay.
Yeah, we flew back home. Yeah, we flew back home yesterday afternoon. Trysta Krick coming up at the top of the 2:00 hour. What's the? We'll get to the rest of the league. We'll get to the rest of the league here in just a minute. What's the biggest issue through 5 weeks for the San Francisco 49ers?
The defensive line. The defensive line for me, and that's the thing I was telling Jesse yesterday. With the 49ers, I look at it like this, right? There are things that they're struggling with right now that I'm confident they'll be better at. So some of the stuff on the offense, you talk about the play calling, you talk about taking care of the football, the red zone stuff, they'll get better. Remember a couple years ago when the Niners started off slow, and I would come in here every week and I say, the issue is really simple. Like, because people are like, they're a bad team, they're bad. I was like, well, we don't know that yet because there's things that they can fix that we need to see them fix before we determine whether they're good or not. And I used to always say they need to stop having penalties on third down because they couldn't get off the field on third down, and they needed to take care of the football. They were losing the turnover battle every time, and every time that would happen, they would lose the game. They ended up shoring up both of those things. They ended up getting off the field on third down. They ended up taking care of the football better throughout the season, went on a run. I think that was the year. I think that was 2021 when they beat the Rams on the last game of the season. I look at the Niners this year and I see offensively some of the same stuff. Take care of the football. Once again, not that Sunday was perfect or whatever the case may be, but if you don't turn the ball over 3 times, you win the game. They like play calling and, and all this other stuff. That's still an issue or whatever the case may be. But when you talk about just winning the game, you don't turn the ball over 3 times in the second half, you win the football game. So take care of the football. You'll be good. I think the red zone gets better. They'll be good there. The thing that is concerning, though, that I do not believe they can get better at is on that defensive line and being able to stop the run with just the defensive line like they've done in the past. They're going to have to get creative. They're going to have to start bringing extra people up to the line, using a little bit more pressure and creating a little bit more pressure, because up front, I don't think that gets better this year. I think that's kind of who they are, and that is their issue this year, is a weak defensive line and not being able to get pressure and stop the run with 4. And yeah, I don't think that improves this year. So that's my biggest concern because I don't think that gets better.
Okay.
You can mask it a little bit. You can find different ways to compensate for not being as good on the defensive line. But who knows if that works, number one. And number two, it's not going to change the weakness that you have on that defensive line.
The idea that Dre Greenlaw is going to fix everything is a little bit concerning.
Nah, hell no. I'm barely expecting him to play this year. But when he does
that's the other thing. Yeah, he's back super late into the season.
But yeah, when he does play, not only is he back super late into the season, but the man just tore his Achilles. I'm barely expecting him to be able to walk out there on the field, let alone, hey, come save us.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, yeah, Drake Greenlaw and Christian McCaffrey, me personally, I'm not expecting anything from them this year. Nothing. Whatever you get from them is a bonus. That's the way I'm approaching this season. Maybe I'm compartmentalizing this situation a little bit or being super, super cautious about it. But those two, I'm not looking for them to come in and save this season. These guys that are here right now, they're gonna have to save themselves.
Okay. I'm with you. There was a report this morning. It's kind of funny because it does tie to the San Francisco 49ers a little bit because it might be their fault. The Browns have started, I don't want to say they've started trade conversations, but they've started I guess, entertaining trade conversations involving Amari Cooper. We believe this all started because the Browns were like, yeah, we'll trade Amari Cooper for Brandon Ayuk. What's the problem? And the trade proposal was out there. This does nothing for San Francisco, does it? Like if they went and got Amari Cooper right now.
No, I think they've got enough on the offensive end. I know we had fun, or I had fun about a week ago with the whole thought of Devontae Adams and all this other stuff, but wide receiver isn't their problem. And they've got another guy potentially coming back. We don't know how good he is because he's a rookie, but you got a Ricky Pearsall that is hopefully coming back relatively soon. So I don't think wide receiver is.
Did they open his window? I saw that they
did not.
They did. That's what I thought.
Unless they did it this morning.
I don't think they did.
Yesterday they hadn't opened his window yet. So
yeah, I don't think they did.
Yeah, wide receiver. You don't really need it.
I don't know about defensively, but offensively, the 49ers, I feel like, have everything they need to fix their problems. It's a matter of like they got to do it themselves. Like Amari Cooper or whoever, like that's not gonna fix it.
They got to do it themselves. They got to execute. The two areas of need for them is on the defensive line and a linebacker alongside Fred Warner. Because DeAndre Campbell that hasn't been a good fit. So yeah, that's what they need. I think the secondary's been fine. Hufanga had some tough moments on Sunday. And he got hurt again.
He's probably it's probably tough for him. He's probably trying to get back into the flow of things right now. That was his third game?
Second or third game, yeah. And he keeps getting hurt now. So that's something that you got to deal with. But the secondary, I mean, Deommodore Lenoir's been fantastic. Travarius Ward has not been as good as he was the last 2 years, but he's still a good DB. I don't look at him as anything different than that. So the two real issues for me with them are on that defensive line where you're missing Armstead a little bit and you're missing Hargrave as well. And that other linebacker spot, which would be Dre Greenlaw. So that if they can upgrade on those spots, that's where I'd be, putting my focus in if I was the 49ers. Receiver, I think they're okay. I think they're fine there.
Shout out to the Cleveland Browns for mismanaging a really talented roster. That's a talented roster. But they stink.
They got talent.
They stink.
They just don't have a quarterback.
Nope.
Yeah, it turned out they were still the Browns as far as how they run things, organizational wise, and all that. They're always going to be dysfunctional.
So hindsight is 2020. The type of contract seems a little outrageous. It's not crazy. It's not crazy that they went after Deshaun Watson. Like the whole fully guaranteed 260 or whatever.
No.
Like it's not crazy.
No one could have pictured this fall off is crazy.
Right.
Like it is so dramatic. No,
it's a
the
natural,
idea
like fall off talent wise, and then he wrecks his shoulder too. And now he's just really
the idea of Deshaun Watson at that time and trading for him is not crazy. You can talk about the contract like all you want to, but the fact is this is probably one of the worst trades in NFL history.
No, you're not lying. I chuckled because I saw Stephen A yesterday, and it was such a simple line. It was actually pretty funny because somebody's like, "This may be the funniest thing I've ever heard Stephen A say." Stephen A goes, Deshaun Watson is absolutely awful.
Well,
he's so awful that if they arrested him for being awful, I wouldn't even complain.
Okay, Stephen A, relax a little bit. You didn't have to do all that. Just say that the man was bad. Say that the man is bad.
Arrested him for being awful.
That's ridiculous.
How you gonna get arrested for being awful? It's one of those things. It's so stupid and so ridiculous. It was funny.
And the great thing is I could hear, and I wouldn't even be mad. I can hear it. I can hear the delivery. I wouldn't even be mad if they arrested him.
Oh,
All right.
but yeah, no, it's
he's bad though. Like he's that bad. And no, like you're right. Like you can't fault the Browns for doing it, but especially at that time. But right now, I mean, it looks like one of the worst deals in history,
and
or one of the worst trades in history.
And what you can fault the Browns for, though, is the fact that they're stuck with them. Like you didn't have.
Well,
to
they
do
made
that.
it worse.
Yeah,
they made it worse this year.
You didn't have to do all that you did to get this. Well, maybe you did, but I feel like you really, really outbid everybody else. Like it didn't feel like you had to go that far.
That's a good question. That wasn't a question. It was a statement. That would be a good question. It's like, what did the market look like? Did Deshaun want to go to Cleveland? What other team was in the run? Because Cleveland's measure of making the contract fully guaranteed felt like, this isn't hindsight at all, it felt like a desperate moment for them. Like, we feel like we're an elite quarterback away. And make no mistake about it, at the time, Deshaun was elite. And they missed.
He
missed.
And I saw somebody on like Cleveland radio or whatever was talking about I think I didn't really watch the whole segment, but I think they were trying to make the argument they should have just kept Flacco. Do you think that was reasonable?
The Browns should have kept Flacco.
They were like, you messed it up because you got this guy that you got to guarantee all this money to you. So what? Like,
well, they should have kept Baker.
I mean, yeah, Baker's playing great right now, but he was gone. They got Deshaun. Flacco, they were one of the best teams in football last year, and he's still playing football.
Oh, okay.
They're saying like you should have just kept him. He was a free agent.
Yeah, no, they should have. But what are you going to do? Bench Deshaun?
Yeah,
you can't get out of this. You're stuck.
Sometimes, like I know, like we have these discussions, all three of us. Like sometimes, like, oh, you can't bench him because he makes such and such money. No, sometimes you just need to. Like sometimes if the backup is better, I don't care how much the guy is making. The guy who's making all the money is terrible. He's no good. So you can justify and say like we're going to start him because he's making all this money and just suck, or you can go with the guy that's better and bench the guy that's making a lot of money. And I think that's what they were faced with. And I think the radio host's argument was you didn't keep Flacco because you had this guy that you were paying all this money to. You should have just kept him, sucked it up, and benched Deshaun Watson and kept Flacco playing.
Joe Flacco makes $4.5 million.
Oh my God. Yeah, that's a fail. I didn't know he's making that little money.
I don't know that that's that little.
4.5 million?
He's a backup quarterback.
He's good. He would have been your starter. He would have been your starter. Yeah. I would have. Yeah, I understand the frustration. I would have kept Flacco.
Hang on, let me look at something real quick because look back at last year. Oh yeah, I'm not going to be able to do this quickly apparently because
by the way, opening night quotation marks in the NHL going on as we speak.
What?
The Kraken are playing right now on opening night.
It feels like
the NHL.
Feels like the hockey season is always going on.
Why would you do that at 1:30?
I don't know.
Joe Flacco played, looks like 7 games that last year with Cleveland. 5 as the starter.
Because Deshaun, they were what, 5-1 when Deshaun got hurt? I think they were 5-1 or something like that.
Would you? Yeah, you would trust Joe Flacco to run a 17-game season for you?
I wasn't as close to the Browns situation. Looking at it from the outside looking in, I would have my concerns, but there's a good number of people there who felt like he was good enough last year. And if you feel like he was a big reason for you guys getting in the playoffs and keeping the season going, yeah, I would. The other thing about that, though, I'll give the flip side, RIP, flip side, is Deshaun was 5-1 before he got hurt last year. And I think you do have to bring him back and see what he has.
Well, for the record, I don't think Flacco was the quarterback of the Browns last year. Flacco was the quarterback of the Browns 2 years ago.
No, he was there last year because the Texans beat him in the playoffs. Texans beat the Browns in the playoffs.
Okay.
Flacco,
oh, that's right. I'm like, why does he have stats this year? Because Richardson got hurt. That's why. I was like, no,
he's starting.
This is wrong. He's sitting on the bench. Like he's playing the quarterback again. That's right.
So Deshaun, I believe, I keep saying it, but I could find out. I think they were 5-1 when he got.
No,
hurt
I think that's right. I'm gonna pull up
Baltimore.
Deshaun Watson's stats though from that time.
And I don't think he was that good either.
That's the other part. I think he had one good game in that stretch. That's this year. Give me 1 second. Let me go back to last year, 2023. Deshaun was in fact 5-1.
So the thought would be, I mean, you got to see it. I understand if somebody has that school of thought, like I got to see it. I gotta see what
he
Deshaun
wasn't
has
great, but he wasn't bad. 7 touchdowns, 4 interceptions, 1,100 yards in those. I mean, he's fine.
And to be fair to the situation, he wasn't this. It wasn't like
he wasn't.
He looked
this.
like this, and you're like, they're still
this.
5-1. So let's struggle. No, he
wasn't this.
He was a functional quarterback. Right now,
he stinks.
He's done.
He's terrible.
He's finished. There is. I seen Cam Newton, after the shoulder surgery.
Yeah,
there ain't no
never
coming
the same
back
again.
this.
I don't think so. Andrew Luck said, "F it, I'm out."
Yeah,
he was like, "Y'all ain't gonna see me as that quarterback again."
So yeah, I don't know what you do. Two things. One thing I want to say, we talked about. You heard a little bit of it, not on the handoff, but when we were coming in here, I was talking to Kyle or whatever. Lamar Jackson is him.
Mm-hmm.
He is him. I didn't get a chance to watch a lot of the football on the way to the game, and then, like you pointed out, Niners lost. What you think? I'm watching game day final after? No, I'm not.
No.
So yesterday, last night, I went back and I had 24 hours and I like to go back and watch some of the games. And I watched that Ravens-Bengals game.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God.
I was able to catch the end of that live. It was pretty exciting.
Lamar, the play. We all know what it is, where he invades the stack, stiff arms the guy, finds Lively. Lamar is him.
Yep.
Lamar is him.
Did Jesse dance on the Bengals' grave yesterday? Did I miss?
A little bit.
Okay,
I mean, I wouldn't say it was a dance. It was more of a two-step.
Oh, a little like just a little snap of the finger. Okay.
Yeah, that's all it was. Yeah, toe tap. You know what I mean? Tapping his toe, he did that. It wasn't a complete dance on there. But
it's wild that you have a quarterback who was like 30 of 40 or 30 of 39 or something, 5 touchdown passes and lost.
He was really good too.
Yeah,
the Bengals were really good in that game. Like going back and watching,
but it doesn't matter.
They were in a position where at 1-4 at the time, 1-3,
1-3 at the time.
There's no room for error.
Mm-mm.
You had to win. You had to find a way to win that game, and it was right there for him. I thought the coach played a little too conservative there in that overtime period when they got the fumble.
Zach Taylor, the Bengals coach,
he played a little too conservative. He should have let Burrow throw and try and get a first down and get a little closer. He didn't, and it was over at that point, man. So, Lamar is him. That's my one thought. And I asked Jesse yesterday, do you think Russell Wilson should start if he's healthy?
Yeah. So I that's a great question because it's been that's a tough loss to the Cowboys, first of all. But it's also what exactly are the Steelers? I think that was the question when they were 3-0 and have lost their last 2, if memory serves. And are they winning because of Justin Fields? Probably not. They're winning in spite of Justin Fields? Probably not. It's probably something right in the middle. Is Russell Wilson going to offer you something better? My opinion is probably not.
I think he is.
Yeah.
I saw a lot of plays on Sunday. Now, there's things I think that Justin Fields can do that Russell can't do at this point in his career. But I saw guys beating Cowboys defenders, and all you got to do is put a little air under them and let them run under it. And Justin Fields just can't do that. He just throws a rifle every time.
Yeah, he does.
And I think Russell Wilson could do that. I think that's the one thing he still might be able to do. Like, get that ball up in the air and have that. I don't know if he can do the short intermediate stuff anymore, but he's always been able to throw a good deep ball. And it seems like those guys are winning some of these matchups, and they need somebody to deliver it. I think it's not a lot. Like, I'm not going to say he's going to turn into all-pro Russell Wilson, but I think he can give you a little bit more than Justin Fields is giving you at this point.
I think what it boils down to, though, like I get you feel like Justin Fields, he's not making enough plays. He's not putting his receivers in the best position. But are his receivers really that good?
I don't know.
I mean, I'm all sorry, Jesse.
George Pickens is. He's not like the top 5 or anything like that, but George Pickens is good enough.
George Pickens is good. Did you see some of these 22s be coming out here?
Yeah, I saw that.
It a little bit. Like,
they're not even running. They're running away from him every play, though. It looks like too.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Maybe that's where you need Russell Wilson, then, a guy who can kind of survey the land a little bit better than Justin Fields might.
Yeah, because on those all 22 plays too that you're talking about, like the plays going to the right, George Pickens is running like an out route or something to the corner on the left.
Fields isn't a good quarterback, is he?
Probably not.
I don't mean to joke about this. It's too early to tell. I really believe that. He's not good right now. He's not ready right now. But
I feel like he is. Maybe he's not a good quarterback. I still can't let go of the fact I think he's going to be one.
It could be.
But
I'm like, this year is kind of
based on vibes and vibes alone.
This year has kind of opened my eyes to some of this stuff, man. And I'm a little bit more hesitant to say somebody's good or bad at this point in their career, because you see guys like Sam Darnold. You see guys in the last couple of years like Geno Smith, who had some time.
Baker.
Baker for sure. Had some time to develop and learn the game, got in different situations, and are excelling. And sometimes it never happens, but we've got clear examples now that it can happen. Can happen with some of these guys. So Justin has a lot of talent. We'll see. Right now, I don't think he's a quarterback that can like lead you to the playoffs right now. So
okay. Trysta Krick's going to join us at the top of the 2:00 hour. Much more ahead. It's D'Lo and Casey, brought to you by Sky River Casino. Oh, well, while we're here, we might as well talk about the Raiders real quick.
Oh, man.
D'Lo and Casey on ESPN 1320.
Pickens is good. He's got an attitude problem, no doubt, but he's good. Russ, I just caught the beginning and end of this show. I didn't watch anything in between.
Me too. You know what was funny about that is I watched the whole Hell in a Cell, which went exactly as I expected. I packed, had to get ready for Khalid, all of that stuff during the whole mid-card. I was watching the main event on the iPad as I was getting ready to go to Khalid. I gotta go. Shut it down. I heard the announcement. I saw Jay's return. I was like, oh, this is dope. Or Jimmy's return. Oh, this is dope. Left. Had to get out the door. Had no idea that The Rock came back. I thought Jimmy was the big return. I saw the hug, the embrace, and I got out and started headed to the venue. I didn't know The Rock came back until KC told me something when we got
his little stupid ass belt too.
That's such a, like Chris pointed out, that's such a great heel move because it makes me fucking hate him.
Yeah, I saw it. I was like, this is
Like
dumb.
you look like the biggest jackass I've ever seen. Yeah, I think Katie definitely passed her. Well, I have to save the hot tub time. We'll have to save that when Katie's able to join me and Kyle. But yeah, we were inseparable for 2 days, and well, I'm trying to power through. All right, Zabo, settle down.
Oh. Oh, man. Oh, man. Y'all got to chill.
I figured she toughed it out for 3 days. I could tough it out for 1, but everybody's trying to throw me out of the building.
I like Jazz.
Ah! It's all complex. I was like, man, I'm good. Like I'm ready. Like I'm ready to come in. Like I'm fine. It's like, all right. All of a sudden we get here talking. I was like, man, this is exhausting. Why is talking so difficult? Okay. Let's get straight to the Elk Grove Kia talk line. TK, Trysta Krick was talking crazy about me on IG. He's going to join us coming up here at the top of the 2 o'clock hour. Manny, what's going on, my man?
Hey, so I just wanted to say something about Justin Fields. So I think you definitely have to stick with him for now unless something spirals, just because of with all the stuff that went on with the Bears and the bad habits he got over there. I know he's erratic at times and his passes can be off, but if you're really going to evaluate the kid and see whether or not he's the future there, you got to stick with him and let him unlearn some of the bad habits he got and hopefully get a little bit more accurate with his throws and see what you really got there, because the talent is definitely there, both feet and arm. And I just think that's not, don't go to the past with the guy that's not going to be a starter that much longer, even if you put him in. Like, this is the guy that potentially might be your future. You got to stick with him for now and see what you got. And if you want to hear more riveting talk like that, check in tomorrow night at 8 p.m. the Chatty House after party. Special guest Will Z coming in to give us some numbers. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
I like that.
Very, very well done.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
Very well done,
Now,
Manny.
I disagree with Manny a little bit, because you're not in, if you're the Steelers, you're not in no evaluation
Nope.
period. Like, you're trying to win a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
You got a Super Bowl defense. And what you need is somebody, a game manager, somebody can get you, the points that are there to get, they don't miss them. And I don't know if Russell Wilson is that guy or not, but I know you're not, this ain't no evaluation period right now. Like,
Nah.
You want winners.
Not the team. Yeah, thank you, Mike. Not the team, not the coach, not the organization for that. He needed to come in and be good. He came in and he was good enough. But after, and this was always going to be the case with Justin Fields, whether it's fair or not, when they were 3-0, it's fine. But when you lose a couple of games, it's going to immediately be like, well, Russell Wilson is there. That's the problem with having Russell Wilson there. Because he's there, it's, well, you just said it. You got a Super Bowl caliber defense. Well, Try that.
Yeah.
It's the dangers of having a quarterback the likes of Russell Wilson sitting there on that bench.
Because the thing about it is, even when they were 3-0, the offense wasn't good. So it's almost one of those things where it's like, yeah, as long as we're winning, we'll keep it going with you performing this way. But if you're not, like yeah, we gotta move on. We gotta try something different. And now they're at a point where they're not, and it feels like the offense is kind of holding them back a little bit.
Mhm.
So yeah, change may need to be made. Who do they play this week? Are they playing this week? Oh, well. Well,
Who is it?
they're in Las Vegas.
Well, okay. Well, all right. Goddamn, pal. First off, before we get to Vegas and Antonio Pierce, Talno Funga, you mentioned his injury earlier. He has torn ligaments in his wrist. Torn ligaments in his wrist. And according to Kyle Shanahan, he's expected to be out a month or so.
Wow. Get well soon, man. Just, man, terrible 12 months for him.
Yeah. Yeah, that's tough. That is tough. You mentioned Las Vegas. They suck. I don't know what to say. That was awful. That performance was awful. And it feels like Antonio Pierce and this is like spiraling out of control quickly. And Davante Adams' agents were working really hard over the weekend to make sure that Schefter reported, hey, he's working his way back. He'll be okay. He's going to be back soon. That had nothing to do with the Raiders. It had nothing to do with Davante Adams. It had everything to do with teams who want to acquire Davante Adams in a trade. And that's what that move was. Salute to Davante's agents. That's what that was all about. This feels like it has spiraled out of control, and they got their ass whooped. They got whooped
by Bo Nix and the Broncos, who are now sneaky 3-2.
That.
But yeah, that was awful. I mean, we talked about it yesterday, myself and Jesse.
Mm-hmm.
We just kind of wondered, man. Like AP, it's
it was a fun little story.
Now. Yeah, it's looking a little bleak right now. I don't know if he's. Well, I asked the question, and Jesse says he'll get through this, but I was like, does he get through the season?
Yeah, I think he gets through the season.
It's bad right now.
Whether I make it through the season at this point is becoming highly questionable.
It's bad right now with AP.
Yeah, it's not good.
It's not even like they're not winning games. It looks like, it feels like there's a segment of that locker room that might have given up on him. When I see what happened in that Panthers game, when I hear about what he had to say after that game, where he walked it back, but it's like toothpaste. You can't put it back in the, like it's there.
Has anyone tried? Everyone's so certain you can't put it back.
Good point. I wonder how you.
Yeah, I'm pretty certain you can't.
Yeah, I think you might be able to, but that's another
Try it when you get home.
But you got that. You got the meeting the players were talking about, I think after that, where they were like, yeah, we had a meeting. It got kind of personal, got kind of rocky, but we're good now. It's like, really, that's what we're doing? Davante Adams situation. Like it's starting to stack up, and then you get to the point where you get beat up by a Denver Broncos team. And yeah, it's just, I'm rooting for him. I like Antonio Pierce. I want him to work, but it's pointing towards not working. And if it keeps going like this, I don't know how you can keep him the entire year. We're only in week 6.
Man.
Think about everything I just said. It's only week 6.
I mean, what are you going to fire him for during the season for?
Because this is bad right now.
It'll be bad too when he's gone, though.
Yeah, it'll be.
But at least you'll just be bad. It's just a bad team. This looks like a mess.
Yeah, but is it? he's gotta. I don't know that he has his feet under him. And this is what we were talking about, like during don't compound a mistake that you made a year prior or 2 years prior by making another mistake. Like, I don't know if AP was their guy. I don't know if no one else was interested in the Raiders job. I don't know what it was, but this, you had to know if you're Mark Davis, you had to have known you were going to face some sort of hiccups with Antonio Pierce. Maybe you didn't expect this, but you had to expect there were going to be hiccups along the way for like a true first-time head coach. That's just in the league, but like, period. This is a true first-time head coach.
It's probably what you get for listening to your players too, to be honest. Max Crosby's talking about, I don't want to be here if AP's not here, and now it's already blown up in your face.
I say it all the time. Keep your mouth shut if you're a player. Keep your mouth shut. Because now what's Max Crosby look like if you just going to keep riding with AP? You keep losing? I don't think they're losing solely because of Antonio Pierce. I think they're losing because their offense is terrible. We said this repeatedly before Antonio Pierce and after Antonio Pierce. They do not have a quarterback, and they don't have any offensive weapons that don't require someone else getting them the ball. That's not Antonio Pierce's fault. All of the other stuff that you just laid out, I feel like you can get through that.
This would have looked a lot.
They can't get through Gardner Minshew and Aiden O'Connell, in my opinion.
This would have looked a lot different too if they drafted a quarterback this season. I don't think it would have been all this bad, but the fact that it's Gardner Minshew and it's kind of like, all right, well, he was supposed to be the guy for at least this season or whatever till next year you get a quarterback. Like, I think you're going through Ricky Pans with someone else or whatever. That's different.
The thing that I say and that concerns me. It concerns me. I'm not advocating for his firing, but it concerns me because I don't know how you get past this is. And maybe Belo and JC up in Boston are different. But
Good
are
show.
the Patriots, do the Patriots look like the Patriots just look like a bad team, right?
Mm-hmm.
They don't look like a mess.
Correct.
And that's the difference. That's what he does have control over.
So
that's the thing that concerns. They just
I got you.
Yeah.
Is it are they is the Devontae Adams thing maybe looking at making it look like a little bigger than it really is?
Well, you got two things. You got two things.
Okay. Just cover my bases. That was kind of a weird sentence.
Where's the rep? You just turn a blind eye? What
No,
are we doing around
I'm
here?
thinking about what he just said. Like, no, it's not just Devontae Adams though, because wasn't it Jack Jones or whatever they had an issue with?
Well, Jack Jones, that was the business decision.
Yeah, so it's not
then-
just a one thing, one off
what
thing.
he said, then what the players are talking about, the
No,
player only.
I
and all
understand, but is the Devontae Adams thing making it bigger? Because that's not. No one cares.
Well,
I mean, Raider fans do, but I mean,
the Devontae Adams thing is it's all just the cherry on top. The Raiders are dysfunctional. Antonio Pierce does not have
I don't feel
control
like
at
that's
all.
the cherry. I feel like that's the whole damn
here's the
Sunday.
thing. He's adding to the dysfunction.
Yeah.
With
Okay.
Instagram likes, with not talking to Devontae and all this other stuff.
We don't know that he liked it. Just wouldn't answer the damn question.
So that's my concern. Like you can not have talent and just think like the Patriots, and nobody's looking at Gerard Mayo and saying it's just dysfunctional. The Raiders look dysfunctional. Now, me saying it's week 5, you still got time to figure this out if you're AP. Like you said earlier, trying to find his footing, and you got time to just calm the waters, figure it out. Maybe it's as simple as trading Devontae Adams, and you get that type of energy out of your locker room, and now you can proceed and do the things that you need to do. But more than just like the play on the field, I need to see the dysfunction go away. You can kind of keep losing games and just kind of be a normal team that's trying to figure themselves out and figure out as a franchise, and I can deal with that. We can't have you in the storylines week after week.
Let's bring in TK here. Trysta,
TK.
live from
New York City, baby.
Hey.
New York City.
Oh no, I was about to ask a question, but that's a stupid question because the game's like about to come on. I was like, you going to game 3? No, you're not.
Game 5, though, I'm going to go to the one in Philly.
Definitely having a game 5.
Definitely having a game 5.
I think both division series go 5 in the NL.
fun.
All 4 of them might go 5.
What do you think about what's going on with AP in Las Vegas? Is that a dysfunctional situation that needs to get rectified?
Kind of. I don't understand why we've gotten to this situation. Like, how do you have players that are willing to put themselves out on the trade block if you don't get hired, like Max Crosby? And then you do get hired. We've got the receiver doc come out. Clearly, Devontae isn't happy then. We know something's wrong then. Nothing happens. So we're like, well, maybe it was content, No, nothing has changed. The quarterback situation is still terrible. Aiden O'Connell is not the one. Gardner Minshew is not the one. And now you have a new head coach where we're not sure if it was vibes and like dead cat bounce culture, rah. Is he like at best case Dan Campbell, like best case, and everybody else around him has to be super smart, and he's just like the grit and grind, bite kneecaps kind of guy? But I think when it's like, oh, if guys don't want to be here, the thing that's different between Dan Campbell and AP is that there's almost like a insecurity about his place in the coaching hierarchy because he's taken this almost like disciplinarian approach with grown ass men, and that's with multimillionaires never going to work.
Yeah.
What do you guys think?
I kind of feel the same way, and I like AP. I like the hire. I wanted them to do that when he was available. I said give him his shot, and the truth of the matter is it's a little different when you're the guy and when you're the interim guy.
Right.
Like when you're the interim guy, you can be about vibes. When you're the head guy, there's decisions that you have to make, and there's ways that you have to go about things. And I don't think AP's handled it the best, man. Obviously, I kind of laid out some of the things just a second ago, but the whole I saw guys making business decisions. I'm going to have to make some business decisions. I don't think that sat well in the locker room, even if he was right. Like, I understand it, but saying that at the podium, like
you say that privately.
Yeah. Like that didn't sit well. And then they had the players only meeting, and those guys were like, yeah, it got a little personal in there, and it was contentious, but I don't think that sat well. And then Devontae, and this is kind of the way the Devontae thing's been handled, with the Instagram likes and, and him not really addressing it publicly or what. It just seems like you said it perfectly, Dame. He's struggling to find his footing right now, and it's getting worse, it feels like.
Yeah, I don't know how to. We again, compounding mistake by making another mistake. Like they just keep making mistake on top of mistake, and I don't think firing Antonio Pierce like halfway through the year is the way to go. I think their biggest issue is they lack talent, specifically on the offensive end. They don't have a quarterback. They don't have a backup quarterback. They don't have quarterback options. That's their fault. They don't have a run game. That's their fault. And they have Devontae Adams, and they wonder why he's upset. Now, maybe Devontae Adams is just a guy who's not happy. Maybe he's not going to be happy till he gets to Aaron Rodgers. Maybe he's not going to be happy till he gets to Derek Carr. And maybe it's what Jason Jones always tells us is you're not going to recover from Josh McDaniels in a year. They butchered this team up, and it's going to take time to fix it.
And it's not even Josh McDaniels that you're recovering from. It's John Gruden and Mike Mayock that you're recovering from, which was an absolute disaster. And then you bring in Josh McDaniels. What we have is institutional malfeasance and a rotting culture. And then you get a little bit of a rah-rah spark plug, and you think it's love, and you think it's real. And everything that we know about his background, AP's background, is that he's not ready for this. He just was put in the right place at the right time, and guys rallied around him because they were so used to toxic that his version of toxic, because I think what's happening is clearly like that's a toxic thing. Like, I'm business decision this, business decision that. Like, there's something there. Anyway, in the moment, whatever version of that he had was so much better than Josh McDaniels and John Gruden and Mike Mayock that it felt like a breath of fresh air. But then you realize, oh, this is still not it. And on top of that, our roster can't support even for a good coach. We don't have a good O-line. We don't have a good run game. We have Max Crosby in an okay defense. We don't have a quarterback. Like, you're never, and we're in a tough division where we have to face the Chiefs now and Harbaugh twice a year.
And I was hearing you say what you're saying, and I was going to ask the question before you said that, but it's almost clear right now, and it's still early. It's still 5-6 weeks into the season. But I was going to ask you guys, should they have even hired him in the first place?
Probably not. Probably not. Like they're but at the same time, they're just in a bad position all around. I think they were fooled by what happened at the end of the year.
Yes.
You know what? Also, you go back even more, dealing with the sins of before.
Right.
They had the same situation before and let the guy walk.
That's right. That's what I mean.
Got Josh McDaniels.
Yep.
And now they're like, well, can't fool me twice. They're gonna make the same mistake again.
Yeah.
And yeah, they should have been looking at them as separate situations.
And like, don't forget that Jim Harbaugh was interested in that coaching job. It wasn't just LA or nothing for him. That was an evaluation for him as well. I'm not going to say that he would have turned that franchise around overnight, but you see that the Chargers had a lot of issues with their roster, and they made changes quickly. Now you got J.K. Dobbins looking really, really good. You get the Gus Bus, right? You have guys, you bring them over from Baltimore. Who knows what this team looks like and what roster decisions were made. Also, on top of that, I honestly, like, you see the way that the Chargers let Keenan Allen go. Like, maybe Devontae gets traded for a haul last offseason if Harbaugh is the head coach. I just don't think that allowing Max Crosby and his words to be the reason that you make that decision, because that's what it felt like, right? It felt like he was kind of putting the screws on a little bit. Like, listen, I know I'm the guy on the defense. I'm one of the best pass rushers in the league. So if he goes, I go. And it's like, yeah, we'll see how you feel when we bring in Harbaugh. Like, are you still going to be singing that tune? Because you're under contract, my guy, and we have to do what's best for us.
You have any thoughts on Stephon Diggs before we get to the NBA? No, it's fine. I was just wondering. It's fine. We'll keep it moving.
I really fast. We'll do this in a roundabout way that won't get us fined. I interviewed Stephon Diggs 4 times, maybe.
I'm sorry.
No, the chat's going crazy.
I'm sorry.
I hadn't heard that one either, too, before. That was crazy when she put that in the caps in the watermelon joint. I said, oh.
You like that analogy. That's my own personal one. Anyway, let me go back. So I interviewed Stephon probably 4 or 5 times. Always very nice. Like, always. Yeah.
Were you wearing that shirt when you talked to Stephon Diggs?
This exact one? No.
Okay.
This exact one? No. Yeah, you can tell in those moments that he's a little too slick with it, his pause. He's a little bit too, I'm going to wear my hair in a way that, like, shows you that I'm okay, like, just being me. And he's like, oh yeah, you have really pretty eyes and blah blah blah. Where'd you get this bracelet? Like, oh, I'm not dating anybody now. And that was right around the time that the Minnesota Vikings put out that locker room video, which I posted on Instagram in the Stephon Diggs news piece. I guess you could call it the news piece about Kim and Cardi B. But every single player in the locker room that was interviewed was asked, who would you not want to date your sister? Like, least like to date her. And every single person was like, Diggs. Absolutely effing not Diggs. Definitely not Diggs. And I even asked him about that in the interview. He's like, see, I really get a bad rap and people don't know. And you almost get finessed and thinking, oh, maybe he's just too slick. No. And then you got DJ Academics being like, oh yeah, word around our entertainment streets is that he's like the most active out of anybody, not just entertainers, not just athletes, but like the whole like business at large. So when I saw that news story yesterday, I was like, of course that's true. Like, of course that's real.
So we talked about this a little bit on the other show, and I didn't like that Act did that. I'm choosing.
We will talk about this.
We
on the
will
other
talk
show.
about that. I'm choosing not to believe it. I will say this.
You're choosing not to believe.
I'm choosing. Well, maybe not 8 months. Maybe that's the part I'm choosing not to believe.
Why not? What's wrong with 8
For
months?
those unaware, there is a rumor that Stephon Diggs
Had fornications.
thank you. That's
Cardi
not
B.
how I was gonna. Yep. Go
With
ahead.
Cardi B because
While she was pregnant.
Offset was doing his own thing, and so she decided I'm gonna do my own thing. And the person I'm gonna do my own thing with when I'm ready to give birth to his child is Stephon Diggs. And so that's the rumor, which reminded me, by the way, and people in my comments don't remember this, but do you guys remember when LL Cool J put out his book and he talked about how much he loved getting it in with pregnant women? You don't remember that? That's like a huge thing. It's burned into my brain. So that's the first thing that I actually thought of. I was like, ooh, LL Cool J vibes.
Yeah, they 8 months is wild. And if it happened, it happened. That 8 months is wild for both of them. But the one thing I will say, and Dame
but
knows,
like 7 months, what's the demarcation point
when I can
where
see
it's
the
not
bump,
wild?
like when I can see the bump, all right, that's enough. Like, nah, you on the shelf. You on the
You're
shelf.
on the shelf.
On
There
the
are people
shelf.
in
With
my
somebody
comments.
else? Yes.
Well, yes.
for anybody else.
Yeah, with
See,
somebody
this
else.
is
Yes. With your
boy, I had a lot of off-air
Same.
questions.
So did I.
with the person that helped
I got
produce
it.
the baby.
I got it.
Yes.
I got it. I got
Up
it.
until the
Got
last
it.
day.
We're
with
there,
somebody else.
Casey. We're there. We know you have kids. We get it.
But here's what I would say about Ack. He didn't just pull the name out of nowhere. Like, that's a random person to be like, yeah, that's who Cardi was with. Like, I don't know if it's one person, two people, if it was commonly known. That's not a random person that just is pretty specific. And that's where that lends credence to it probably happening in some form.
And if Stephon Diggs is in your phone, Stephon Diggs is elsewhere.
In your phone. Yeah.
In your phone. In your yeah.
You're gonna be all in your phone.
All up in the phone. Every corner of the phone.
Oh, jeez.
That didn't disappoint. What's great
Swiping
about
left, swiping right, hitting the home button.
hitting the home button is what, there isn't even a home button anymore. You can't
it's
even
coming back. The home button's coming back.
Stop it.
Yeah, they're bringing it back.
There's a new button on the side. I don't know what it does, but now the home button is gone. All right, home button's coming back. I guess for Stephon Diggs only.
You guys make me so much. I just want to say really fast before we transition, and I know this is your show and you're running it and driving it, but like you guys really do bring out the best in me. Like you guys really set us up to cruise. So if I ever have anything,
Are you having a bad day?
No, I've been having a phenomenal day.
Oh, okay.
Like the best day.
Okay, good. You looked cranky when this started, and then you said that, so now I don't know if something was wrong.
No, everything's good. No, I really do think you guys are just so great. I've had this awesome time with you guys. So
is that why you called me a brand hoe over the weekend?
That did happen.
She did do it privately.
How many logos does he need to show us? You know, like
well, that was the whole point of the video. It was that I had all of these brands on, and my partner for the weekend was wearing Amazon Basics. Which is a brand, I guess.
Yin and yang. Yin and yang.
That was the idea.
Off and white.
But you called me a brand hoe.
That's what that was. I was like, that's the first thing. He won't take this any kind of way other than he knows that he's hoeing out there for these brands.
All right. In any event.
Hey, I had a take yesterday, and Trista's here. I think Trista will be a good person to see what she thinks about this. Damien, I think you know where I'm going, but we didn't really talk about it. Jesse knows. I said yesterday, college football delivers more consistently than any organization, league, sport in the world. College football, this year they've been on steroids. This year's been crazy. But just traditionally, like college football every single week. Now they get the advantage of there's 100 teams, so you get more chances to have these great games and all this other stuff. But every single week, there's either a great game, an upset, combination of both. And this year, like I said, they've been at Balco Lab this year. Like it's been crazy. And we got one of the greatest weekends, greatest Saturdays of all time on deck. Do you guys agree with that? That college football, there's no other league that delivers the way college football does.
That's such a great question. I don't know if I can disagree. I can't definitively agree, but I can't think of anything that wholeheartedly always delivers this way. I was just in Canada this last weekend, and Saturday was actually the spa day, and I was like, oh, this is a down week of college football. All these cupcake games. The best game is Red River or whatever. I forget what was going on. I forget what the game was.
Miami Cal, maybe.
Well, Miami Cal was the first time that game day had come to Cal, but there was like maybe one other game was okay. And then I'm like, oh yeah, I'm talking to a friend who's a Bama fan. And I was like, oh, aren't you glad that you have all these honeydew things to do when they're playing Vandy instead of when they're playing Georgia? And she was like, yeah, cute little nerdy Vandy, like sweet Vandy. And I came in from the spa, opened the locker, and I'm like, Vandy won that game? Are we serious? You're seeing Nick Saban quotes being like the only cupcake game we have in the SEC is Vandy. Said that 2 weeks ago, and now they lose to Vandy. So I can't say for sure yes, but I like the direction of the take.
And number one going down never gets old.
Never.
How many times have we seen number one go down? And it's great every time.
Hopefully we see number 2 go down this week.
Hopefully we see number 3 go down.
No.
Wait. Oh, no, you're right. 2. Yeah, 2 definitely needs to go down.
2's got to go down. 2's got to go down.
Oh,
Oregon plays Ohio State.
What do you guys do? Do you do
Autzen.
flat?
That's not a duck. That's a gator.
No, they do the
gator.
whole
They do the whole thing.
What do the ducks do? Let's go.
I hope they don't do that. I saw the Chiefs fans doing that last night. Like, seriously? All right, man. Whatever.
Well, we don't do like the whatever the Florida State chant or anything, but it's the O for Oregon. We definitely do scream. Yeah, they do that for sure. But yeah, I'm very excited about this college football.
Yeah, do that, because wouldn't that mean the other team too?
Yeah, we do both.
You guys just don't do anything. You guys just go get tattoos. That's what you guys do.
We got the wave as well. We got I was supposed to go actually. It's just too much. My Airbnb canceled on me. The standing room only tickets were insane price. So I'm gonna watch it from the crib. But boy, because I think also I was scared of getting hurt. Scared of going all the way across the coast, back to hometown vibes, back on campus, all this excitement. And then Ryan Day curb stomps us in our first year in the Big Ten. And I was like, I'm not ready for that level of pain yet. I think if that happens, I at least can say, like SpongeBob, I'm going to call it a night.
SpongeBob.
Dubs and Kings tomorrow night.
Woo! Our Dubs. The thing that I thought was so funny, and we haven't had a chance to talk about this, is Mike Dunleavy Jr. essentially saying they've punted on Steph's career. Just essentially, we are done.
Well, break that down. Break that down. Break that down. What did he say?
He basically said at Media Day, sometimes you can incrementally get better, but you don't do it because it costs too much to do. And so Kelly Oubre really scarred them. completely, right? That was we're going to go and get a difference maker, bucket getter, try to figure out on the margins a way to get somebody to help Steph. And then that was just like an epic disaster. It costed a lot of money. The luxury tax was out of control and they weren't any better. So they're just kind of like, we're not going to make any moves. We're going to operate in the margins, but without any tax implications or without having to trade any of our assets, which is totally fair. They kind of know they're screwed, but he's now admitting it in front of the world. Like, sorry, Steph, we're just not contending. Couldn't be me.
Do you think that's a team that, because I think they'll get in the play-in. Do you think they could possibly miss the play-in? The Warriors?
I think they're better than they were last year. I think they're a play-in team. I just don't think they're anything more than that, right? Like, especially
Why are they
considering-
better than last year? I feel like that line is getting used a lot, and I'm
give me the roster because I can't do it on my phone.
You got this year. You have DeAnthony Melton. You got Buddy
It's
Hield.
okay, really quick. We'll go line by line because I'm not going to remember. DeAnthony Melton, when healthy, is like very impactful. The question is whether his back is fully healthy, but he's a guy who is a main contributor for Memphis in a lot of different ways. He can play a bunch of different positions on the floor. He can defend. He can score a little bit. He can rebound. He's just a versatile, tough, gritty guy that they just didn't have a whole lot of depth to guys that they could go to. Moving forward, who?
You got Buddy Hield.
Buddy Hield
future all-star Buddy Hield
will need to stay in his dang lane, right? Like he'll need to do Indiana Buddy Hield stuff. But he's definitely helps with spacing, and he's a little bit more mobile than Clay. And Clay couldn't defend a cone last year either. So you're basically saying we need to replace Clay with somebody cheaper.
Draymond still on the team or no?
He's still there.
Still, according to him, still there.
Still a Hall of Famer.
Well, he's just the successful black man. That's all he is.
He's in America.
Kevon
He's
Looney
a successful black man in America.
They got Kyle Anderson this year too.
Oh yeah, and Slow-Mo's good too. Another former Grizzly.
He done.
He's done?
He's done.
He's completely
He
done. He can't get you. He can't.
They were trying to win a championship, and he couldn't even play.
That's how deep Minnesota was. He could get you 15 minutes a night. He's better than like when they had I forget that dude's name that was like anyway, they had some randoms that they were giving minutes to last year.
Was
guys
Lamb
like
last year or was that the year before? Who was the guy Lamb?
Oh yeah.
No.
Our Lamb?
No, not our Lamb.
No.
It was another Lamb that I couldn't remember his name.
They had some little foreign dudes running around like Facundo Campazzo kind of vibes. And
Ty Jerome a couple years ago.
Yeah, so they've had like issues with dudes coming off the bench that they were giving minutes to that could not contribute. These at least are legit NBA players. They're not great, but they're not going to get great because they're paying Steph the amount of money that they're paying. They're paying Draymond the amount they're paying. Then they have to figure out a way to pay Kuminga and Moody at some point. So and obviously Andrew Wiggins is getting paid a ton of money too.
Well, let's get to what's really important, and that's the Kings. That's
right.
Of course.
Kings 74 wins, 75. Or 70, like for being conservative. De'Aaron and DeMar 1-2 and Clutch Player of the Year award.
For the third year in a row, and I don't know what the odds are. It's probably 8-1 or something. For the third year in a row, Kings to win the division. I think DeMar's going to win you a ton of games. DeMar, Keegan's going to have pressure off him. I know that,
You think he performs better because of that? Because we spent all last season talking about Keegan, like what's next, doing that next thing. Does the fact that that's not a conversation at all this year help him?
Huge. I mean, you're talking about a guy who is one of the most impactful clutch players in the NBA for 3 straight years. In DeMar, and you've got Foxy, who's also Mr. Clutch. So what does Keegan need to be? He doesn't need to operate from that thought process. There's no pressure on him to do that. We just need some rebounding. Like, just do you. Like, just operate within the flow of the offense. And when it's time for us to need a bucket, we're not going to need to come to you. And you'll already be in rhythm because we're going to get you a more open look. So I'm fascinated to see how this helps Domas as well. Like he's like maybe the third, fourth option now. So I think this changes kind of everything. Maybe it even takes. I was just about to say maybe this takes pressure off of Herder as well. Like we don't need Herder to almost do anything. Just be the version of Herder we got when we first picked you up.
You said the third or fourth option. You're talking about Keegan.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I agree with all that. I think I've been saying it all summer. I think their offense in the regular season, I mean, I think it'll translate to the postseason too, but just the regular season, travel, not as much, prep and all this other stuff. I think they're going to be potent offensively because they got so many weapons. They got so many things that you got to deal with. And if you're not in a series type situation where you're locked in on that team for game after game, and you were just in Phoenix the other night, now you got to get ready for Sacramento. I think they'll have too much a lot of the times for people to deal with.
Well, and think about this. Everybody has pretty much every team in the West has some, except for OKC, has some growing pains that we could expect, right? Like OKC, I think that they're going to be the best team in the West, hands down, right? You add iHeart, that's perfect. You add Alex Caruso, that's perfect. Alex Caruso is one of the most impactful perimeter defenders in the league, maybe even number one when you look at like plus minus. Plus, he can shoot 40% from three. That's a guy that you have come in, step in to replace Josh Giddey, who was really not playing many minutes in the postseason. And then he comes in. That's a nightmare roster. Outside of them, you can say there's big question marks about every single team in the West. Like, how is Minnesota going to integrate Julius Randle, who needs the ball in his hands? He needs, like, what it is. Like, you guys know he's like one of those guys who needs to dribble the ball a million times to get in rhythm, to get his touches and to get his points. So like he's going to hold on to the ball like 15, 16, 17 seconds, which is going to drive that team crazy. How is that going to affect spacing? Where does Dante fall in? So I think that how that operates in terms of like just regular season wins, like there's going to be probably some growing pains there, just like it was 2 years ago for Minnesota when they acquired Rudy Gobert. You've got Memphis with injury issues. You've got Denver trying to figure out how these young kids are going to come in. The Clippers are done. They are screwed. The Lakers are worse than they were last year, and they weren't that good last year. Like Golden State, we've got real questions about how those guys are going to get integrated. We're just flowing past the break, aren't we?
No, your internet wants this conversation to end.
Well, I think it's
Is it ours?
Yeah, because you freeze on my screen. Obviously, you're not like on my screen. I might be freezing too, but you.
No, you're moving. Are we we're looking bad in there?
It was a little tough over here.
Yeah. Okay.
Sorry.
No, you didn't blow past the break at all. We're actually right at the break, so you killed it. You took us like literally right to it. That's fire. TK don't miss. What are you doing in NY tonight?
I'm gonna get some dinner with Jake Fisher and one of his friends. We're gonna go to some like little Chinese restaurant in Chelsea. I'm gonna walk around a bit.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that. And then tomorrow's the Women in Media event thing.
There you go. For the company you don't work for anymore. That's tremendous.
What's so funny is like, can we spill a little tea? And I love them. I love Odyssey. Everybody knows that I do. Love those in charge. Got a text from our head man in charge. He's like, hey, so proud, so honored. You and Maggie Gray. It's gonna be phenomenal. We got you guys a table. Amazing. You guys want guests to come show out? Cool. Just let us know who they are. Also, none of us in charge are going to be able to go because there's another radio event going on at the same time, like that's like better and more important than yours. So like have a great time, chicken or fish.
Well, congratulations to our Woman of the Year.
That's right.
Year.
That's right.
TK, we appreciate you as always. We'll come back with more Steelo and Casey on ESPN 1320. You are the best.
No, you guys are the best.
You rock. Right. You rock.
Right.
Have fun in Chelsea at your fancy dinner with Jake Fisher.
Talk to you guys soon. I'll see if I can break some news for you.
Okay. There you go. We'll take it. Bye. Looks like it. Looks like it.
Yeah, our internet was kind of funky.
This is from Katie. Oh, it's probably. Oh. That's sweet. Thank you. No. You gonna tell them? Just scoot over.
Wow, my bun is lop. Anyways, my last day at Odyssey is Friday. Yeah.
We ain't ready. We ain't ready.
We are not okay with this at all.
Not my choice. So sorry. I'll still be back to annoy y'all.
You will?
Are you gonna be in the chatty house? You're gonna watch our show?
What do you mean?
Yeah. I always watch your show.
Okay.
I do. I listen to it for the 30 seconds it plays out there.
We
or
don't even
3
play it
minutes.
It doesn't even play out
They had
there.
it going for a little
No,
bit.
I think Jonathan removed that.
Oh yeah, because it's not like music. I
No,
mean,
it's not music.
at 3 o'clock, you guys are out on there. I hear you at 3.
Yes, you do. Thank you.
It's amazing hearing you out there and then also seeing you do this in here. It's crazy how that works.
It's awesome, huh?
It is.
Magic of radio. I was in LA at Disneyland this morning on 106.5 The End.
That's right.
He
You
took a
were.
private jet back here.
Did you?
No, he did.
Oh.
He's got a private jet. He told us. He was like, he said, yeah, the jet on there, it only flies to a certain destination
what
when
I
you tell
said.
it to. And I said, that's a private jet.
Oh. What boarding
He's
group was
humble.
that?
trying to
Private
be
jet in.
No, it was just a boarding group. It was just a Southwest Airlines flight.
You probably have like A-list, huh? You and Complex.
Hey,
paid
aren't they
for
getting
it.
rid of that?
Can you convince him to put me back on his companion list? Because he took me off.
Oh, he did? That's cold. I mean, it's funny, but
He took me off because I cost him a lot of points one time.
oh,
I had him change the flight on the way back because I had a date, and then the date ghosted me, so I actually didn't have that date.
wow.
So, So, all right,
All right, Kim. Well, you got to come back before Friday.
I
Or
will.
on Friday, one of the two.
I'm coming just to drop off my stuff on Friday.
Okay, I understand.
But I'll be back here tomorrow.
I would have been gone last week, but
Yeah, for real.
Yeah.
you're better than
We're
me.
throwing Kimberly a party on Friday.
If Damien is feeling good.
I'm going to feel fine. I might do tomorrow's show from home, but I'm going to feel fine.
Okay. All right. Bye bye. You're on my sweater. You're on my sweater.
Oh, this
The
is
hell?
delicious.
Is that the one with the cow in it? Yeah.
Yeah, this is really good.
really good.
I've never had this before. This is fantastic. I was unaware. This is amazing.
Yeah.
This is like my 4th juice of the day.
You're going to get there, big dog. You're going to get there.
Well, that's why I'm staying away from everybody, Dr. David. That's why Casey and I did work for a couple of days, and I might do tomorrow's show from home. Just because I can't disappoint Kimberly.
Aldrin, he's the Mets fan, right? Oh, yeah, there he is. I think they might do it, man.
Win it all?
Win this series. They might win it all, though. I like the Mets.
For real?
Oh, no.
I walked in, I was like, whose food is this? Dry ass sandwich.
What is this? It was probably all depends on how long you stayed. It's quite interesting. Your boy is progressively getting worse, man. But I'm gonna get through this day.
Hey, man, like I said, you get out of here after this if you need to.
Are you sick finally for the first time in what, 5 years?
So the
4 years?
test said no. The test said no because I don't think she'll care if I say it. Like Katie tested positive. Katie was sick the whole weekend. There was literally nothing we could do at this point. It was Sunday morning. She woke up really sick.
Mhm.
She was like, I'm really sorry. Like, we were looking at like changing flights. I was like, I don't think we can. She's like, okay, we'll get through it. And so we were, essentially inseparable for a day and a half. So it was kind of like, look, whatever happens, happens. We just have to get through. Let's just get through Monday or get through. Yeah, Monday. That's the day we recorded. Let's just get through Monday. And so it was about sometime yesterday afternoon, I was like, oh, all right. Like, it's cool. It's not bad. This morning, Complex called. Obviously, he's worried. I was like, no, man, I think I'm fine. I don't want to leave all of this to KC anyways. Like, I'm fine. And then this show started, and it was like, I don't think that I am. I, in fact, do not think that I am.
Hey, man, look, man, you gotta go right now. You gotta go right now.
No, man, we're good. Maybe if nothing else, I'll get us to Jason, and I'll come up with a game plan. I don't feel that bad. I realize I'm starting to sound like crap, which is kind of worrying.
Don't go anywhere, actually. No, if you're gonna go, like, if you're gonna die, do it on the stream.
Oh no! So if I felt like death, I wouldn't leave. If I felt like death, I would do that for you. I would die. Yeah, I would die.
You don't even got to talk, bro. We'll just do D-Lo death camp.
I almost died yesterday.
That's fact. Hey, KC, I'm trying to talk Kings with James or whatever, and KC's in the corner. And I'm trying not to pay attention. I'm like, yeah, James, and you're
kept having to turn the mic off and lean over. And after the fourth time that happened, Jesse's like, "Are you okay?"
What happened? You have particles again?
Well,
did particles get you?
The thing about it was, so I didn't drink my water yesterday because
it's hard. It's a little more difficult. I'm not
gonna do that then. So I had like a Coke, and it was what did I have? Maybe some. I had M&Ms, and it was little particles or whatever. And we're in the middle of the segment, so I couldn't really just like and like get it. So I just
KC was getting like 2 coughs in at a time.
Then after the fourth time of that, she's like, "Are you okay? Are you okay? Do you need?"
Hey, look, pal, what are you doing over here?
What's the point? It's like, now I'm trying to. KC's good. KC's good. It's like, all right, I can't ignore it at this point. Like, now I have to ask.
Yeah, there comes a certain point where you can, like, cutting one microphone off isn't going to do enough.
And James was in studio, so both.
Oh, Jesus. All right.
So yeah, man. But no, if you need to, man, you gotta do what you gotta do, big dog.
Yeah, if it was death, I would stay here and die. But we'll get through the next little stretch because you got Jason Jones to help close this thing out, and I know. One, we need to talk Kings basketball, but two, I know you've been waiting all day to talk about playoffs going on right now.
Yeah, man.
And I ain't talking about Chase's being eliminated.
Well, we didn't talk about that yesterday.
I didn't think you did. You had a bad weekend. You had a bad weekend.
I didn't.
Let me
the
ask
writing
you
was
something.
on the wall, though. The writing was on the wall.
It was, but let me ask you something. Did you see Stewie and her family?
I didn't. I saw her post game. And she kind of mentioned it, and then like somebody explained in a tweet like what she was talking about, but I didn't see her.
Like the emotional reaction everyone had. Do you think my theory has any level of credence after seeing that? That getting past the aces was such a big hurdle for them that they could get got by one of these two teams left, the Sun or the Lynx.
It definitely has credence for sure. With all due respect to the Sun and the Lynx, I just don't think they're good.
No, I don't think they are either.
Not in the
I
series.
think the Lynx could get them. I really do. Like, I wouldn't pick them, and I certainly wouldn't bet your money on them. But never mind. But I think the Lynx are good enough to steal a series from them.
I see, and that's the thing when we talk about the series. By the way, everybody, so based on how you guys go about things, Vanderbilt's better than Alabama, right?
That's correct.
It's correct. Agree.
It's correct.
Yeah, sure. Big, what's his name? Danny Pavia guy?
He's a wild boy. But I don't think either one of those two teams can win 3 times.
I understand.
Like what you're saying makes perfect sense. I just don't know if either one of those two teams, like, they're good, but I don't think they're they're on the level of the Liberty to win 3 times, I'd be pretty shocked.
It feels like the Liberty have been the best team in the league all year, no question. But man, the Lynx and Sun were
Lynx are
both
good.
really good.
No, they're a good
but the
team.
Lynx are the one that I keep looking at. Obviously, they got to get through Game 5 tonight. But the Lynx were the team I look at. Like, man, if someone was going to steal the title from one of those other two, it could be them.
They'll be around next year too.
Yeah,
they'll be around next year. Who do you think wins the game tonight?
Well, I'm gonna pick the Lynx.
I
I'm gonna pick the Lynx.
I think so too. I think the Lynx get back to the finals.
With no Maya, no Rebecca, no Simone, none of those original cast of characters that won all those titles however many years ago.
Did you see the Liberty's Twitter post when they put the Timberlands at center court on the Aces logo?
Yeah.
Yeah. Jackasses.
Yeah, that was good work. That was good work right there.
Jackasses. But yeah, no, they're the best team, man. They're the best team. And they deserve the Aces. We talked about this a little bit with the 49ers yesterday too. And could just be one of those things where the analogy they always say, they try to start the key and it just won't, or start the car and it just won't turn over. It just won't turn over. And it seems like for the Aces,
it was so
they
weird.
tried to just start it and it just wouldn't turn over.
It was such a weird season for them. They never, I know we say this a lot with the Kings last year, they never got their footing.
Right.
They just absolutely could not find themselves. And every time, Chelsea comes back and they win a stretch of games and it's like, okay, I mean, I think they won like 7 of 8 the second Chelsea stepped on the floor or something like that. And it's like, here they go. All right, they back. They was missing that piece. Here we go. Right. And then they didn't. And then they'd, have a stretch where they win 5 of 6. And that just became the story of their season where they'd win games that would make you think like, okay, the championship form is back. And then that'd be it.
Yeah.
They'd fall back.
And now, they kind of regroup. It's always interesting trying to figure out like what happens to these WNBA teams because I don't have a grasp on contracts there. Like I don't know the length. I don't know how free agent go. Does that change with this new media rights deal? Like it becomes a little bit more like an NBA thing. Like I can go to Basketball Reference and Asia's probably a bad example because she's the best player, but Alicia Clark, I can see she's got a 3-year deal because it feels like a bunch of 1-year deals in the WNBA.
Well, I think a lot of that is too, it'll probably change because the salary cap will change. A lot of that is like, part of the reason you'd see like draft picks being tough to stay in the league. You find a veteran and sign them for nothing. You know what I mean? But I actually, with all of this change, I don't even know what I don't know what these new like contract top numbers are and how these deals are done.
Ramsey in the chat, Ramsey would know. He says Kelsey Plum's an unrestricted free agent. So off the top of my head, that might be the biggest free agent.
They pop up kind of crazy. Like Stewie just left as a free agent. Like it's a little bit different.
And I don't know what Chelsea's situation is, but if she's a free agent too, maybe that's Lacob's first big signing.
Sure. Yeah.
Kelsey or Chelsea.
Yeah, Kelsey would be massive. I was trying to lead you into a playoff conversation that wasn't the playoff conversation we had. We'll talk baseball and we'll talk Sacramento Kings who return to the Golden One Center tomorrow night. That's ahead here is dealing with KC. Continue. Plus Jason Jones coming up in about 30 minutes on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
Let me see if I can pull some things up real quick because you need to see some stuff. Worthy's mom. I knew she was gonna get some love.
Whose mom?
Xavier Worthy's mom.
Oh,
I knew that was coming.
It's gonna be tough being Xavier Worthy. Because all of Twitter is talking about her too.
Yeah. All right. When I didn't see it on Twitter till like today, but yeah, I knew that was gonna happen there. All right, let me. Okay, yeah, we can just keep it here. All right, let's see. All right. Oh, come on. Come on, Scout Recycler. Come on, man. That's funny. I have not made prediction. I'll do that tomorrow. Well, Lee's not lying. He's not lying. You know, that's how lazy get down, man. I seen it, man. Seen it with my own 2 eyes. Don't play with that, man. Got him. Sean Mania. One thing I like about the Mets starters, I think the Phillies do it too, is they let these starters pitch. They let them go. I think that bodes well for the playoffs.
What was that?
Because if you just rely on the bullpen all the time, you're going to wear the bullpen out over the course of a playoff season, especially now with how many games are played. You can't be trotting out the bullpen every damn day like that. Yeah, Leezy, I'm telling you, they need to get familiar with your game.
That beard is spectacular. It's like all of the sides are gray and then the front is dark.
The coach,
the new coach, yeah.
You missed it yesterday. Leezy was in the office.
Is that right?
Yeah, Leezy was getting trained by Jackie, and
Leezy.
He was in the building.
I didn't get a chance to head back there yesterday.
Odyssey's newest employee.
I said, "What's up, dog?"
That's awesome. Awesome.
Shout out Promotions too. They were outside in that heat yesterday giving away tickets.
Oh man, where were they at?
They were at
the
what?
parking lot.
They were at what?
They're in the parking lot giving away tickets yesterday.
Tickets to what?
Aftershock We're not giving away what people are collecting.
Oh, yeah.
Poor people. They couldn't just come up to the second floor.
Oh, all right.
WWE's own.
Well, Sexy Red.
Shout out Sexy Red. So we definitely going to talk about that, Bad Blood, everything with Jason Jones coming up at 3:20. But MLB playoffs going on right now. They are lit. They are lit. I waxed poetically about college football yesterday and today. Major League Baseball playoffs are up there. I love the Major League Baseball playoffs. This year is not disappointing. All 4 series tied at 1 right now. The American League doesn't have the cachet like Tigers Indians doesn't like move the needle, but that's a great series. Tigers had a dramatic 9th inning home run last night to win. And then you got the Yankees and Royals. It's the Yankees, so like that's already prime time. They're tied at 1, but the National League is going crazy right now. National League going crazy. Phillies and Mets are playing right now as we speak. Mets are up 1-0 in the 3rd inning.
What are we watching this for?
Well,
why is this game on right now?
Well, because
I just didn't want to watch the Kraken.
Yeah, no, I don't know why that game is on right now. But you gotta have your West Coast game, Dodgers and Padres later on. So you gotta put this one on a little earlier.
How are you getting the remote to work?
Yeah,
I don't know.
We didn't watch TV yesterday, bro. Well, Jesse came in and saved
I
the
had
day.
to cast it or whatever.
Yeah, he came in and saved the day, but it was just a black screen.
So
Black screen.
Like I literally just plug it in and then unplug it. God damn it.
Right there is the sound of the remote not working.
There.
There we go.
There, come on. All right, now we got baseball.
Yeah, we in here. But yeah, the Mets are up 1-0 right now in the 3rd inning. That series tied at 1. I mean, we talking New York and Philly. We talking Mets, Phillies. Like I'm not gonna say it is exactly like this because I think it's one of what I'm about to say is one of the best rivalries in all of sports. But we saw what it was like when Giants Dodgers were playing in the postseason. This is close. This is close. Phillies Mets is close.
Yeah.
Like this is they don't like each other at all. So that's great. But then the other one where the teams don't like each other are the Padres and the Dodgers. Series tied at 1. One of the great rivalries in the game today. And I'll ask you, are you familiar with what's going on with this series and Dave Roberts and Manny Machado and all this other stuff? Are you up to date?
I'm not.
Okay, this is even great because I'm not gonna lead through. I'm just gonna show you all this stuff. So, in game 2, the pitcher for the Dodgers strikes out Machado and tells him, "Get the F out of here, sit the F down," or whatever. And Machado's like, "Don't talk to me like that," or whatever. And it was like it kind of came out of nowhere to a certain degree. And we're like, okay. So then Dave Roberts comes out yesterday or something like that. And it comes out that Manny Machado, he says he threw the ball at him. I'm going to play Dave Roberts. I'm going to let you hear what he's got to say.
Okay.
And this is Dave Roberts explaining like what the issue was.
Okay.
He would spark the jawing between Flaherty and Machado. Did it almost hit you? What did you know that it came
I
in
didn't
hot?
know. I didn't notice it at the time. I really didn't. I didn't notice it. I did see the video, and it was unsettling. Obviously, I have a relationship with Manny from years past. There was intent behind it. It didn't almost hit me because there was a net. And that was very bothersome. It's if it was intended at me, I'd be very. It's pretty disrespectful. So I don't know his intent. I don't want to speak for him, but I did see the video, and the ball was directed at me with something behind it. So, but I don't know what led to that. I didn't see it in real time, but I did see the video.
Did you feel?
So that's Dave Roberts. That's what he said. So comes out that the video comes out. So here, I'll take this off the screen while I find it. But the video came out of what happened.
I'd have to imagine it's like a line drive into the dugout where he's talking about it.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I'd have to imagine, man, he just fired that
But
thing
it's
in there.
unsettling and all this other stuff. So here's here's Manny Machado, because this is a brutal film type stuff.
Very good.
After they're warming up or whatever,
Yep.
these guys routinely throw the balls off to the side so the ball boys can get them.
Yep.
And here's Manny Machado. Dave Roberts says that was intentional. Said it was malice.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Oh, come on, man. Come on, man.
I don't know.
Wait a minute. So look back at this. When Roberts
Mute the
sees
sound.
it. Oh, my bad.
No, you good.
When Roberts sees it, he don't even know what happens. He just starts cursing at Machado. So here's the deal.
Yep.
Machado just throws it off to the side.
Yep.
Goes across, hits the net. Look at Dave Roberts right there.
This is ridiculous.
Can you imagine if the ground ball took a bad hop, you guys?
This is ridiculous.
So that was Dave Roberts talking about, it was first of all, he says it was intentional and there was malice.
It was unsettling.
And then he says it was unsettling. I don't know if it was intentional. I don't want to say that.
I don't know.
But so
it was intentional. He meant to throw it to the dugout.
So Dodgers Padres is going up. I
got a question.
Yeah.
Real quick. Who's the best team in baseball right now?
I'm gonna say the Padres.
It is the Padres.
I'm gonna say the Padres. I'm wavering between the Padres and Mets.
That's what I would.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna say the Padres. I think the Padres are. The Dodgers, who I still think are gonna win the World Series. I think they're going to win
who?
The Dodgers.
You think they're going to win the World Series?
I've thought that since the beginning of the season. I thought that at the end of this season, thought they were going to win the World Series. Now that we're in the playoffs, and I have to see these teams, and I see how the Mets are playing, see how the Padres are playing, I see how both teams pitch, I see how the Phillies pitch. I'm not as confident in that anymore because the Dodgers don't have the pitching to keep up with those guys. And like I said yesterday, what I've learned about postseason baseball is the hitting will be neutralized by the great pitching of these teams. And
Are the playoffs more physical?
It might be a little more
okay.
But the pitching always wins. The pitching always wins because it's the hardest thing to do in a sport. So if you have the best people who are good at it, the best pitchers, well, look at batting averages. The best pitchers beat the best hitters more times than not.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if the Lakers. I don't know if the Dodgers.
That's my fault by making
Well, so I thought I saw somebody said that in the chat. Oh, they just said okay, LA show. But I don't know if the Dodgers can get past the Padres, Mets, or Phillies, and then the Yankees actually probably have the least top flight pitching staff of those three.
Mm-hmm.
But who knows if they even get there? I mean, the Royals might get there, the Guardians, whatever the case may be. I just don't know if LA has the pitching to get through 3 rounds. And then there was another stat that I read yesterday about the Dodgers, and this is what happens all the time. Sorry, Will, we're going over it again. The Dodgers every year do all this stuff in the regular season, and they can't hit worth a damn come the postseason.
Mm-hmm.
And it's only been 2 games. And in game 1, Ohtani hit a 3-run home run to tie it up. But
saw that
in the first 2 games between Ohtani, Mookie Betts, and Freddie Freeman, they're 4 of 22. And that's including Ohtani's home run. So they could have been 3 of 22 or something like that. Mookie Betts doesn't have a postseason hit in his last 22 at-bats.
Yikes.
So this goes along the same.
So it's not the moment, it's pitching. You think pitching's better?
I think pitching is
in the postseason.
That's what I learned the 3 times. Will, make sure you're listening. That's what I learned the 3 times I saw a championship team. The 3 times I went to a parade.
Are you suggesting our friend Will in the chat hasn't seen it?
Well, I mean, it wasn't no, AAU championship. It wasn't that, you know what I mean? It was a real deal. And the 3 times I saw it, pitching is the key. And yeah, I don't know if the Dodgers have the pitching. I think they're gonna win this series, though. I said the Padres are the best team. I said at the beginning the Dodgers are gonna win the series. We're in the middle of it. I'm not gonna flip flop off of it. I think the Dodgers.
Pretty
win the
sure you
series.
already did like 3 times.
No. I think the Padres are the best team, but I'm sticking with the courage of my convictions. I think the Dodgers are going to win, unfortunately.
You can change your mind.
Yeah, I guess you could. I think the series is going to go 5, though. But then the Padres are going to come with Yu Darvish in that game 5, and Yu Darvish had them boys flummoxed. Did you see the whole deal on? Did you miss all of it? Like, did you see the Dodger fans throwing the ball back on?
So I saw that. Yeah, I saw that on social media. I missed virtually everything live over the weekend.
That was crazy.
I didn't even see the Aces and Liberty live. Yes, but I caught that on social media.
That was crazy. That was crazy. Dodger fans throwing beer bottles at the bullpen guys and all this other stuff. They was doing a lot. So, Major League Baseball playoffs going up right now. I'm excited. Can I tell you something that we had a chuckle with about the Kings?
Sure.
So the Athletic did a. I think you'll.
Oh, brother, does Casey have something for you?
I think you'll.
Well, let me mention this before I forget. Head over to trainwithmap.fit/ESPN1320. You can take advantage of their free nutritionist consultation and their free macro calculator, which I throw out the window when I don't feel well because all I want is fatty foods. There's a link right there on the website that they built for us, trainwithmap.fit/ESPN1320. There's a link to Maptrition right there to help you get your protein shakes and all of the different supplements you could try. If you have any questions about them, hit up my man Greg. Hit me up. I take all of them, and we can walk you through the process, man. It's great stuff. It's a great website that team over there has built for us. Trainwithmap.fit/ESPN1320.
Shout out to my guy, man. He was up there up here on Friday, man.
Yeah, man. Him and his wonderful wife. Yeah. That was a good time.
So the Athletic did an article. You know, I got love for the Athletic. It's all good. You know what I'm saying? It's whatever. They did an article talking about bold predictions for every NBA team.
Okay.
Bold predictions. And they were doing their thing. You know, I look at something like Brooklyn. Cam Johnson and Dorian Finney-Smith will be traded.
Okay.
New York Knicks. Jalen Brunson will win the MVP. Like, they're getting definitive.
Well, that's bold. Yeah.
Yeah. And they talking about the Chicago Bulls will make the play-in. That's bold as well. Pacers will finish top 4 in East. You see everybody's getting like, you know.
Very definitive.
Very definitive. So I was like, man, I wonder what they got to say about the Kings. All right. You know what I'm saying? Like, I scroll past.
Cook, this our man Ant-Man?
It's our guy Ant-Man. No, it's our guy Ant-Man. And I go past OKC right here. Jalen Williams will win most improved player.
Okay.
And I was like, what they got to say about my boys? LA Clippers. A starter will be traded. All right.
All right.
Suns will finish top 4 in the West. The Sacramento Kings.
Got them finishing first.
The season will come down to crunch time.
What do you think?
What do you mean?
What do you think?
That's it.
It's bold prediction.
Well, I thought you were reading something.
No, that's it.
That's the prediction? Anthony Slater's prediction was the season will come down to crunch time?
It's not wrong.
Stop it. Stop it.
The season will come down to crunch time.
Are you serious?
Oh, bro, we did 30 minutes on it yesterday.
We can't get no definitive win total, no playoff, no all-star, just season will come down to crunch time.
Did anyone text Anthony Slater and just say, huh? Maybe Ant-Man was misquoted.
I'll read it for you.
No, hold on. I pulled it up because wow. Oh, it's even in bold.
Look at that, huh?
Wow.
I cracked up when I saw that. I was like, come on.
No, this is crazy. Mavs finish outside the top 4. Rockets will finish the top 6. Zion Williamson will make All NBA. Season will come down to crunch time.
The games where the Kings are within 5 against other teams will be very important.
Did you read this out loud yesterday?
I did. But yeah, man, and look, once again, he's not wrong. Like, yeah, you got 2 crunch time players. Are you going to produce in the crunch? Like, you're not wrong. But I don't know, maybe my bad. I was just expecting a little bit more. I was expecting like
Wemby, CP3 lead the way to the play-in. Golden State Warriors make a significant trade. Shaden Sharp becomes a household name.
Kings really got hit with, they'll play a lot of close games this season. It'll probably matter.
Okay.
Oh, man. And
This
I
was
don't
like-
even want to say, because that's our boy. That's our guy.
That's our guy.
That's our guy.
That's our guy. But this is like Ant-Man had like 10 minutes to turn this in. Like he forgot.
Maybe you think he was just overthinking a little bit, thought he was cooking. He's like he
No, I
maybe
think
didn't,
it's
he
the
didn't
exact opposite.
He didn't explain it enough.
No, I think it's the exact opposite. He was like, "Oh crap, my little paragraph is due," and he just wrote, DeMar and De'Aaron, crunch time, and that
I know
was
what
his
it's like
bold
when the
prediction.
assignments do it at 11:59. I get it.
I mean, it's
We've all done it.
a glutton of teams in the West should land somewhere between 44 and 50 win range.
The Kings now employ DeMar DeRozan and De'Aaron Fox is a tremendous sentence.
So I guess it depends on how you look at this. Half glass full is he didn't say anything bad. Like he didn't say they will not make the play-in, but he also didn't say anything definitive other than it'll come down to crunch time. I cracked over there.
Hornets will win more than 30 games.
Everybody, just definitive.
Another MVP for Giannis. Pistons make the play-in. Okay, pal.
Wow.
Cavs will trade one of the 4 core. This is ridiculous. Come on, man.
Oh, me and Jesse got a good.
Now I
good
don't know
crack over
what he should have said. I mean, you could have said De'Aaron Fox is top 3 MVP candidate. You could have said
the Kings will have 3 All-Stars.
Could have said that. What would be your bold Kings prediction?
The Kings will win 50 games.
Is that bold? Boldish?
I think they're projected to win 47 every time I see something. I think maybe I saw 49 at one point. I guess if I was writing this thing, I would say 52. I would go.
Would you say top 4?
Yeah. 52 wins, and I'll put 2 in there. 52 wins, and will be a top 4 seed.
I like the other one. I like 3 All-Stars. De'Aaron, DeMar, and Domas. That's a good.
That would be
that's
awesome.
a good prediction. That's a good bold prediction.
Yeah. You think they get 2 All-NBA players this year?
I
say no.
One bold
I think De'Aaron makes All-NBA.
I like that.
That's what I feel like. I feel like De'Aaron makes All-NBA. I mean, if they're a 50-win team, I feel like it would be De'Aaron and Domas, and DeMar would be left out. I feel like it'd be De'Aaron and Domas.
Yeah. I don't think DeMar makes an All-NBA. I don't even think he makes an All-Star. He's gonna have a really good season.
Well, wait, who would the third All-Star be?
Well, no, that's what I was saying. Like, if I was like critiquing that statement, I'd be like, I don't think DeMar.
Oh, okay. I got you.
I'm with Katrina right here. I'm gonna throw a bold prediction. Kings are gonna finish top 3.
Ooh,
it's a good one.
I don't like Minnesota. Like they traded Julius Randle, maybe he fits better or whatever. But I don't think they're as good as the Kings right now or anything like that. Dallas, same tier. Denver, same tier. I think they've lost depth.
I'm
OKC.
significantly.
I think OKC is like number 1, but after that, it's open.
I'm significantly more fascinated in Minnesota now than I was a week ago.
I can see
or
them
2
being a
weeks
play-in
ago.
team, to be honest.
Minnesota?
Yeah.
Whoa.
Not because they're like awful, but it's the West is going to be tough. There's no one that's that much better than the other team next to them or whatever. Besides OKC, I think.
I think they top 6. I think they top 6. Certified verified.
I think Minnesota's top 6. I don't think Jesse's crazy though. But like I said, I think I like them better now than I did before.
They could have
certainly more intrigued to see how it all works.
They could have. Ant-Man could have gave us this one. Shout out to Steven.
Hope they start 0-1.
Just say Monk wins 6 man. Could have gave us that one.
It's not the boldest prediction.
Neither is this.
It's still a lot better than saying they'll play some close games this year.
Shout out Ant-Man, man. That's our dog, man. That's our dog. That's our dog.
Can you imagine though, like just somehow the Kings played just 80 crunch time games? It seems like, yeah, damn, Anthony Slater was right. Like he knew exactly what he was talking about.
Ant-Man is in tune with that Sacramento Kings basketball team. I like this Pacers one. Pacers will finish top 4 with Boston, New York, and Philly.
It is pretty bold too.
It's
not
not
crazy
man,
at all, though.
They,
It's not crazy. They can
man,
do
it just accentuates the disgust for Milwaukee.
And then somebody says Giannis will win MVP. Who's that? Eric Nem says they'll win MVP.
Who's going to win MVP? Eric Nim?
No, Eric Nem said Giannis will win
Giannis. Oh, yeah.
And Joe Varden doesn't even have him finish top 4 because he picked the Pacers to finish top
4. Right. Yeah.
James Edwards, this is his last.
That's Detroit.
Yeah, he's the one that wrote that about the play. He don't even cover the Pistons no more. He covered the Knicks.
Well, good for him because he started the whole Sacramento Detroit thing.
Pistons will make the play. Pistons have some talent.
Hey, I like this one. This is from John Krasinski, who covers the Timberwolves. The Wolves will have a better offense in 24-25. I feel like, bold, fine. I think he might be right.
He might be. Another year, McDaniels, Randall in there. DiVincenzo coming off the bench. He might be right. He might be right. The spacing's going to be a little crazy, so I don't know what the three-point shooting going to look like.
Yeah, that component's definitely going to be a little different. But again, hopefully Minnesota can figure it out.
I was so caught up on this
in game 2.
Facts. I was so caught up on the Kings thing. I didn't even really look at the rest of the article. Cavs will trade one of their core 4.
Yeah, I saw that. There's a couple of good ones in here.
Jared Allen would probably be the guy. Because I see a lot of people predicting Evan Mobley to have a breakout season. I've seen that. There was some poll going on today where Evan Mobley, and maybe it was a players poll or something like that, or GM poll actually.
Things continue to go great in Las Vegas, excuse me. Christian Wilkins is out indefinitely. He had surgery to repair a Jones fracture.
Oh.
I'm sure James would love to show us what that is. Yeah. So, and I believe it is.
That's what KD had, I think, when he was out for like the whole season, half the season. I think he had a Jones fracture in his foot.
Could things possibly go worse for Las Vegas? No, I don't think so either. Well, AP was non-committal on.
It's already the second time you've benched Gardner Minshew.
Yeah, I was about to say he looked awful. And we believe a little bit more than others in Gardner Minshew. He looked terrible in that.
Who's we?
Well,
you thought he could win 8 games. Yeah, whoa, no, we're not going to let you. Don't do that. You're going to skate out of here, pal. Yeah, no, yeah.
I thought the Raiders could get to 8 or 9.
It's the same thing. He's the quarterback. It's the same thing. You're playing semantics right now.
It's not. Whatever. Put this wee Gardner.
Dude comes back from Disneyland. He's all brand new.
It's all brand new. He comes off the PJ and he's brand new now. What I tell you?
You're one of us, pal.
Okay. All right. Jason Jones joins us when we return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos Mets. I see you, Aldrin. I think Cousin Sal is a Mets fan. I saw a couple weeks ago. Look at that guy. He's miserable. I saw a couple weeks ago, though. Cousin Sal had a picture with a certain somebody that I was like, oh, Sal. Really?
Donald?
Don't know the context, so don't know about it. Oh, wait a minute.
David, I think they got caught flat-footed with the draft. I don't think they were planning on like going into having Minshew, I guess, being the guy. Well, that's bad planning on them either way.
What was the deal with Penix again?
He got drafted early. Well, the Falcons took him, and no one was
Earlier
expecting
than,
that.
than
Yeah,
they expected. They thought he was
yeah.
gonna be
Well, because no one was expecting Atlanta to take him.
There had to have been another quarterback they could have took.
Well, Bo Nix, I guess.
Yeah,
But even at that point, it's like, what are you going to do that for? Like Brock Bowers is a better pick, I think.
No, well, I meant like in the whole draft.
Oh, I got you. Yeah, you probably should have did something at least. I wouldn't be shocked if Shadur's there next season.
And if he does, I'll be there to file a complaint. I saw Mark Davis. I saw him talking to him. That was illegal. Hey, big dog, hit the microphone.
I feel like when I'm a little under the weather, I could do my future voice.
Mission,
If I knew what he
mission.
said, though, I would do it. Victims in the cold when they run a light switch or something. I don't even know what he say.
All they for the streets.
Jason Jones set to join us here in just a couple of minutes. I'm sure he's thrilled with all this news that's going on with the Las Vegas Raiders. They are a disaster, an absolute disaster. But we'll talk to Jason Jones. Also, nice little pay-per-view this weekend. I was telling Jesse earlier, I was locked into Bad Blood. I'm sorry, correct that. I was locked into Hell in a Cell. I knew what Drew and Punk were gonna be. I knew they were gonna work. Yeah, that was tough. That shot Drew took was tough.
Still real to me, damn it.
That shot Drew took was nasty, nasty.
Put Staples, right?
Yeah, 16, I think.
Oh,
but the match was what I thought, and I thought it was good. It was good storytelling, kind of good to put that away. I don't really know what I don't really know what Punk's promo was last night.
Well, wasn't it
kind of like I'm going away for a little while? I don't know.
How
when
did it
I'll
go
be
there?
back.
Because I missed it when he was trying to walk away. That's when Seth came out, right?
Yeah, so it feels like Seth and Punk is still very much a thing and could very much be a part of Las Vegas's WrestleMania. It was just weird. And then I kind of disconnected from the pay-per-view. It was on, but you and I had duties at the venue that night for Khalid, and I was trying to prepare for the weekend, for flying out the next morning. So I went and did everything else. Then the main event comes on. It's like, well, I'm going to pay attention to this as best I can, but I got to get ready for the show. So I threw it on the iPad, had it upstairs. I got to go, man. Shut the iPad down, went downstairs. It's still on the TV downstairs. And I see, it's Jimmy. And then I see the big return with Jimmy, Roman and Cody get the win. I see the big hug. I see, family puts aside everything. And I'm like, yeah, I love this. Jimmy's back. Grab my stuff, hit the door.
It's a rookie move.
Had no idea anything else happened until I got to the venue. Casey and I were talking. He was like, oh, yeah, you see the end? I was like, yeah, Jimmy came back.
Casey looking at the person, get a load of this guy.
I said, I didn't even know Jimmy came back.
Yeah, it's a true story. I was like, yeah, Jimmy came back. He was like, he did? I was like, what are you talking about? He was like, well, The Rock came back. I was like, he did? I had no idea. I had no clue. And so you pulled up the clip and we watched it right there, and he come out with his stupid belt looking like a jackass.
Man. Come on, man.
And
So what do you do with that?
with what?
With The Rock, Cody, and Roman. Not even the Bloodline or whatever. You could do War Games or whatever they're talking about for Survivor Series, but there's still like that trio.
So I don't know where Cody fits in. I do
hate
think
Cody.
I don't hate Cody.
Cody and Kendrick.
No, I don't.
Oh,
hate
you
those
missed
guys.
it yesterday. He tried talking about Drake and dissing Kendrick or whatever.
Oh, I bet.
What'd I say? I can't
It had to
remember.
do
I
with the
remember-
Super Bowl again. I forgot.
Oh no,
What
because we were talking about Shams, and he was like, "Doesn't this mean Woj won because Shams took his old job?" And I'd be like, "Well, no, I don't think so." I said that's like saying Drake won because Kendrick is taking the job that he turned down. Nobody would say that.
All right, man.
It's the same. What's the difference?
Okay.
Because I don't think Shams lost in that situation. If anything, that'd be one of those things where you say, "Yeah, I got your job now. I'm about to do it better." That's what I think. Or if there is a
where
winner
was
or
Shams
loser.
before Yahoo? Before Stadium, wasn't it
think he was
Yahoo?
Yahoo, I think.
Yeah, I think he was Yahoo.
And that's where Woj was.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. A long-standing feud, but
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. That was actually that was actually good social media
no,
work.
they did a great
That
job.
was kind of wild. Like I saw that at the concert. I was like, yo, what is this?
They did.
That's
did
a great
really
little
good job with that. I think Rock takes Solo and Jacob under his wing, and Roman takes Jimmy and Jay, and that's the feud. They try to figure.
Well,
it
he
out.
gets Tamatonga. Like he gets
Oh, yeah.
the solo version of the bloodline. Yeah, I'm with that.
Yeah, I think because somebody also
And I think the answer to your question is he doesn't.
Who
you
doesn't?
said, how does Cody Rhodes fit into this? And
Oh
I think
yeah,
the
no,
answer
no,
is
yeah,
he
I
probably
don't
doesn't.
think so. But because somebody they pulling up all these, man, it's crazy. Like sometimes I'm like, they couldn't have been this thorough with the bloodline. It's almost like The Wire, right? Because they're pulling up these clips, and it was something. It was before WrestleMania because Roman said he was going to do the Hall of Fame speech, and they're backstage, and Solo's like taping up and stuff like that, and Roman, Rock, and Heyman are just looking at him, and Rock is looking at him. He's like, "Yeah, he's ready. He's ready. Yeah." And they're trying to say that's foreshadowing for him looking at Solo now. Like, no, you're ready to be the tribal chief, is what they were saying. So it's crazy how deep these stories is going, man. But it's dope. It's good to see all these guys back.
Let's bring in Jason Jones. He'll love this. Jay, what'd you think of Bad Blood?
I ain't even mad at the hat today. I'm just laughing at. I'm just laughing at the hat today, man.
Okay, they're 1-1 with a game 3, and the Giants just are doing what right now? Oh, shouldn't you be worried about your Niners? Shouldn't you be worried about your Rams right now? They're 1-4.
Shouldn't you be worried about the malice that Machado's throwing the baseball at Dave Roberts? Aaron's intent.
Well,
there
we all
was
know
malice.
Manny. We all know Manny's a classless player. There's no shock.
Stop it! Don't do
No
that.
shock.
He was a leader. Did you see him leading them in game 2? He said, "Come on, guys, let's get together. Let's stay focused." He's a leader now. He's grown.
Yeah, theatrics, whatever.
He got away from LA and he grew up.
Okay, so whatever. Yeah, man, you're down bad. Your Rams are 1-4. It's tough, I know. But we feel good about getting the split in San Diego, right? We feel good about that.
I think the Dodgers are going to win the series. I think it's going to game 5 for sure.
Yeah, see, you with us. See, yeah,
I don't think they can win. I'm not sure they can win the World Series though, because their pitching ain't good enough.
The pitching was a concern from the jump for me this year. and all the guys they brought in the pitch got hurt. Every last, I was like, this is crazy. I mean, yeah, it's like now, and I'm gonna need my homie Mookie Betts to get a hit at some point.
Breath.
And I need the Dodger fans when the ball comes into the stands, don't move out the way. What are you doing? Why are you letting him catch that?
Yeah.
I'd have smacked Profar's glove out of his hand.
It's fair game.
Now
He's in the stands.
I'm like, it's in the stands. I'm like, what are you guys doing? God,
They don't watch baseball. They don't watch baseball.
Just embarrassing behavior all the way around yesterday, or what was that, Sunday? Yeah, it's terrible.
More embarrassing than the Las Vegas Raiders?
Yeah, because the Raiders are the Raiders.
Well,
I mean, when your hopes hinge on Gardner, like I said, I've said all year with Gardner, he's going to give the other team at least one. He's going to give them the ball at least one time. What happened? And this time it turned into that was one of the more debilitating turnovers I've seen in a while. I mean, they're about to go up 17-3. and then it's 10-10, and they just never recovered.
Damn. That was tough, man. 101 yards?
100, yeah. So that's okay. I locked in on bad blood after that, on Saturday. Sunday didn't really happen. College football didn't happen on Saturday for me either.
Oh, damn.
Nothing. All that happened on Saturday was bad blood in game one of the Dodgers. Nothing else happened.
You should have been
on Sunday.
You should have been on the sideline with Michael Irvin. You should have been on Cal's sideline, being Cal's version of Michael Irvin.
Well, maybe I could have targeted someone, and I could have, that would have helped him. I don't know, man. That was, man. Let's be positive. Let's talk about something happy.
Talk about bad blood. We can talk about that.
Yeah. Let's not take me back to that place. It's too early for me to go get get some shots or anything. It's too early to drink. I got work to still do today. I can't be, I don't think they want me turning in like drunken stories today.
Like the Kings are going to be in some close game. No, that's my fault. That's me. That's on me. My bad.
Yeah, I didn't say. Y'all called me the hater. That wasn't me. I didn't even say.
Well, there was nothing wrong with what he said. It just wasn't bold. Everybody else had bold proclamations, and we just got a random old, they'll be in close games.
That's breaking news.
Well,
NBA team will play close games.
I just think the deadline just crept up on our man Anthony Slater. He was like, I got to turn something in. These guys are going to be in close games, and DeMar and De'Aaron are they're gonna do their business.
Stall him out. They got my man doing a lot of work, so stall him out.
They do. That's our guy.
He's covering two teams. What'd you think about Bad Blood?
I'm getting used to this whole 5-match format.
Yeah.
I kind of, I mean, I think in any other world, I think the cage match should have been last. But when they
Rock comes back,
when you figured the Rock must be coming back for them to not close with that, because that was making me cringe a few times. I'm like, that's not like your normal usual little nick bleeding. I'm like,
yeah.
I said he's like. I said these guys are leaking, and I wasn't sure if CM Punk was falling down for real or, but if him, the idea that he would have needed oxygen, people forget. I think me and him are like the same age, so that was a lot, and I'm glad they're gonna get Cody away from the bloodline a little bit. Do something. I think Kevin Owens was overdue to turn heel.
Yeah.
I didn't know if it was going to be Kevin or Randy who would turn heel first. But I mean, I enjoyed it. I thought it was an enjoyable show. You get the Rock back, which means we're going to get more Rock Instagram promos where he can curse and do whatever he wants
and wear his stupid ass belt out like it means something.
Yeah, to me that is such. If he weren't a heel, that wouldn't work.
Oh, for sure. It's a great
being a heel, and he can remind us Muhammad Ali's widow gave me the People's Championship, as if like that. Yeah, I mean, it works so perfectly. Going back to the crazy Versace and love you, Dusty, hate your son.
That was actually a great line.
Yeah, go
I
eat
thought
your
that was
fruity
good.
pebbles. I mean, there's like I said, I enjoyed it, and I think like I said, I thought it was an enjoyable show.
I'm looking. We were just kind of talking about what's
I haven't got
next.
my rock shirt on. Got my Project Rock shirt. So
Shout out to Project Rock.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's.
I mean,
right.
I'm not balling like y'all today. This is just a $30-something Under Armour shirt. But hey,
well, not
I don't make the big bucks at the Athletic.
That's D-Lo that you're trying to catch up to. That's
Man, you be stunting too, man. You be stunting too. Let's not act
Why
like.
why do you do this? No one believes you when you do this.
I don't know why. It's the truth.
I mean, he act like he come there like in a 3 for $10 white T-shirt from the liquor store or something.
Well, I hadn't gone to hadn't gone to.
He act like he went to the swap meet, got 5 white tees, and it's like, this is all I do. I
go to Old Navy. I get me some V-necks. I'll wear that.
Yeah.
I'll go to
Which Old Navy did you go to that has Da Vinci? I need to go to that Old Navy.
Well, that's not where I got that from. But I go to Kohl's. When I need a nice little just white T-shirt or a black, I'll go to Kohl's. It's nothing. I'm a common man. I haven't seen D-Lo in just a common man shirt, and I don't know how long.
Yeah, you're not Dusty Rhodes and polka dots, pal. You're not a common man. Keep it moving.
Now we don't want to hear you talk about hard times now.
There ain't no hard times over here.
We don't want to hear about a computer replacing you on the microphone. Hard times. I worked.
Give him a watch. Kick him in the button. Send them on their way.
I worked at this station for 20-some years, and all they did was give me a watch. Hard times.
But with the bloodline, we both kind of have the thought that Rock may take over the bloodline will split, and Rock will take the solo bloodline, and Jacob Fatu and Roman and the Usos will have their own bloodline, and they probably set that up as soon as Survivor Series, huh?
Yeah, War Games. My thing is, I like Jay, what Jay's doing apart from them.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, do you really want to mess with to me, what makes the Jay story work is that Jay has nothing to do with them now. Like when I talked to Jay earlier this year, he purposely was like, I got to wear different colors and everything. Like I have to he did say when I talked to him that eventually he said him and Jimmy would get back together. He said it wasn't done forever. He said, I know we got this match coming up at Mania, but don't worry. He said, we'll be back together at some point. I just don't want to see it yet.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, you can go Rock, you can go Roman, Jimmy. You can, I don't know, convince Sammy. Maybe they got to have another brother or cousin somewhere they can bring in.
Yeah.
Does Rock, and I just thought of this, because how do you get Cody involved in all this? Does Rock actually beat Cody?
That would be crazy.
There's been talk about that.
Rock beats Cody, goes to Roman at Mania. Roman, babyface Roman beats heel Rock.
That's kind of the way to do it.
I mean, that's the only way that
belt the Rock comes out with.
That's kind of the way to do it. You still have Cody and Roman, to do some stuff and to SummerSlam.
Yeah, and Rock tells the stories like you couldn't beat him and I did.
Yeah, I mean, there. I guess the way, and remember, Paul Heyman's not back yet, so it's like, if you get Paul Heyman involved, maybe he pulls on the Cody, Dusty. I learned this business from your father. He was one of my mentors. Help me defeat this crazy. I mean, who knows how far they can go. This thing can go on forever. Because Jimmy and Jay have kids, so by the time those guys are done, their kids will be ready. Jay's got a kid and goes to Morehouse. He's got a kid in college.
Get Naomi involved somehow.
Yeah.
I've been waiting for that for 5 years.
We've been waiting for, Naomi goes over with Roman and her husband, then they go and get Nia.
The hell, I seen new pictures of Tamina.
I saw those. Yeah.
I missed that. Like I said,
Superfly's another pretend cousin, though. That's the thing. But I guess it's no more pretend than the Rock.
Yeah, somebody said Rikishi was. We know what Rikishi was doing when he wasn't on TV. He's got kids. I mean,
Wait till Antonio Cromartie's bloodline comes along.
Oh wow, wow.
Oh man, but yeah, I think they're good. The other little monkey wrench in all this too is because my thought would be, all right, you get the belt off of Cody, and now you can have, because they're trying to angle this. I see where Seth could be saying, "Hey, I helped you. Like you wouldn't have won without me." I give and Seth and Cody, but you got Seth and Punk you got to deal with.
Yeah,
I think that's part of how Seth turns heel. He's like, I was your shield, and then you pull this. Now I got to deal with you people cheering for this guy who tried to ruin our business in CM Punk. Kind of how it instantly turned Drew heel. I think, but if Punk doesn't get hurt, Punk probably is the guy who's the heel earlier this year. But I think you got to turn. I think either you let it happen organically. I think even if it happens organically, the fans are going to probably stay with Punk. So I think you've got enough tension now, story-wise, whether it's like, I got this big dude. They'll probably make Bronson Reed like a third cousin of the bloodline before it's all said and done. I get jumped by this dude, and then I help.
Married into the family. Here comes Braun Strowman, the newest member of.
Someone like I'm marrying, like R-Truth is like falls in love with Nia so he can be part of the bloodline. It's going.
I can see that happening.
That's funny.
That would be gold. It'd be like he starts following her around everywhere because he wants to be in the bloodline, and the only way he can get in is through marriage.
That's fantastic.
Hey, Triple H, you use that. I want credit. Now I want to check if I use that.
There you go.
That is fantastic. I think y'all sleeping on the Cody heel turn. That's the one.
I can see that too.
That's the money right there.
Yeah, I can see that too.
Yeah, I wonder if he's making too much money right now. I mean, that merch money.
Well, that's the other thing. Yeah.
Kind of like with Cena. People said, how come they never turned Cena? They were like, you know how much money that guy is making for them with merch?
Yeah.
Like Cody's like top 5 on Fanatics overall, not just in like overall.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, and do you and I think it's a little different because I think Roman started selling as a heel. Roman wasn't selling, before like he is now. I think so. I don't know if you want to mess with that. I mean, and Cody's kind of going into that space where it's like he's like a face of the company. He can do the Make-A-Wish stuff, and you only get a couple of those guys, I think, at a time. And he's kind of clean cut enough. Got the wife and the little kid. That picture his wife posted of the baby looking at Kevin sideways is hilarious. I think it'd be much harder to turn Cody now.
I got you.
I mean, not to make it can't happen. I mean, if Terry Bollea could turn heel in the 90s, anything's possible.
Well, it pales in comparison to the heel turn he did in the 2000s.
Man,
for those that didn't pick up on that,
he went all the way. He went all the way. Like,
he said it's me. He put it's been me all along.
He said you thought 96 was a heel turn. Watch this, pal.
Wait till you hear what I said about my daughter's boyfriend.
Oh man.
Well, goodness gracious. Preseason basketball is back tomorrow.
The preseason has been back, but Kings.
Well,
I admit I watch zero of that stuff. I'm already kind of OD'd on the Bron and Bronny pictures from the preseason.
That was funny.
That was still pretty cool, though.
Yeah,
but cool. And they're gonna do it again in the regular.
Yeah.
I'm like, they're gonna do this. I mean, I guess you kind of got to get it in now. If it's a South Bay Laker.
So let me ask you something. I was thinking about that. You just talked about him being a South Bay Laker. Do you have to, like, if he's on the roster, if he's on the bench, like that first night, don't you have to get that moment over with? Like, don't you plan it? Like, we're going to put Bronny in at such and such time. We're going to get this moment done, because if Bronny's ever on the bench, it becomes it becomes a, when is it going to happen? When is it going to happen? When is it going to, isn't it just better off to get it over with?
Well, Jay, real quick, I hear you. And I have jokingly said this when the schedule come out. I think it should happen the second game against the Kings, because that's the first home game.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
But I think
I
that
don't
your
think
point is
if
well
you're
taken.
JJ Redick, do you want to answer questions in game 18 about when are you going to flip
Right.
Bronny in the game?
Right. You plan it and you just get it over with, so you don't have to do it anymore.
You know, you let him go out there, they get your photo ops, and now get back on the bench, Bronny. We're about to send you down to the South Bay Lakers.
Well, you can let him play for a few minutes, Jason. You don't have to.
I don't mean, you know what I mean. You know, I don't mean
Jason's
like,
hey, go take a picture with your dad and sit your ass down at the end of the bench.
First day of school. Bronny comes out with his sign. Today is my name is Bronny. This is my first game. Now, I'm not saying do all that, but I can see how it could just be kind of annoying if every game, if you're JJ Redick, but Bronny's already had one of the best pressers already of the preseason. He's like, the vibe is good from what I heard how it was last year. I'm like, my man Darvin catching strays on another.
JJ can't stop taking shots.
It wasn't even JJ. It was Bronny. He was like, yeah, from what I hear, the vibes are good compared to. I'm like, wow, poor Darvin. He's just somewhere with his hands in his pocket on another team and just catching strays from a guy who's
Darvin Ham like he's Nathaniel Hackett.
Oh God, don't get me started on that. Talk about privilege. My man failed at Denver, so his homie gets him a job in New York and they get another guy fired.
That's crazy.
Because Aaron Rodgers looks washed as hell.
Talk about it.
Did y'all watch the game on Sunday at all?
I didn't see it. I
woke up early for some reason, maybe because it was like 200 degrees, and I'm going, oh my God, he's awful. And every time he makes a mistake, he stares down the receiver.
No, he's been awful. He's been awful all year.
Yeah, I mean, that one pick where he like threw it over everyone, and there's like two Vikings, like, oh wow. So of course we got to fire Robert Saleh. I'm not saying that I don't know the inner workings of the New York Jets, but I also believe they had, if everything's equal and healthy, they were at best the third best team in that division. So when the owner's talking about these high expectations, I'm like, based on a 40-year-old quarterback coming off an Achilles surgery?
Well, that's not fair because they went out and got an elite pass rusher through trade. Oh, I'm sorry. Decided not to play him.
Well, they did. What you said is factually accurate. They did.
I said, who did they get? Oh, yeah, the guy who's not playing. Yeah. And even with that, their defense hasn't been off. I mean, they could have kept Zach Wilson to have 3 picks.
Mm-hmm.
And and that's why I think the Raiders should hold up Devontae until the Jets give them what they want, because they're clearly desperate.
Yeah.
I mean, I watched that game, and what I took away from it was, my God, Aaron Rodgers is washed. Like, you can see what he's trying to do, but he can't do it anymore. He can't run. Even that last pick, he's throwing the back shoulder fade. That was nowhere near his back shoulder. One man threw the ball all the way, and the guys on TV, he tried that, and they're like, he's got to be ready for that. How about this? How about you don't skip mini camp on your ayahuasca tour and work with your teammates?
Oh man!
I mean, is anyone going to hold Aaron Rodgers accountable? He's out here telling
like anybody will, except for
he's
her.
out here telling Pat McAfee to go visit the Berkeley Marina. Talking about they did a documentary about something that allegedly happened there. I'm like, and like I said, it's Aaron's a Cal guy, but my God, something's wrong.
You don't have to like him just because he went to Cal.
Something's wrong with that dude.
Tell him to go to hell.
Yeah, something is wrong with that dude. I'm like, who goes on national television and says, go visit the Scott Peterson area?
Come on, man. See, and you can.
Like I said, everyone's dumping on. People are dumping on the coach and whatever. I'm like, hold up. The coordinator is your homie. That's your boy.
You can treat Aaron the way NFL players treat the college when they're mad at them. They say they're high school instead. You can be like, man, Aaron went to Chico.
Yeah, no, Aaron needs to say Butte College. And on Sunday, Aaron Rodgers, Butte College. Don't claim us right now. And the thing, I know some of his college teammates, and they feel the same way about him. They're like, we don't know what's wrong. I'm like, the offense is struggling. Well, their starting quarterback was getting high during minicamp. That might, they don't have any chemistry. I don't know. Maybe if the guy would have showed up in May and didn't decide to take psychedelics all off season, maybe that would have helped. But best of luck to Robert Saleh. He's gonna get paid handsomely to sit there and chill, and probably end up on TV talking. It's by the end of the season.
They escorted that man out.
Now that was uncalled
They
for.
treat that man like he stole boxes or something. I mean, I was like, what do you got? He ain't the one stealing from y'all. Number 8 is the thief right now.
Talk about it. Can you imagine coaching this sorry ass team and then you get escorted out past your coworkers by security?
Like,
was tripping.
Like he came in there and like cooked the books or something. I'm like, really? And the thing is, I'm like, yeah, like he did something wrong. It's like, okay, you gave me a 40-year-old quarterback. You give me a pass rusher who you didn't give an extension to, who won't show up. You keep trying to convince the world that Garrett Wilson is like the next coming of, like, I don't know, Justin Jefferson. You keep trying to and that's that whole New York hype thing. Like they told people before the year how great Garrett Wilson was. Maybe he is. Maybe he needs a quarterback. They can't run the ball.
Breece Hall was the #1 pick in a lot of fantasy drafts.
Yeah, it wasn't in mine. I didn't trust the quarterback. I'm like, this dude, you know what's wild? When him and Kirk Cousins had the same injury, Kirk Cousins got injured, and Kirk looks way better than Aaron, but Kirk Cousins isn't 40. And I just think, and like I said, I also think Kirk didn't blow off the offseason program to take ayahuasca.
Yeah.
Aaron's behavior has been completely disrespectful to that franchise.
And that franchise has allowed it.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. They have allowed it. It's like the moment they did all they could to get Aaron, Robert could have just resigned that day because the team was no longer his.
Yep.
And it wasn't going to be. And the fact that, like I said, I've watched a couple of Jets games. That's the beauty of the whole NFL ticket. And I'm like, they just look. It's like what I was watching on Sunday. I kept saying, they look like a team that hasn't really been able to practice a lot together. They just completely out of sync. And if their offense is contingent on Aaron being the Aaron of like 5 years ago, good luck with that.
Yeah. And you talk about the disrespect. The disrespect he showed to Bob Salah.
Yeah, absolutely.
On more than one occasion.
Yeah, like, yo, how's this supposed to work?
Yeah. How do you decide you're going to go get your ayahuasca on and don't even tell your coach you're not showing up?
Yeah, it did him dirty.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Salah could have quit that day. Like, if no one in the organization is going to come out publicly and say Aaron Rodgers is wrong, well, what are we doing here? Like, where's the accountability? Yeah. And I'm pretty sure Aaron will have a nice presser at some point, and he'll be like, I didn't know what's going on. Hey, we just got to relax. He'll do his Aaron Rodgers stuff, and then it's Aaron being Aaron at this point. I hope Devontae has fun playing with him.
That ain't happening. That deal isn't happening.
I wouldn't even care where Devontae wanted to go at this point.
Yeah, I'd get Devontae out of there.
I'm fine with that.
And we talked about.
I meant the deal to the Jets. I don't think that's happening, but I'm perfectly fine if they trade Devontae.
Jay, we talked about it earlier because AP looking a little rough right now, man. And I don't know if he gets fired during the season or nothing like that.
No, I don't think we're close to that. I think there were signs about the Devontae thing before this season, and they made a mistake in not dealing with it in the offseason. If you weren't going to go out and get a capable QB1, there was no need to bring Devontae back. Knowing, like I said, the man said in the whole receivers deal, I wanted them to bench Jimmy or I was out of here. And it's like, okay, that's clearly, and when the option is Aiden O'Connell, say what you want about Jimmy, he is better than Aiden O'Connell unless he's hurt. And if that's what you're saying, then, like I said, he spent half that series just talking about how it was all Jimmy's fault. Everything was Jimmy Garoppolo's fault. And he acts like we don't get to watch games and see him drop passes. So, they definitely made a mistake because you should have handled this in the offseason. But at least that whole situation gave us Max Crosby going after Mike Lombardi.
Yeah, he did do that. my thing though is if I'm AP, because I don't like a lot of the things I'm seeing from AP right now. He looks in over his head, to be honest with you. And the Devontae thing is kind of the icing on the cake. But if I'm AP, I got to get Devontae out of that locker room.
I think that's going to be a big thing, yeah.
Because one of the things that could be happening is there might be some gullible young players that ride with Devontae because he's Devontae Adams.
Mm-hmm.
And they're choosing right now. They're picking sides, it feels like. And I feel like you got to get him out of the locker room.
I think that, I don't know if I don't know if they're picking. I think part of it is they weren't the most talented team to start. So you take Devontae off that offense, it's quite noticeable. You don't have a quarterback. And, the supposed starter, he was out last week, but Zamir White can't stop fumbling. So somebody said he can't call himself Zeus if he can't hold on to the ball. No. So, I mean, I think they have some issues. And it's crazy. And I was wondering about, they hired Luke Getsy. Guess who Getsy was with before? He was with Devontae Adams in Green Bay. So it was like another one of those things where we got one of your boys over here, man. What's happening? I just think I think, you know what? You play it out. Without a quarterback, you're going to be you're going to be in the running for a quarterback in the early part of the draft. You already saw Mark Davis talking to Shador, talking about you might be home already.
Yeah, I already called the league offices.
My man, I guess I don't know if it's tampering if he's in college. I don't know, but that's a wild thing for the owner of the team to say. Yeah, he might be home already. Mark Davis is already on the next year. Mark is like, man, let's burn this. Let's go ahead and keep losing. I don't care. I want that kid on my team. That is comedy.
Oh no, the guy was in the NBA though. It was Paul George, right?
Yeah,
he was on Jimmy Kimmel.
Lakers, yeah. But yeah, I remember back at the day in the B, my old colleague, our old columnist Aileen, asked Vlade about some guys in the draft, and she quoted him on the record. And Vlade was like, "Oh, I didn't mean you for to quote me." I was like, "Yeah, Aileen, you probably shouldn't do that." Yeah, the league isn't. Even though to me, tampering is one of the dumbest things they talk about.
That's ridiculous.
I mean, they're like, well, "Don't tamper." Really? Is somebody going to stay out the draft because the GM talked about them? Like, what is it? What are we even doing anymore? Like, the GM can't reach out. That's okay. I'm going to tell my other 3 players to call you. And then after they call you and I talk to your agent and do all that other stuff, you know what? Then at 12:01 or whatever time they said, now is the first time we've talked. And wow, we have a contract done in 28 seconds. I wonder how. God, those guys are bad.
Well, it happened here with Malik Monk signed. We found out right at 3, reported it at 3:01, and boom, we had it.
It was like all that legal stuff they got to do. I mean, that Monty McNair is a genius. I mean, how does he do that? How does he get a contract done in less than a minute?
Hey, look, Aileen wrote, and Vlade said, yes, LeBron is under contract, but we're going to sign him to a multi. He was like, whoa.
I wish better it was not like that, but hey, the way the NBA acts, it's like, hey,
there's still nothing better than Magic saying, yeah, I was sitting outside of LeBron's house till 12:01. Like, no, Magic, it was 9:01 because you were in California. He's like,
you know what? I'm gonna be extra safe this time. I'm gonna wait extra 3 hours before I go in there.
He goes, wait
3 hours late for a meeting with LeBron James.
He's like, I'm going. He was letting the NBA know I was not there early. I camped out. Like, but why would he be there? Because it's not like they were planning to talk at all. I mean, it's all a joke sometimes. It just cracks me up. I'm just like, these fake rules they have, like the 2-minute, the 2-minute report, another fake thing. The targeting rule in college football. Don't get me started.
It's that time of year, 2-minute report.
It's back. I'm sure the Kings will be screwed in tomorrow.
Let's show you why your team lost, and we're not going to do anything about it.
We're not going to fix it. Or we'll lie and say, no, he actually was fouled. You can't see it, but he was fouled right here.
I'll never understand the last 2-minute report. Like, let's embarrass our officials for the world to see, so they can get even more hate online. Or better yet, maybe the officials can tweet about how they can't get any sleep after that call they missed.
Sleepless nights.
They couldn't sleep because you know what? We cost LeBron a game, so we got to give him 3 more now because our bad.
Jay, we appreciate you as always, my brother. Thank you.
Yeah, this thing has gone left as usual, but it's good.
Go Padres. It's the work, baby.
Come on, Kenny. Remember, let's go Dodgers.
Let's go. Let's go Fathers. Let's go Fathers. Let's go Padres. Let's go, baby.
Father's Day, man. Stop that, man. All right,
Jay. Jason Jones of The Athletic there. Good stuff with our man, Jay.
Yeah, always good times. Always good times.
Jay, a struggling sports fan just like the rest of us.
Oh, man. Hey, look, man.
He's driving him nuts.
You're a struggling human being right now, man. Go get yourself taken care of, big dog. You know what I'm saying? We're going to hold it down.
All right, man. I may do tomorrow's show from the house, man, but I'll be here. If not, I promise I will die on the air. I give everybody my word.
He holds on till 12:01.
We're gonna have what was it, Hugh Freeze for Ole Miss, whatever, and they had him in the hospital bed.
Yeah. It'd be me. I got you guys. We're gonna head over to 102.5. What do we got next? We got baseball next. What do we got?
Running back and then baseball at 5:30.
Run it back and then Dodgers Padres here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
Vamos Padres.
Live from the ICU. Damn shame what happened. No, appreciate you. I'll be fine, man. I'm gonna get out of this room so no one else gets sick. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Well, just get some good clips out of it, Zay. That's all I ask. Zay, Leezy, get some good social media clips out of it.